Can he land the clone? Not going to be able to do it just yet. WizK on the other side, fully cloned up, and Peekaboo looks like he's just going to go down.
TENSEI pushing for the last time here with the snow drift. He gets cheap shotted on it though, and now he will potentially go down right here. Waz is pushing for the win.
Saul has nothing in his match point. He's custom winning for his life right now, but
That's
it's not enough. The move are through.
They're on to Peekaboo, but Peekaboo in a world of trouble, and Peekaboo gonna go down.
After this holding on, but Drake is there, a full stun, and surely this is the end of the match for the move, the end of the tournament for the move, and welcome to the Chungar back. The Empire is here.
Now the staff is out of that. Porky trying to survive with the Park team. He's got to get away, but he doesn't have anything remaining. The sheep is there, and that is going to be that. JT is in so much trouble here. TJ down to 1% HP. He's going to get sent. Callus is in so much trouble, and Callus might just go down. He does have the cloak remaining, but he's just dying through it. The kitty over 30, they got him.
And now Lars could be the one that falls. Look at this damage. Look at this carnage. Peekaboo goes in. The fleets are ticking. And Trev is holding on by a thread right now to stay alive. That's for fair.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the AWC, where we have the smoothest Galaju Undermine music and the best gameplay for your needs.
All right. Thank you for the intro. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the War Within AWC Season 2. My name is I am so excited to be here with Zico, Benurgi, and Supatees. It is an exciting new season. Supatees, how has Season 2 been treating you so far?
I mean, it's been rocking and rolling. We've got a bunch of new content. I mean, we've been mentioning it. The music has been great and awesome. I've been spending a lot of time in Undermine on my car in the drive format, driving around. And I didn't know that you can actually unlock getting passengers in your car. And I found out in a really bad way when some enemies on the Horde came by, and all three of them got out of their car at once. And I was like, I thought this was going to be one guy getting out of the car here. What's going on? So there's some surprises down there in the Undermine for sure.
Got attacked by a bunch of passenger princesses? That's not a good way to start your day for sure. All right, well, let's talk about what we've got going on here. Of course, with the AWC starting off, there are going to be 3 weekends for these teams to score enough placement points to make it into the finals or the gauntlet there on May 23rd. And Zico, just how important is it for these teams to start a good finish starting off for this first week?
It's like you mentioned, we only have 3 cups here, so already, a lot on the line for these teams. They got to get as many points as possible for that grand finals, of course. And, you want to come in, hot, you want to come in swinging, you want to, kind of set the momentum, show what you got, take teams by surprise, and this is the weekend to do it.
Yeah, most definitely. We can take a look here at the calendar, kind of what's been going on, what is going to go on for April. And then, of course, like I said, we've got that gauntlet and finals on May 23rd and the 25th. So definitely stay tuned. This is going to be a jam-packed month of exciting AWC content. Also, it's not too late to go sign up for some of these other cups. There's still time to register for the future. We could see you next week on this very stream in the top 8. So, like we've been saying, so many new things coming on in PvP and AWC right now. It's a new season, and with that has come a new arena as well. Then we've got the Cage of Carnage. How are we feeling about this new map?
It's a lot of fun. It is very chaotic. I think its name is very fitting, especially for a Goblin patch. There's lots of really interesting line of sight points, and I think teams will be able to implement lots of different strategies to their advantage as well. I think it does benefit certain things, potentially some melee cleave. So I'm really curious to see how teams kind of develop strategies around this map and how often they will pick it, because it is a very chaotic map, like I mentioned, but sometimes these teams can use that to their advantage. So really excited for that one.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it as well, how they're going to be implementing that potentially today. So we'll definitely keep an eye out for that new map, Cage of Carnage. So we started off this week on Wednesday. We had those offline games. We had the open bracket for those teams to fight it out to make it into the top 8. Then, to kind of catch everyone up, you had some top 5 plays from earlier this week.
Yeah, we were all watching the open bracket. We had a chance to kind of discuss what plays we thought were highlight worthy. So we can get into that right now. Top 5 plays from the open bracket. Starting off, we have Raikou demonstrating the Ice Wall. Now, we wanted to show this one because I think Ice Wall is going to be a big playmaker this weekend. A lot of mage teams, a lot of rogue mage priests, and this ability in particular is something people have really leveled up with, building that line of sight point and stopping the enemy healer from connecting to their DPS. So great play there. This one is a defensive play by Zenolin. He managed to get a really nice grip on this kidney shot, removing Vic Mix from the smoke bomb and freeing him from potential lethal setup there. So good heads up play by Zenolin, definitely highlight worthy. Going into number 3, after this we're gonna watch that again. Going into number 3, one of my personal favorite plays from the open bracket was Pacifier. So we mentioned Ice Wall. This is a really cheeky kind of technology that Pacifier is using, and I think this could really develop the mind games for Ice Wall. So Pacifier, he baits Cassidy in the open, he gets the Ice Wall, and look at Numbliz, he's going for a Master Spell. Pacifier cancels his Ice Wall to break the line of sight and then counterspell Numbliz. So really cheeky play there by Pacifier, securing a win for his team.
Yeah, the plays have been wild so far. Moving into the number 2 position, I wanted to give this to a Goblin Hunter player. The only Goblin I feel like I've ever seen in the AWC. He was pulling off cheeky moves like Feign Death, mounting up to try and escape from his opponents. And he was playing against CHIBAKU TENSEI, which is some pretty heavy hitters. And they were on the back foot for most of this series until they pulled off this miracle switch onto Lontar, where they just blast him out of nowhere as that Hunter Frost Mage composition, forcing him to void shift to Houston, who is then critically low, and our Goblito friend on that marksmanship buttoner just starts blasting away Undermine style to finish him off, taking a game off one of the best teams in the region. And then the number 1 position was this miracle moment between Tiger Toads and Control Alt Defeat, where Control Alt Defeat, they're on their last leg, their Hunter's almost about to go down, they throw caution to the wind, they target the Resto Druid and manage to take him out in a miracle moment. But Calvish and Cubsy not going to roll over, man. They're channeling their inner orange marmalade from the old days. They pull back a 2 versus 3, and Renar is against the ropes. Look at this. Calvish is at a sliver of health. Cubsy's at a sliver of health, but he's baiting Renar away from Calvish so he can escape into stealth, and Cubsy's playing on a razor's edge while baiting this Druid around, but he buys enough time for Calvish to get into stealth and finally finish Renar off in those final moments. And if I was Renar at this point, I would be so salty. I'd be so angry. You're just like a couple percents away from winning here, maybe getting into top 8. It was a tough moment, but highly entertaining.
Yeah, most definitely. And let's talk about the EU teams specifically. Of course, they battled it out to get into the actual bracket for today. Zico, what are some of the comps that we saw during the offline bracket from this region that we want to keep an eye out for today?
I mean, we saw a lot of things. It was, a lot of Rogue Mage, a lot of Feral Druids coming out. But one comp that really caught me by surprise was the one that we actually saw with the Goblito right there. The Hunter Mage. Not something that we typically see. And against a team of CHIBAKU Tensei's caliber, they're able to pull out wins with this Marksmanship Hunter. We saw a little bit of Windwalker MM Hunter as well in North America. So I'm really excited to see these MM Hunters come out and how much burst they're packing.
Any teams that surprised you in particular?
I would say the Forged RMP is a very surprising team. They have, a nice mixture of old and new. They got Swapsy on the bench. They got Acrolos here on the Rogue as well, 2 veterans of the game. But then they got P-Make, who has kind of been making his way into the scene a little bit these last couple of years. And then Dekara as well, who is a completely new face here in the AWC. And these guys have been rocking it with that RMP.
And, for people that watched from home or maybe didn't get to see the offline games at all, if they could go back, watch any matchup in particular, which one would you suggest?
I would say the CHIBAKU versus Forged RMP matchup was also really entertaining. It was a clean sweep for the Forged RMP, but you really got to see how well they can play against some of these top-tier players. Zipai is usually the wall that stands between, the RMP dominance and Zipai's comps. And we got to see Forge RMP completely dismantle this team and really show exactly how synergized their Rogue Mage Priest is, just showing a lot of longevity in the games. Dekara really impressing on that Holy Priest and showing some nice setups.
Yeah. If you want to check out that co-stream for the next weekend for those open bracket for the offline games, you can head over to the AWC Discord. So thanks for that summary. We've got a lot of catching up to do as well. Maybe Super T's, if you're kind of new to the AWC, could you give us a little bit of an overview of some of the big dogs that we're used to seeing in this region?
Yeah, I mean, in the European region, you can't go very far without hearing the name Echo. This is a dominant team in the region. It's basically everyone stepping up to the plate to take a shot at them, and we can currently see them residing in the upper bracket against DOBOB, which is looking like a serious challenger. It's a newly fused roster, and I'm very curious to see that series. Some typical, rivals that we see for them in the past in a couple of years have been CHIBAKU TENSEI and StreamerZone.gg, but those guys are in the lower bracket, which is telling us that, that mid-level competition has leveled up a lot, and there could be some big surprises.
Yeah, certainly could. Speaking of surprises as well, Ben, quite a bit of new blood this season. Anyone you want to mention in particular?
I mean, I feel like looking at these rosters, the one that I really want to highlight is going to be Nap Time, because we had a chance to, ask some questions to these players, and get a little bit more information from them. Nap Time is really interesting to me because their entire roster has been playing WoW for a really long time, since about 2008, but they just recently started competing for Hatsuki, their paladin, their main healer. He actually just got his first rank 1 title last season, so a big up-and-comer. His team basically said he's improved the most, and he's improved so much, in fact, that they think he's one of the best paladins in all of Europe. So I think this team has a lot of potential. I'm really curious to see if they can make it. But even just making it to the top 8 this first week is a great start for them.
Yeah, definitely. They seem locked in for sure. Well, it's been quite a while since we've had an AWC season, about 4 or 5 months during the off season. A lot has definitely happened within the actual rosters themselves. We're seeing some teams kind of switch around, some new alliances form. Zico, can you catch us up on some of the roster swaps that we've seen leading into this season?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of shuffling going on in this season. A lot of the top dogs have gone maybe a little bit weaker, and a lot of these new teams have kind of started forming as well. Of course, we got Mercy leaving CHIBAKU TENSEI, joining Echo. So Chan is out, and he's actually going to be joining us here on the desk. So it's going to be interesting to see. But he's out of Echo, and Mercy is going to have to fill those big shoes. Then we got Tessia and Relza, both of them, 2 core players in Streamer Zone, and their success last year, moving over to DOBOB, kind of reforming that old roster with Relza and Flappers that actually won spring finals a couple of years ago. Then we got Limps leaving CHIBAKU TENSEI, joining Streamer Zone, Acro leaving Choke on Land for the Forged RMP, and then Swapsy leaving Phoenix Reborn and joining the Forged RMP as well. So there's been some other changes as well, but these are kind of the big dogs that we're focusing on for now. But yeah, it's been a very, very exciting off-season. It's going to be cool to see how these teams do on their new rosters.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for that info. Quite a lot that we're trying to keep track of here, but we're going to see those new rosters very shortly. Something else we're going to see also is a new segment that we have prepared for you guys. The production team, they asked us, the casters, to sort of rank all of the teams 1 through 8 in terms of their power rankings, and let's check out where we aligned on that. Interesting.
Whoa.
Yeah, just for context, we had no idea what everybody else was going to be saying. So the fact then that seem to be pretty aligned is neat.
Yeah, we're aligned in a lot of ways. It's kind of surprising to me. All of us, of course, going to be ranking Echo as that number 1. It's really hard not to at this point with how good they have been. But in that 7th and 8th position, I feel like all of us are looking at Dear Mama and Nap Time as some of the underdogs going into this tournament. But what's interesting is kind of that middle section, Zico, where, we did, a few of us, if we look at 4th and 2nd, there's some consistencies there, but I feel like the teams are so competitive this season that it's really hard to say.
Yeah, I put Streamer Zone in 3rd. You guys really bumped them down there. I think it was really hard for me to call where to put Streamer Zone and where to put Overload, and also where to rank Forged RMP. I feel like these 3 teams are going to be very evenly matched if you look at, experience on the roster and kind of what we expect from them. But I put Streamer Zone in 3rd just because of their historic success. They have lost a couple of members and picked up some new members. But I feel like the recipe of Kasu and Tony is just a timeless classic. It has worked through basically every single meta. And the only team they lost to so far is Echo. So I'm expecting them to perform still.
I don't know, man. I feel like we're counting out Tessia right now. We were making him the MVP last season. He was leveling up to be like the #1 Frost Mage against Raikou to be the main challenger. So TENSEI and Relza going on to DOBOB together and forming in with Flappers, who was a phenomenal feral druid in the past. We had him at BlizzCon, we've had him at live events, so he's a historic member of the AWC community. He's making his
Very
return
tall
here.
also.
He's very tall, he's very big, he likes the gym. He's very big muscles, and he's got very big bites, is what he was known for on feral druid. So
Yes.
DOBOB, I think, is a serious contender, and TENSEI and Relza especially.
I think we had a video with him and Dilly like sizing each other up. It was a good bit. The two jungle teams. It was we'll have to dig that up for sure. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how some of these new rosters do perform against long-standing champions such as Echo, because that is certainly always the question. But the question on our minds right now, this next up series, we have Nap Time versus CHIBAKU. TENSEI, if you're in chat right now, there's a fan vote that should be going on very shortly. Get yourself some Chana points. So definitely get that in. But here on the desk, I wonder if we could take a look at our prediction for this one in particular, because, with CHIBAKU TENSEI, we were looking at the power rankings. I put them pretty high, but after you guys talking about it, it is a good point. Like, they're kind of a new roster. It's a new season, and Nap Time definitely has something to prove. So let's check out what we've got here for the... Okay. Zico?
Pretty on point together. Is Zico going to be the odd one out here?
Oh.
He's going for the
man.
perfect prediction. He's going for the perfect prediction score is what he's doing here.
That's fair.
He's trying to one-up us. It can't be exactly the same.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like CHIBAKU TENSEI is like, when you're a new team like Nap Time, you're immediately just thrown into the gauntlet here. Going up against a team like CHIBAKU is going to be a tough one. I mean, they have so much experience. They've played together for such a long time. They're used to being on broadcast, whereas Nap Time, they've been doing really well on the ladder. They have, a lot of experience playing on the ladder against these guys. But it's different when you're playing, in the AWC. There's plenty of people watching. And I think that, the first time you compete, there could be some nerves, especially when you're going up against such a great opponent. So yeah, that's the reason why I did a 0-3 prediction. But I think Nap Time could surprise us. Like, some people just rise above. When there's extra pressure, it makes them perform better as well. So that could happen.
Yeah. No, I mean, you make a really good point. This team could be really, really solid on paper in the ladder, in the offline games, but it really is kind of the ultimate stress test, Ben, when you finally step into that top 8, into a team that's like CHIBAKU TENSEI, and really kind of are tested as a team.
Yeah, it's interesting. I like to, in these kind of situations, I like to think about players like Drake and Prev and Ceralium, who kind of were like, oh, these are the new kids that kind of came out of nowhere. And then they're all of a sudden like the dynasty roster that's just farming everybody. So it is possible. I mean, we talked a little bit about their team. Nap Time, they have some new players, getting their first rank 1 last season, but maybe they are just, these phenomenal players that are going to be able to rise to the occasion, like Zico mentioned, and go toe-to-toe. For me, the reason why I went with CHIBAKU TENSEI is these guys are tournament veterans. Like, they've just proven themselves time and time again. They can multi-class. They're some of the best in the world at the classes that they do play. So if Nap Time ends up winning this, that's going to be a huge statement, and I'm here for it. I'm not counting on it, but if it happens, I'll be happy about it.
Amazing. All right. Well, I think we're going to be getting into that game very shortly here. It is game number 1 for the EU region. Of course, we're going to be going into North America tomorrow, and then we've got Championship Sunday, where we're going to be seeing the champion for NA and EU crowned for the first weekend here in the first season of AWC. So we should be getting in shortly. But in the meantime, Sid, do we want to give just like a quick recap of maybe what we'll see in terms of compositions from these two teams and how they'll interplay with each other?
Yeah, definitely. Nap Time, I think they're mostly known for Thundercleave, so they might be the only Warrior-focused team, or one of the only ones. Streamers Zone actually picked up Limps, who has been playing some Warrior in the open bracket. So if you're a Warrior fan, I think Nap Time is going to be kind of your go-to team, as well as Holy Paladin. I think they might be one of the only teams really in Europe for the rest of this competition, if they can stay in it, that is likely going to be running that Holy Paladin. So if you're on that side, I think they're going to be playing some Thunder, Ellie Warrior, Holy Pally. That's kind of their go-to. That composition's been a great ladder composition. It's kind of just straightforward. Run in, spin to win, do a bunch of damage. So I do think it's a great composition for a team who's coming into the scene for the first time on a tournament level. Whereas Houston's actually going to be starting on Demon Hunter, which is a pretty big surprise.
Ooh.
Yeah, Houston on the Demon Hunter.
I'm going to say I'm excited. I'm excited to see the Demon Hunters come back. All right, well, here we go. Game number 1. It is Nap Time versus CHIBAKU TENSEI.
Yeah, we're going to see Lontar bringing in the Resto Druid. There's been a lot of Holy Priests. There's been some Resto Druids as well. So this game, we're going to see the Holy Paladin into the Resto Druid. And we'll see what they decide to do here immediately. Houston is getting aggressive onto the LA Shaman. Andre's getting aggressive onto Zeepai as well on that LA Shaman. And so far, both of these LA Shamans are taking a decent amount of damage, but it's going to be No Voice who has to trade first with the Astral Shift. Nice fear coming out there defensively by Andre. And he's looking to get some pressure now back onto Zeepai.
This is a meat grinder matchup. It's just going to be who can top the meter for the longest period of time is likely going to be building an advantage. And honestly, No Voice stepping into the tournament scene for the first time, going head-to-head with Zeepai about 45 seconds in, keeping on pace at least, or actually out-damaging Zeepai, although defensively starting to flounder a little bit here with Astral Shift on cooldown and the Medallion on cooldown, which are important to reduce damage. He's receiving more pressure despite doing more damage. Hetsuki has a lot of work to do here with No Voice dipping critically low. Managing to get a couple of heals, maybe needs to use a major cooldown. He's sitting on that lay on hands for quite some time as No Voice jumps across the map. Houston in hot pursuit, gets shockwaved away by Andre there. Nice Blade Storm, ramping up some damage. And I would say that it feels like CHIBAKU TENSEI are kind of chipping away an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. They already got the Sacrifice. They already got the Stone Bulwark Totem. And No Voice is kind of one cooldown behind. But as I say that, Zeepai does take a big chunk of damage. Iron Bark is there from Lontar to deflect it. Nice Cyclones here onto Andre, freeing up a little bit of space. And it looks like Andre actually wants to swap to Lontar here in a Storm Bolt. Takes him down to about half HP. Lontar is going to be able to duck behind there and recover. Nice Lightning Lasso. Gets interrupted actually by Houston. Here comes the Hunt. Big damage potential. But it is going to be another defensive fear by Andre. Actually sitting full there onto Zeepai, so Zeepai getting taken out of the match a little bit, but No Voice still feeling the pressure from Houston and Zeepai on that Demon Hunter, and No Voice is going to respect it with the Astral Shift.
Big swap on Lontar there. He catches it, he recovers. It's still just pressure on No Voice. It just feels like he could teeter over at any moment and fall. So let's see how Hetsuki manages to keep them alive here. They're imprisoned, they trinket. No Voice gets hit again by a big blast of damage. Grounding Totem comes down. Spirit Walker's Grace Hex. Lontar's not going to fall for that. He line of sights it at the pillar. Hetsuki charges in. Hammer of Justice. They have a Blinding Light. He's in position. Doesn't look like they're going to go for it. They're just swapping some damage to the Lontar. Now they go for the Blinding Light. Zeepai respects it. Trades the Astral Shift. And that should reduce a significant amount of damage. Lontar's looking for more Cyclones. It's going to be up to No Voice to try and disrupt these Cyclones with Grounding Totem and Wind Shear as much as possible. So a bit of a mind game between No Voice and Lontar, and at the same time maintain the damage advantage that No Voice has been able to hold up to this point. Another big swap possibly. No Voice in trouble. Hetsuki, Divine Shield, Lay on Hands. That's a major commitment by the Paladin here. That's a lot of cooldowns in one exchange, and we're not even 3 minutes in.
Oh my god, Lontar is owning. He forced that Divine Shield right there with the Roar into Cyclone, and then he got a low Cyclone onto No Voice as well. Another Cyclone coming out here. It's going to be full, and that should be the game. Lontar really showing the power of Druids here, Sid. You got to be happy about that. Came in, got the low Cyclone, and then Cyclone the Trinket of No Voice as well after he forced that Divine Shield from Hetsuki.
Oh, we got a new victory screen too. That's nice. We like that. We like that. Resto Druid back in the mix. Resto Druid probably had some of the most major changes, with Holy Priest maybe being the second one or close to equal with them as far as class design for this patch. Resto Druid is a lot more intricate to play on this patch. So Lontar switching over to this. We've seen him a lot on Resto Shaman. I don't think that it's a terribly easy thing to do. Now you basically have to use Star Surge as a way to rotationally enhance your HOTS healing over time effects. It's a really important mechanic, so you've got to weave offense and defense a lot more. Whereas Resto Druid, you know, in the past has been a little bit more defense oriented for a while, where you kind of just sit 80 yards away at the pillar and heal. Now you're more rewarded for getting into the mix, doing damage, and we saw that with Lontar here, where he's forcing Divine Shield with Cyclone. He's adding damage, keeping his team topped, and able to stand in an aggressive position and just swap Cyclones back and forth, one after the other, then switch it to the Warrior. There's the Star Surge, and you can see that Lontar is doing so much as far as offense right now, sneaking behind the pillar, getting another Cyclone, and then using that new Tree of Life form as well, which gives you immunity to crowd control. Although you move really slowly, you're immune to crowd control. You take some less damage as well, and you get lots of big, powerful instant healing. So he really used the full fleshed out kit on the Resto Druid. And I do think that a lot of players are still kind of trying to figure out, like, what is the best healer right now in the meta? Is it a Druid? Is it a Holy Priest? Could there be something else that's still left undiscovered? And I think that that's a really big debate for this weekend.
That was just beautiful. The way he moved in for the Roar Cyclone there, and then forced the bubble, and then he actually got the Cyclone onto the LA Shaman, and then Cyclone the trinket of the LA Shaman, and then he got the re-stealth with Shadow Meld. So he was able to get a stun into a Cyclone again. So Lontar, he's warmed up, he's looking good, and that's something that's been really important as well in general for these healers, because you mentioned it, you know, Holy Priest is something that we've been seeing a lot as well. So having that Resto Druid, having that Holy Priest, having multiple different kinds of healers is always going to be a good thing for your team. And we're going to hook point. CHIBAKU going to be locking in the LADH. Once again, nap time. Going to be responding with the same composition. We actually asked the teams some extra questions before the AWC this time around. And one of the questions was, if you could have a permanent title floating above your head in real life, like a WoW title, what would it be? And I loved Andre's answer. He said the Butcher, and that's just such a warrior answer. So I think I'm going to start calling him just Andre the Butcher at this point. Anytime he does big damage, I'm just going to refer to him as the Butcher.
Just the Butcher on that warrior. I feel like, and Suki's answer is pretty funny too as a healer, right? Like I wouldn't expect a healer to say like energy drinker as theirs. Like it makes you think that he's gonna. Is he like most healers are kind of chill, you know? Like I think Cubsy, he's just kind of vibing, but Atsuki, he's amped up. He's ready to go, and I guess maybe it's because he's a paladin. He's got wings. Maybe there's some relation there with the paladin as far as being an energy drinker. But they've definitely got a lot of character. This is kind of their first major debut in a tournament setting on the side of nap time, and they're facing some legends. Like Zeepai is easily a legend of the arena. Lontar has won AWC when he was on Echo for a while, and then Fuston has been leveling up for a while. He used to be one of the newcomers though. He used to be like one of the players on nap time for Fuston, and now he's getting on these big rosters. Now he's getting his big chance. He's getting a lot more opportunities to flex. So while you know nap time look like they're down right now, I would say they are far from out. They might still have some surprises here. It's a small map. It's a great map to switch targets and punish a druid who's playing the way that Lontar is. So I think this is really well timed tactically by nap time.
I really like what you said there about Fuston, because Fuston is 20 years young. And I feel like Fuston has been in the AWC
like 13
since
when he was playing the first
yeah,
time?
that's what I mean. He's been in the AWC for quite some time now. I feel like his first AWC, he must have been like 15 years old, so he's definitely one of the younger players when it comes to the AWC. But we got game number 2 is live here. CHIBAKU leading 1-0 against Naptime. Naptime looking to equalize here, getting some damage onto Zeepai with that Stormbolt, and Hitsuki with very aggressive positioning here. Lontar already popping that new Tree of Life here, and I think they're going to go after Lontar a little bit more in the match, swapping between Zeepai and Lontar, but it's going to be a Hammer of Justice, potentially a Blinding Light as well to follow it up right there. Not going to be pulling the trigger on that just yet. No Voice still taking a lot of damage, but this time holding on to the Astral Shift for just a second, trinketing out aggressively. Andre is rotting down Hitsuki in a first Cyclone. Lontar already looking for game-winning CCs, forcing out that trinket.
Oh man, the entirety of nap time is getting shredded. Hitsuki has a lot of healing to do pretty rapidly. He's going to trade Lay on Hands. They charge in on top of Lontar. They stun him. They swap, but he's just trying to solo him. Is he going to be able to get enough damage here? Doesn't look like it. No Voice still being pressured. Zeepai getting lower and lower, and actually a lot of pressure. Iron Bark is going to be forced. I'll say as far as offense, Naptime look a lot better here on hook point, but their defense is still a little shaky. It's tough for them to hold their health bars really in any sort of stable position.
Yeah, they've already burned through major defensives here, and there is another defensive cooldown there, the Astral Shift being forced, and the Stone Bulwark Totem there as well. Stormkeeper coming out here, some counter pressure potentially. Hitsuki's also rotting down a little bit here to the pressure, but a big swap onto Lontar. He was in bear form though, anticipating that, but Fuston still dropping the darkness there, respecting the damage, and making sure that his druid doesn't have to use his trinket in that exchange. There's a stun onto Hitsuki, but no Cyclone to follow it up from Lontar. He was looking for it there, but not able to find it. Here comes the Hunter, swapping to the Warrior. Andre, the Butcher, looking to survive the onslaught here and maybe return the pressure back onto Zeepai, but the Butcher gets caught up in the Cyclone there, into another Cyclone from Lontar, and Lontar again on the Resto Druid, just controlling the battlefield and slowing down that incoming damage.
Yeah, Lontar's having a great first series of the day. He's going for an incapacitating roar. Does he get the Cyclone here? Andre almost dies in just the roar. Lontar goes for a clone again. No Voice shuts it down. Really good shutdown by No Voice here. Lontar's running running around the corner again, looking for more clones. No Voice is still being pressured. Avenging Crusaders up. Hetsuki has a lot of healing here. He needs to connect some judgments to get that melee wings healing going, but he's actually still struggling. That was the Avenging Crusader. He can't even top the Shaman. No Voice is looking for hexes in desperation. Lontar instantly dispelling. He's in a defensive position now, realizing he's got to flex between defense and offense. He sees Hetsuki coming in for Hammer of Justice. He meets him with an in-cap roar first and then escapes, but Zeepai's dying. The pressure from Hetsuki is really making it difficult for Lontar. He's into the Hammer of Justice. They switch some damage over to Lontar. Heroic leap to try and slam dunk the Resto Druid. They lasso him down to the floor. Houston disrupts the lasso. Lontar manages to escape, but that was a great push by Naptime. They need to hold on longer to see another opportunity in the future, though.
Yeah, Lontar got to balance that aggression. Andre is taking a lot of damage here. The Butcher is getting slaughtered right now, but he is doing a good job kiting. Interrupts the Cyclone there as well. Nice Stormbolt defensively there, but here comes the in-cap roar. Full Cyclone connects. Here comes the damage as well onto No Voice. No cooldowns to respond. They can't get the follow-up, though, onto Hetsuki, but maybe just with raw pressure, they're able to take this Eli Shaman down. There's the stun connecting. Big damage potential. Lontar looking for a low Cyclone there maybe for a second. Andre still also feeling the kind of cleave damage coming out here from CHIBAKU. Now there's the Hammer of Justice onto Lontar. Zeepai could be in trouble, but No Voice is also left behind. Hetsuki getting aggressive in that position, but a massive lay on hands connects onto No Voice, and No Voice will survive that onslaught, but for how long is the question. Hetsuki has a lot of healing to do here.
Whoa. Look at the opposite side, though. All three players at 50%. Lontar recovers Zeepai, but he's immediately back to 50% health again. Almost going down in the Stormbolt. Andre takes him to the meat locker. Hetsuki coming out of the clone. Has a lot of work here still to do. Andre is low, and Houston isn't giving up. Double fear comes in from Andre.
Nice.
Not only offense, but some defense here, and he should recover. Lontar Houston likely, I would imagine, to tap out here. Yep, Houston going to tap out. Naptime put a point on the board on their first-time debut here in the AWC for Europe.
Nice. Very, very well done there. That late game, this matchup is so chaotic. Both teams just kind of slugging it out, looking for the offensive plays. And I really like what Hetsuki did there, getting aggressive, even though his team was dying, just going in there, knowing I have the lay on hands in my back pocket, so I can get aggressive here, trade out the lay on hands for the opportunity to take Lontar out of the game, because I'm not going to be able to match his healing for much longer here on the Paladin. They were able to snowball the pressure there into a win. So a very convincing victory coming out there. It was kind of close at the end, but that fear from Andre as well, just buying Naptime enough time for recovery right there. And I guess that is, maybe that's why they're called Naptime, just buying time with those fears to take a quick nap and recover their strengths. But you see here at the very ending of the game, Andre is dropping very low. Lontar is going for the Cyclone there, getting a little bit too aggressive, and Andre manages to find the Stormbolt, find the counter pressure, and also manages to survive right here with that double fear. So that was really, really close call, and I feel like maybe Lontar was getting a little bit too aggressive there. Didn't really respect the amount of damage that Andre was packing.
Yeah, I mean, this is all well set up right from the draft period for Naptime. They say, okay, Lontar, he got too many clones that last game. He's the main focus. We need a map that we can enable our team to shut him down more. So they recognized that error in their play from game one, picked a really good map to punish it, and then also executed on the strategy for it. So it's exactly what you want to see from a tournament level team here for their first debut. And you can see CHIBAKU Tensei know that, oh wait, we're going to big maps now, Tovaran Arena, so it's going to be a lot harder for them to get to Lontar. And it was looking shaky, right? They won the game, but it was not a smooth ride. It was very up and down for them. So this is the real test now for Naptime. Can they steal away a swing match? Because they're not changing their composition. They're staying with the Thundercleave. CHIBAKU, now I wonder, do they change their composition? Because I feel like for them, it's about figuring out, like, what even is going to be their comp, right? Like, for a lot of teams, we know what their identity is. It's maybe one or two comps, but CHIBAKU has a lot of choices they could make with their roster.
Yeah, especially with a player like Houston on the roster who can play so many different things. But I kind of agree to just keep rocking this LADH. It's not looking bad. I think that they just needed to maybe respect the amount of damage that was coming out from Andre in that last portion of the game. Going for those Cyclones on the healer. Maybe if they got those Cyclones onto Andre instead, recovered, and then went for the Cyclones onto the healer, that would have been the correct play. I think on a map like Tolvir, it's going to be a lot easier for them to also win that late game advantage, because the Paladin in that last game was going out of mana way faster than the Druid. The Druid had about twice as much mana when the game was over, so they could always fall back on kind of a late game win condition with that Resto Druid as well. Just go for defensive Cyclones, stay back, make sure you're getting a lot of heals out, keeping up on the damage, and then eventually the Paladin is going to run out of steam. So they could do that. We'll see. I think, like you said, this is going to be the most important game here for nap time to actually win, because, like you said, this is the swing match. This is really where you can snowball a big advantage heading into a potential game 5.
I hope they can recognize that, because CHIBAKU definitely sensed that, what you were talking about with mana, right? The Paladin was really low on mana and kind of dicey as far as keeping his teammates alive throughout that game. So if they can punish that, or look to have opportunities to maybe drink, somehow get opportunities to reset more for the side of nap time, and maybe actually win in dampening possibly, that could be an option. But if they're not keeping track of their mana, and CHIBAKU have planned for that with the large map, then they could lose in the late game. So this is going to now be an adaptation test for nap time. Can they adapt to the selection here from CHIBAKU and stay alive in the tournament as the newcomers? And CHIBAKU are a newly formed roster, just fused together from a remnants of a bunch of other teams, and it's a very interesting lineup between the two of them. Houston is just popping the hunt, first global of the match, charging in towards Andre, and No Voice is going to stun him away with the last. But look at Lontar. He's just in the mix, in the middle of the map in tree, spamming clones.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of pressure here with these Cyclones. Andre already low Cyclone with no trinket available. Hetsuki's got some work to do here. Manages to get a big heal right there with the wings. And Lontar now potentially could find himself in crowd control. There's the Hammer of Justice. Andre is taking some damage. Gets actually caught up in that imprisonment. So respecting the fact that Lontar is in CC right there and just pausing the Warriors' damage. Really nicely done there by Houston. Now they're getting aggressive. Back onto Andre. Huge damage coming out, and that is going to be the regen getting popped there from Andre. Now here comes this in-cap roar into the full Cyclone, and Andre is going to be tested a lot more into this match here, and it looks like it's working out so far for CHIBAKU Tensei, getting major cooldowns time and time again. And here comes the response, though, from nap time.
Ooh, double Chaos Nova. Houston out of nowhere gets low, eventually retreats away from the triple stun that he just engaged with. Manages to recover for a second, but they're actually focusing the Demon Hunter a lot more this time around, and it's really good to go attack Demon Hunters when they're not in Metamorphosis. They're a lot squishier. You can punish them, drop them in stuns, but now you can see he's in Metamorphosis. He's this giant winged purple demon. He's a lot harder to kill, so you got to switch between moments where you're crowd controlling him and then swapping to him with stuns. That could definitely be a win condition, as it looks like they're trying to do that right now. We see Houston eventually retreating away and imprisoning the Warrior on that swap to stop them from connecting, but I think the Stormbolt's coming, and I really like that. This is just a standard strategy against the Demon Hunter. Crowd control their I-beam, crowd control their meta, and then switch to them in a stun a bit later on.
Yeah, it's working out well for them. Both teams kind of adjusting their strategy here a little bit. Lontar once again going for the Cyclone. The Hunt connects. No Voice is going to be the target of choice here. Nice Stone Bulwark Totem coming out there for No Voice. Going to keep No Voice alive with that. Hetsuki also trading out the Divine Shield right there, though. And that is going to leave an opening for a potential swap to Hetsuki, or maybe just another CC chain coming out. But look at Houston already taking a lot of damage. The Bladestorm connects, but the Darkness will be dropped as Lontar was sitting through that Hammer of Justice. Really like that Darkness utilization there, as Lontar doesn't want to use his trinket like that, because then he can't go aggressive with these Cyclones.
Oh, No Voice is trying to line up a Stormkeeper and get a lot of burst, but on the back foot now. Going for it again, critically low health. Etsuki into a stun, no Divine Shield. Being greedy on the Medallion on that maim. Lontar fakes a kick. He might go clone crazy here. Losing into Cyclone. Nice stun on Andre. Looking to force Enrage regen. They don't find it. That's going to be good for the late game. Mana is slightly behind at this point, but Lontar's into a Hammer of Justice. And where are they going? It looks like they're focusing Z-Pi. They see an opening there with no Astral Shift, trying to cut through and get his burrow, but they're not finding it. Now Andre, slightly overextended here in the middle of the map, but maybe they don't care. They're just all-out aggression, just dogpiling on top of the Shaman. It's kind of do or die for a Fury Warrior. You got to stay in the mix even when things get scary.
Yeah, that's the thing. Andre got to just keep putting the pedal to the metal. No Voice is taking a lot of damage, though, right now. Houston caught up in a Stormbolt. Nice defensive Stormbolt, but there is the full Cyclone from Lontar. No Voice responding with the Astral Shift there. Could be enough to keep himself alive there. Lontar now getting swapped to. He has the trinket, but just opts to trade out the Bark Skin. Lontar is taking a tremendous amount of punishment there, and this is why he saved this trinket earlier on, realizing that this could happen. But here comes the counterattack. Nice Rake Stun coming out there onto Hetsuki, forcing out the trinket, forcing out the sacrifice, and now they got no defense left here on nap time.
Oh, nice Cyclones from Lontar. looking to push forward, but that tree form's kind of slow. He can't get across the map in time, so he's just going to turn around and hightail it out of there. And I think if he just plays passively, they're going to win on mana. So I would like to see conservative play here from CHIBAKU. And Hitsuki knows he's on a clock. He's running in for Hammer of Justice. He's trying to get some aggression going for his team. Stormkeeper is lined up. No Voice needs a big crit. Andre's in trouble. He trades in Rage Regeneration. They need some big lightning bolts here. Is he going to find the damage that he needs to finish the target? Andre is throwing a Hail Mary, swapping to Lontar back in the room, but he's getting baited into a corner. Are they going to swap to Andre? The in-cap roaring back there. It's going to break to Dot. Lontar's actually in trouble. He needs some help from his team right now. Big damage from Andre if he can connect. Tranquility, leap pummel. He fakes the pummel. Goes for a Cyclone. Nice moves from Lontar. Tranquility is a high priority spell, so he knew that they would want to kick that as soon as they get in line of sight. So he stops his cast as they get around the corner. It grants him precognition, so he's immune to crowd control. He can turn it around into a Cyclone. And now No Voice on the back foot. 4 seconds away from Astral Shift. Will Hatsuki be able to keep him alive? He's completely tapped on mana, and CHIBAKU Tensei take him down. Trading the burrow. Andre, of course, wants to keep fighting this out, but I think it would be unlikely that he's able to take him down. Lontar still has more than enough mana banked up, and CHIBAKU play for the late game. Nap Time have seen the strat now moving forward, and if this goes to a game 5, I think they're going to have to switch their style at least a little bit because the mana gap was large.
Yeah, I really like that they swapped to Lontar there, but I feel like it was almost a little bit too late. I would have liked to see that strategy come into play maybe a little bit earlier because like we kind of mentioned, on a large map like this, as the Resto Druid, you don't have to play the way that we saw Lontar play on that Nagrand match where he's constantly getting in there, he's constantly looking for Cyclones, he's constantly looking for game-winning plays, and instead you can just be a little bit more passive, just keep yourself alive and keep your teammates alive, and eventually the Holy Paladin is going to run out of steam before you do. So it is up to the Holy Paladin, I would say, to be more aggressive in the match or look for drinks earlier on. But it's such a hard thing to do, especially when you got Zeepai constantly dropping totems, constantly keeping you in combat when you're going around that pillar looking for those drinks. But we can see it here towards the very end of the match there. Just so much damage coming out there. Onto No Voice, Hitsuki with 0 mana left whatsoever. Can't really do anything at this point. It's just a war of attrition being won here by CHIBAKU Tensei, and Lontar just making sure that he doesn't go down in that one big swap where he had no bark skin, where he faked that leap pummel. That was, I think, the key moment for Lontar in terms of dealing with the enemy team's pressure. So as long as they can keep doing that, I think CHIBAKU is going to have it on a large map. But now, Sid, a little present for us here on the first game back this season. First series back.
This is a gift. It's Runes of Lordaeron, and it would be a fitting final resting place as it is a cemetery. I didn't know when I would get to say it, but Nap Time are delivering it to you. So if you guys want to show your support for Nap Time, now is the time, because this is their first major tournament debut in the AWC. They have at least taken a game off of CHIBAKU Tensei, which have some legends on it, and they are looking like a competitive roster, at least on these small maps. So CHIBAKU Tensei, I'm not imagining they're going to change their comps here. It's probably going to be more of a strategical adaptation, maybe giving them a little bit more respect as well. Lontar's going to pick his timings a bit better for when he goes for clones. Or make sure that he has defensive cooldowns to trade if he's going to get aggressive here. And maybe CHIBAKU just close it out right here and now. But Nap Time, I'm glad that they're still playing it out to their strats. They have some really good, solid strats against a Druid with the swaps they're making to the Demon Hunter, keeping the pressure on the Ellie Shaman. So I would say overall, both teams are playing really well. It does seem like Paladin has a bit of a disadvantage, though, on the mana front. And if Hatsuki, maybe there's a build change or something like that he can make to make his mana go a little bit longer, that they could still have a shot.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I think there's a couple of ways for them to win this game. I like the aggression onto Fuston. It's always kind of a solid line of play if you can play around the Demon Hunter's Trinket, you play around the Resto Druid's Trinket. If both of those are down, you kind of have a win condition onto Fuston. It's a good way to also force Lontar's Trinket. I feel like Zeepai, hitting Zeepai is exactly what he wants. Zeepai he just thrives in those situations when he's the target, and he just has so many small defensives to rotate, so it's really hard to take him down outside of stuns with pressure. So maybe pressure Zeepai when you don't have a stun, but then commit your stuns to the Demon Hunter, something like that, and then look for swaps to Lontar if he trinkets to save the Demon Hunter. Something like that could be the line of play. Or we're going to Runes of Lordaeron. Maybe they just train Lontar, or allocate most of their damage to the Resto Druid, because right now, one way or the other, they need to shut down Lontar. He's a big issue. These Cyclones are slowing Andre the Butcher down way too much right now. It's not allowing him to deal the pressure that he wants, and it's also just really annoying for Novoise when Hetsuki is constantly getting Cyclone. So nap time, need to figure it out. How are they going to shut down Lontar? They have potentially one more game only to do it here, unless they can win this one right here. It's do or die. It's an elimination series. Let's see what they can do here. Immediately, they're going to go after Zeepai, forcing out the Astral Shift, trading it for the Warrior, offensive cooldowns with the Avatar. Andre getting caught up in the imprisonment, and Novoise now going to need to respond. Still has the Astral Shift, still has a lot of defensive cooldowns. Hitsuki also still has the Sacrifice, still has cooldowns to trade. Zeepai is actually going to be on the back foot heavily so far. The Butcher and Novoise. Novoise, I don't know, is kind of loud on the damage meter right now.
He's definitely screaming, I think, at this point, and Zeepai is really struggling. This is a huge offensive push. Probably the best we've seen in the series, honestly, from nap time. They're looking like they're in a great spot as far as cooldowns, although now with this Rake Stun from Lone Star, they might have to blow through a lot of them, as Astral Shift is forcing that exchange, as well as Lay on Hands. So a double overlap from Hetsuki and Novoise, which enables them to recover for a moment, and Novoise is setting up some damage. Primordial Wave, Lava Burst procs towards Zeepai, looking to try and finish him with this opening where there's no Iron Bark and no Astral Shift. Do they have enough damage? Imprison onto the Warrior. And timing those cooldowns on the Avatar, the Recklessness, is really important as the Demon Hunter. You can kind of just completely neuter a Warrior's damage if you time those crowd controls. Now they're swapping the Warrior with a full Cyclone onto Paladin. They force Enrage regen immediately, almost cutting him down through it. But as Hetsuki is free from that crowd control, he will begin to stabilize with the Avenging Crusader. It's now Fuston and Zeepai who need to be focused more on defense. Lone Star positioning towards the Tombstones to get a Tranquility. Sneaky Tranquility. Hetsuki sees it. He charges in. He punishes with Blinding Light. Does he have Hammer of Justice? It looks like it's about 4 seconds away. He's trying to stay nearby, but Lone Star has Tree Form. He can immune that Hammer of Justice. His team will be very stable with this Tree of Life. They can stay aggressive and kind of gas pedal the Shaman for a few more seconds.
Yeah, they got the Trinket Netherwalk there on Fuston in one of those stun swaps, so really love that. I would like to see them try that again. Get a stun onto Lontar, get a stun onto Fuston, and try to maybe eliminate him in that regard, because there is an opening there, and that could be the key to kind of cracking the defense here from CHIBAKU Tensei. But right now, it's going to be Novoise on the back foot. Big CC change being casted here from Lontar. He's going to find the low Cyclone onto Novoise. Novoise having to Trinket that one is absolutely disastrous. Novoise still not out of the woods just yet, but Zeepai's taking some return fire, trades out the Stone Bulwark Totem. Andre with the Blade Storm right now, getting a lot of damage done, but still also dropping to about 50% HP. But they're swapping to Fuston. This is exactly what we're talking about, but they didn't have a stun onto Fuston, and he's just getting aggressive. Now, finally, the Shockwave connects there onto Fuston, but Lontar's out of crowd control. Would have loved to see a little bit better synergy on those two stuns right there, and that could have been the key to kind of force Lontar's Trinket, but now it's going to be Novoise on the back foot. Lontar going in for the maim stun into the full Cyclone, forcing the Trinket. Nice roar on the Trinket by Lontar, forcing out tons and tons of pressure, and now forcing two different Trinkets here with these Cyclones.
Big swap on Lone Star. He's in bear form, so he's going to be a bit beefy here. He's got Barkskin, Frenzied Regeneration. Staying next to the Warrior for a bash. He actually re-stealths a Shadow Melt to stun the Warrior out of that to hold the Warrior at bay. Now they get a Fell Eruption. They could swap. Oh, is Novoise going to die through Astral Shift? It's a lot of damage right now. Lay on Hands actually coming up in about 25 seconds. Can he actually... I've never seen two Lay on Hands in one game, I don't think, from a Paladin, or at least very rarely. But Hetsuki using that really early on actually is going to let him use it twice, but they're just getting shredded. Avenging Crusaders rolling. They force Enrage regen. They got every defensive cooldown from nap time there from the damage dealers, basically. And now Fuston gets swapped too. As long as he's cautious here, he's just going to trade Blind, or trade Blair. I think that's wise. His Druid's in crowd control. Just stay ahead of the damage. Don't let the heal over time effects fall too far behind. Hex on Novoise is going to be really disruptive. There's no way to remove it on their team. And now Hetsuki into a Cyclone. Lone Star's getting aggressive. Are they going to be able to punish him for this aggression, or is he going to get away with it and they just run away with this match? Damage is trading still decently even between the teams. Fuston low. Trinket, Shadow Melt Darkness there. Does he go down through it? Iron Bark's up. And I do think this pressure on Fuston is the opening. It's, I think, a Fuston Lone Star angle right now for nap time.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. But right now, Andre needs to be careful. Zeepai needs to be careful as well. Lontar going for that Cyclone is going to cost Zeepai his burrow right there. And Zeepai is also kind of running low on defensive cooldowns here. Basically nothing left in his back pocket. They could do it here on the side of nap time, but they're going to have to act quickly here. Hitsuki's running out of mana. Lontar fake casts the Rebuke right there, and there's the full Cyclone. Ancient of Lore coming out. They're going after Fuston here. They wanted to get that Hammer of Justice into the stun there onto Fuston. Look for that opening, but Fuston's still has Trinket, and it's going to be no voice on the back foot. I think they may have done it here on the side of CHIBAKU. If they can just hold on for a little bit longer, Lontar pre-bear forms the stun right there as well. Zipa's doing a phenomenal job kiting away from Andre, but if Andre can't connect to his target, this could be lights out here. They don't have too many defensive cooldowns. No Iron Bark available. Lontar's in a full Cyclone or a full CC right there, but he's actually going for a CC of his own onto Hitsuki. It's back and forth. Andre could fall. It's so confused, and actually he's going to Trinket out of that one stun right there and get aggressive back onto the Warrior. Warrior dropping to about 50% HP. Hitsuki with no mana left. The main stun connects. They're trying to finish the game onto Andre. He's going to Blade Storm away for safety and try to return the pressure back onto Zipai. And Zipai could just fall right now. Double stun. And Andre manages to connect to his target there and take it down. And that was with the last bit of mana. Hitsuki is completely tapped out in terms of mana. And nap time is going to take us to game number 5.
Okay, nap time. Okay. No, we aren't going to sleep on you. We're going to game number 5 against CHIBAKU TENSEI. It's a close call, though. These small maps, they're like pulling it off on their last leg with nothing left. And now they're going to have to win on CHIBAKU TENSEI's turf. And we know we're going to a big map. We're going the distance here. Game number 5, best way to start the series. We got Runes of Lordaeron, and it's not going to be a fitting final resting place for them because they won. So nap time, stay in it. Can they manage to do it here and win a swing match? That Paladin mana is looking more and more like the big issue for them if this game goes the distance.
Yeah, you can't really be caught sleeping right now in nap time. These guys have leveled up in a big way here, taking CHIBAKU TENSEI to game number 5. Not something that we expected to see. Actually, none of us. Yeah, you guys all predicted 3-1s. I predicted a 3-0 for CHIBAKU, but nap time coming to play here, doing a phenomenal job with their Thundercleave. And they found that big win condition there at the end onto Zipai and managed to get the Blade Storm reversal. And I feel like it's almost a bait going after Andre. Andre just kind of returning the fire, getting multiple targets hit with his Blade Storm. And then Zipai playing very defensively because he had no cooldowns left to trade. And then Andre was able to finally connect back to the target. We are going to Tiger's Peak here for game number 5.
Interesting. So it's a more neutral map. I don't think it's like an edge, honestly, for either side, which could be an opening for nap time. And I will say, you know, despite what their name might lead you to believe, their series is certainly not a snooze fest here. Moving into game 5, I'm really excited to see how this is going to conclude because I was slowly starting to count them out. Like, I don't know, man. It feels like CHIBAKU, they're just on fire. Like, Lontar on this Druid looks really cozy, getting a bunch of clones, getting really aggressive, has really good reads, really good fakes. I feel like he's faked so many kicks. And even despite that, nap time are getting wins against them. So no, we cannot count them out. They're going to have to give them the full respect and authority that their roster has. And they're locking in the same compositions. We're going to conclude this series the same way it's been the entire time through, that Demon Hunter, Elemental Shaman, Resto Druid. And should we have changed our prediction? Because I think now none of us are right. As far as perfect predictions, none of us are right. This one actually went the distance.
Yeah, didn't expect that. I'm just happy that they won that last game because it means we get to see these teams go at it again because they are kind of similar in a lot of ways. You know, they're both kind of LA Shaman based teams. And we haven't seen too many LA Shamans in the open bracket. There's been a lot of Rogue Mage, been a lot of Feral compositions, you know, some Feral Shadow Priest and things like that. We have seen a decent amount of Hunters as well. So it's cool to see, you know, these LA Shamans in top 8, duking it out. And we're, yeah, all of us are wrong. And that's the other thing, right? Like, once they lost that second game, I knew that my perfect prediction is not going to happen. So the only thing I can do is like hate watch and hope that they,
that we're all wrong.
You guys also get, yeah, that we're all wrong.
Take everyone down with you.
I'm happy to see that.
Going down, drag the rest of us down too. Like, you're coming with me if I'm going down here in the first series. We might all be wrong. Maybe nap time proved the entire region wrong, considering the legendary status that CHIBAKU TENSEI has as far as players on this roster. I mean, imagine coming into your first AWC as no voice and beating Zipai. Like that, you're beating the Dawn. You're beating you're beating the head honcho, Ellie Shaman, for such a long time in this region, spanning so many expansions. Like, that is going to be a big statement for nap time if they can pull this off, and they're going to need a lot of support because it is a tough matchup, it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. But I feel like this map is not that bad for them. It's, you know, it's not that huge in terms of what we saw on Tolvir, because I feel like if you're Chibaku Tensei, you almost want to go to like Maldraxxus or something and just completely dampen this matchup on mana. But going to Tiger's Peak, I feel like gives Naptime actually an opportunity here. It might be throwing away the series with that, but we'll see. We are live here in game number 5. It's 2-2, so that scoreboard is probably not updated on the side of Naptime. And whoever loses here is going to be out of the tournament. We're already seeing some damage actually onto Hitsuki, so they're going after the Paladin a little bit more in the matchup. But look at Lontar taking a lot of damage here. Is he out of form too? No, he is in bear form. Such a good read on the game. That would have been his trinket for sure, but only having to trade the bark skin on that swap.
Oh, and the Paladin still taking a little bit of damage here from Zeepai. He's lobbing out Lava Burst for anybody. He sees Hitsuki being aggressive, pushing towards Lontar, and he's starting to poke him a bit with Lava Bursts and pressure him away. No Voice in a bit of trouble here. Hitsuki's charging in again. Reckless Abandon on match point, looking to try and close this out. They catch a blinding light on Lontar. They're pressuring Zeepai. He astral shifts, anticipating the attack right before the Storm Bolt. That was a nice read by Zeepai. Reduces a lot of damage. They imprison the Warrior on his recklessness. Really good control from Fuston to take the Warrior out at this time. And he also can't connect on Lontar during the stun, so it was really good imprison from Fuston. We're going back to exchanging damage in the midfield while the Paladin's waiting for that Hammer of Justice, and Lontar's trying to fake interrupts. He gets a fake there. He gets a clone. Andre the Butcher is getting slaughtered right now, almost going down, trading the enraged regen. Blade storming over, looking to reconnect, getting on Zeepai. Sees an opening with no astral shift. Can he stick on his target?
Is the question right now. The Butcher is trying to stack up those Slaughterhouse stacks and get some work done here onto the Ellie Shaman, and so far it's looking good, but Lontar is deflecting it with the Tree of Life, but now caught up in a Hammer of Justice. They kind of wanted to swap there. Actually, it doesn't look like it. They're just going to keep going after Zeepai, get Zeepai's trinket in that exchange, as well as the Stone Bulwark Totem. Andre taking a lot of damage here as well. They're swapping over on to Fuston here for just a moment, and Hitsuki looking for some heals there in the backline, but catches a wind shear there. Nicely done by Zeepai as they reconnect now onto No Voice. No Voice is getting ready to deal with this damage, and look at Lontar immediately going for that Rake Stun, looking for the Cyclone potentially as well, but not able to find it here. Doesn't want to fall too far behind on the healing. They're actually swapping to Lontar in the Hammer of Justice. Trades out the Iron Bark as well as the Bark Skin here, so big defensive cooldowns being traded here from Lontar. If they could swap to him again in the next Hammer of Justice, that could potentially be his trinket as well.
Oh, Zeepai gust of winds onto the balcony, and Andre is trying to figure out how he's going to get up there. He's not going to. He just switches to the Druid. Charge pummel on the clone. Lava Burst fly through the sky there as Andre is pushing in. Reckless Abandon, staying on target, but he gets knocked off the balcony. Zeepai is abusing this balcony. This is why they picked Tiger's Peak. They wanted the Shaman to abuse this balcony with Thunderstorm and Gust of Wind. And now he's going to jump to the bottom because he can just Gust of Wind back to the top if he needs to here in the next couple of seconds. He's staying on the bottom. There's a Gust of Wind. Zeepai just jumps right back up onto the balcony. So this was really heads-up play from the side of Chibaku Tensei with this map. When we were expecting a large map, the Z-axis, the Demon Hunter, can just double jump. So No Voice, if he wants to Gust of Wind, the Demon Hunter just double jumps over the balcony. The Warrior can't do that. So this is really nice strategy from Chibaku.
Yeah, okay, I can see why they picked this map now. That is very, very cool to see from Zeepai. And yeah, the Demon Hunter having that extra mobility is definitely nice, because if No Voice tries to do the same thing, it's not going to work out. No Voice taking so much damage here that Hitsuki manages to deflect the attack for a little bit. Nice Hex coming out there onto No Voice, pausing the incoming damage there for a second as well. Lontar sitting through a Fear in the meantime. No Voice still not feeling too safe in this position. There's the in-cap roar coming out. Lontar getting swapped to on the Cyclone. He has to trinket, trading out the Iron Bark there as well. Getting punished finally for his aggressor, but No Voice could just fall right here, and now taking so much damage, but somehow, some way, Hitsuki's keeping her alive, and now the bubble coming out there as well. No Voice might just die through the bubble. Lightning Lasso Fuston is going to be able to take her down, and that is going to be Chibaku Tensei taking game number 5, thanks to that ZY axis strategy that they implemented here. Very, very interesting to see what these teams with the LA Shamas are able to do here, and so far an explosive first series.
Andre's not giving up, and Fuston's just like, full respect, nether walk. I'm not going to get randomly global by the Warrior there for a second. They really wanted to keep playing it out. You can't blame them. You know, it's never over till it's over, especially when you're on match point, right? Maybe they start celebrating a little bit too early. That's happened to some of the best players in any esport. They start celebrating a little too early, and it costs them the game. So Andre plays it out. It's not enough. No Voice will fall, and Chibaku Tensei say night-night to nap time as they are sent out of the tournament. I would say it was still an impressive debut for them, taking games off Zeepai,
100%.
keeping up with him on the DPS meter. I feel like this is a really good start for them as far as this season is concerned. But it's also only 3 cups this season, which means that every cup is counting a lot more significantly. So they got to come into cup number 2 as stronger than this next time around. And we can see those closing moments, which was basically just overwhelming damage from CHIBAKU. And there's those jumps, gust of wind, get to the high ground. Obi-Wan Kenobi, Zeepai just having complete control of the fight here with this map selection, and that was really heads up. And I wonder if there's going to be more cheeky map selection like this, maybe like a Crucible of Carnage, the new map, because you can do that. You can do that on the new map. I wonder if a few classes like Demon Hunter with double jump, if they could manage to utilize that at all like this.
Yeah, it could be a way to punish some of the meta comps as well. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like playing Arcane Mage on the Crucible of Carnage. I feel like I have nowhere to go. I feel like I'm just always taking damage. People are always line of sighting me. So that could definitely be on the menu for some of these teams, especially in NA. We saw Cubsy bringing out the Arcane Mage as well. So there is gonna be some classes that can definitely punish on that map. And usually teams in competitive take a second before they lock them in, but I wonder if somebody has figured something out for that. We'll see.
Yeah, I do love me some pocket pick maps that cater well to sort of interesting situations and seeing what the players can do with that. So looking forward to it. But in the meantime, unfortunately, that is the end of the road here for nap time. But like you guys got already covered, that is a new team, and the fact that they got this far in the top 8 and were able to kind of hold their own against a team like CHIBAKU TENSEI, I think bodes very well for them. So I do hope that we see them return once again for next week, because they're going to walk away with like some minor points as well. So that will be nice for them. But I mean, as far as like returning next weekend, if we do see them, Supatis, what do you want to see nap time implement?
I mean, it kind of depends on a lot of variables, right? Like if there's any class changes, we don't know. But I definitely think it's kind of sad because he's played a lot of Paladin last season and they were toting him as like becoming one of the best Paladins in the region, but it kind of feels like Paladin is falling a little bit out of the meta, especially on the mana regard. So possibly being able to flex onto something like a Holy Priest, if it was, current class changes in mind, could likely be a huge advantage for them.
Yeah, for sure. Well, here is a look at the bracket. Of course, as you can see, we're going to be heading into StreamerZone.gg next versus Dear Mama. This is a team, StreamerZone.gg, if you looked at our power rankings, that we couldn't quite figure out where we wanted to put them and how they were going to do. I feel like this is a team that, they're kind of known as jungle. They've also switched up their roster just a little bit. And it's a team that I feel like we don't really know how they're going to perform, Zico, until we actually see them. They take that jungle and it's what they can do with it that sort of matters in the end.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like when it comes to Tony Farrell and Kasu, that is just such a strong duo that as long as they get some solid third and fourth players, they're always going to be able to perform. So I'm expecting them to do well. They picked up Limps as well, who has been somebody who's been doing very, very well as well over on CHIBAKU last year. So I think that this is a strong roster. I think losing Relza and Tessia, it's going to hurt them a little bit, but I think that the replacements that they got for those two players are also still very strong. And all I can say about Dear Mama is that she's appreciated.
It certainly is. All right, well, Dear Mama looking to prove all of us wrong as we head into this next series. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it is that lower series coming up next, StreamerZone.gg versus Dear Mama. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're in the lower bracket. If you're just now tuning in, CHIBAKU TENSEI did take that last victory 3-2 versus Nap Time. So they did put up a pretty solid fight, especially when you looked at the predictions that we had here on the casting desk. Dear Mama looking to do the same as well, because this is their last chance to stay in the top 8. They are facing elimination. Ven, how do you think this team is going to do against Streamer Zone GG? What sort of a chance do they have?
I think they've got a good shot. I mean, Streamer Zone, to me, this is it's a really strong roster, but I don't want to say they're necessarily weaker, but they definitely lost some heavy hitters on their side. So I'm curious to see how some of the new players are going to do, and how they kind of mesh together, what their synergy is going to be like. As for me, Streamer Zone is a little bit of a wild card right now. They definitely have a ton of potential to live up to their past glory, but I'll have to wait and see how they end up doing. Dear Mama, this is a team, I believe they play Windwalker Mage Priest as well as Rogue Mage Priest. So they definitely have the compositions. It's Eridos, Pacifier, Nala, and Scrub X. Got a lot of ladder as well as some tournament play. So I think these teams will be quite evenly matched in this one. I'm expecting a very back and forth series.
What is this note? Dear Mama, over at Nala's house to play WoW. If Eridos and Pacifier come over, can you tell them where I am? Be back when we win. Love Scrub X.
I like that. This is my favorite.
It's cute.
Favorite
team logo.
That's amazing.
My favorite
team logo. I do think we're kind of sleeping on Dear Mama a little bit, like on our power rankings. I feel like they were pretty close to the bottom, but they were the one team in our top 5 as well that had an insane play against Gelu. Like they knocked Gelu out. And Gelu used to be on Streamer Zone. He used to be one of the top level mages, and I feel like Pacifier was actually a really big playmaker on that roster. So in reality, we all agreed that they're probably like 7th on power rankings, but this is their series to prove us all wrong, and we almost got proven wrong in that last series. So I'm not feeling too comfortable.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know if we've actually looked at the predictions that we had for this individual series. I feel like Streamer Zone definitely is favored in this, but I'm curious as to, kind of how it weighs. And also chat, there should be a prediction going out as well with chat. But Streamer Zone GG, I feel like they're always a bit of a toss-up, bit of a gamble. And, they've had some highs and they've certainly had some lows. So it is going to be Dear Mama that is looking to shake up that meta just a little bit. Super Tease. What is the Super Tease prediction? Oh, wow. Whoa, Super Tease.
I did give him a little more credit.
No, after you've explained it, I kind of agree. I think we're underestimating Dear Mama, Sid.
Not enough to fully commit, though, so,
Oh, they have I don't know, man. They've got the Mage Priest combos. They've got the style plays, the finesse. Like, Echo already lost to the Mage Priest compositions we saw against Echo. So, like, they've got the formula and they got the moves. I think they might be able to do it.
Was it Pacifier on the team with the boys that won like the first cup back in like BFA or something like that?
I do recognize the name Pacifier. At one point I thought it was Pacifier QT or something at some point when players were naming themselves with XX after their name or QT after their name and stuff. Like
good times.
I do recognize that name from that era, so it is possible. He's making a resurgence here with Nala, and they are running the same comp that Echo used to beat Streamer Zone. So what if Streamer Zone brought to the competition here to dodge being knocked out of the first cup?
Yeah, well, I wanted to say the one thing I like for Streamer Zone is I feel like they had a bunch of close calls on Raikou in the open bracket. So Pacifier and Scrub X as well as Nala, they're going to have to play a great game of defense because Tony and Kasu playing the Hunter Pharaoh, it is no joke, and I expect Pacifier to be under a lot of pressure in this match.
All right, both teams in stealth. Nala dodging the flare. Pacifier trying to use Blizzard to knock someone out, but no one's got knocked out of stealth just yet. It would be really good if Nala can get like a sap on the Feral Druid and take away that first rake stun. So they're playing it really conservatively here and just spamming area of effect spells like Blizzard. They get combat, so there's going to be no sap, actually. And the Feral Druid's coming in hot. They're going to open up on the Hunter. And it's all about the Rogue controlling the Hunter. Dismantle it right here and Kidney Shot. But he kind of sends it a little bit early. It's not the true shot. So if I was Kasu, I feel like he's got an opening right here for a couple of seconds while he's on stun diminishing return. He bombs the Angel to prevent him from healing to a line of sight. He's just going to divine him, though. Not a huge end of the world play there. But I actually wonder if a reverse smoke bomb could be good against like that Druid Tree of Life form in the future.
Yeah, it looks really interesting. Full blind now onto Lynette. Kasu under fire, but Pacifier needs to be very careful. Scrubback's just going to immediately go into the Angel form and just free heal with those flash heals keeping his mage nice and healthy. Casu gets grip back to the pillar, but big rapid fire aim shots coming in. I mean, if those crit, Pacifier can fall down really quickly. Gets interrupted on the ice wall. They're trying to make a swap. Casu's getting lower and lower, but Pacifier just getting chunked by those aim shots. Has to retreat to the pillar.
Tony typhoons for a freezing trap. That was crazy teamwork right there. Scrub was behind the pillar, so Tony knocks him in the open. Casu lands the freezing trap. Unfortunately, they can't capitalize too much on it, and now Lynette's in a polymorph. Casu's on the run once again. They're stacking on the priest to try and break it with AoE, but it's not enough. Fortunately, Lynette does connect heals in time. Casu recovers. They cyclone the rogue so they can push in and start getting aggressive. Volley's not getting big pressure here. And Pacifier, he knows what he needs to do. Sit behind this pillar and avoid aim shot at all costs.
Yeah, their big moment in the match is going to be Icy Veins, but similarly, that True Shot aura for Casu is quite deadly. So both teams have very strong offensive cooldowns. Great setup here right now. Ray of Hope's going to connect to Pacifier. That should be more than enough to keep him alive. Tony Cyclones it. Beautifully done. He's not going to get that heal. I love that Cyclone. Switches it on to Scrubx. That was just so nicely done. Streamer Zone looking to push for a first block. Pacifier doing what he can, but oh no, that ice block. That was, I don't think that was necessarily needed, but sometimes it's better to be safe than sorry, and this is the Icy Veins from Pacifier looking to get aggressive.
Yeah, with a blind, if they don't get the medallion from Lynette, and they need to get more crowd control, he can't get there. He's using Gouge on the Hunter, Dismantle on the Hunter. Lynette's just staying at the pillar. We see Pacifier blinking in aggressively, trying to find some crowd control, but Tony's there to meet him. Alter time not available. Pacifier's low health. One aim shot. One proc. Is Pacifier going to fall? He's trading. He's playing a risky gamble. Ice Wall on the Angel form. Is he going to be able to capitalize? Casu's in a great spot to just get around the corner in line of sight. Nice Cyclone on the Mage during the Ice Wall. Lynette grapples over, gets a cheap shot. Tony's still trying to build momentum and keep leads on the Mage, but Lynette's into a polymorph, and Pacifier feels comfortable. Scrubx is moving in. They fake the kick. They get the double Psychic Scream. Nice play from Scrubx, and Casu, is he going to go down? Big heal comes through in the nick of time. Lynette had to use some crowd control breakers there. He's going to be able to pick him back up, though, pretty quickly. As Pacifier's trying to pull out of this, he's kind of, he gets gripped into the middle of the map. That is a dangerous spot to be.
Stun into a stun. Scrubx is just going to be trading out that life swap, that void shift, to keep Pacifier in the fight and hold on to that last ice block, which is very precious at this point of the game. But Casu still has quite a bit of damage available, and anytime Pacifier's in the open, he's just going to be getting shot down by that marksmanship Hunter. One of the best things in the game at taking down a mage, but Casu is forced into the turtle. He just has Nala and Pacifier all over him, just being so annoying with stuns and dismantles and lots of pressure. Scrubx now into a full trap. Pacifier, this could easily be the second ice block. He's silenced up. Oh, he's in trouble. Ray of Hope does connect. Scrubx doing what he can to keep him alive. A Cyclone once again. Tony, MVP with these Cyclones. And surely Pacifier will ice block. No, he will not. JK. He goes down. Tony setting that up. I mean, first, we got to get a highlight of that one. That was a beautiful play by Tony.
I think you're jinxing Pacifier, dude. It's your first cast in the AWC for 2025. First time we see Pacifier in 2025. He dies without blocking. I don't know,
put that
man.
on
There's too many things going on at the same time right now. I don't know.
It's a lot of pressure, though. I did mention at the beginning of the game, like I know you've been playing a little bit of Mage yourself, Sid. Hunters. Mages are tanky, but sometimes a marksmanship hunter, they can just kill you instantaneously. So you really have to be careful. Anytime you're in the open, you're basically having a bad exchange. So this is one of the few compositions that can really pressure a mage in this matchup, and Pacifier has to be ready for it. Unfortunately, in this one, I mean, I feel like they just got kind of owned by these offensive Cyclones of Tony.
We need to clip this, dude. We need to clip this. This is a highlight reel for Tony. Like, they get him vortexed here around the corner, so he can't move, and they silence him. And then Tony's like, I know you're going to recover, so I'm going to clone you. And he fakes the kick. He fakes the kick, and he clones him to prevent the recovery. And he switches it to the priest, and he times it with the rapid fire before they can blind the hunter. Like, that was definitely like,
that's going in a montage.
That was a good play. That was a really good play. I mean, his first game of the season. And considering they kind of got brutalized by Echo, right? That can sometimes ruin your morale if you're getting bullied around by a comp like Rogue Mage Priest, which we've seen a lot of, right? It's a strong comp at the moment. So they're not getting defeated. They're not letting that bring their morale down, and they're just out-styling their opponents here in Game 1.
Yeah, their jungle cleave, you can really never count them out. Streamer Zone really showing why they are such a solid contender. I mean, Tony on that Feral Druid, Tony Feral, he has been just, one of the best Feral Druids in the entire world for such a long period of time. If you're a Feral Druid player, this is going to be the guy you're going to be looking to cheer on, especially, this Jungle Cleave in particular. Not the most popular composition, but they always seem to make it work. and are very consistent with it. Dear Mama now 1 point down. They're just going to be locking in the same thing. And honestly, for me, we're still in the lower bracket, right? This is a lower bracket match. Streamer Zone versus Dear Mama. Basically, with what's in the upper bracket, Streamer Zone is just going to be fighting RMP for the rest of the day, the rest of the tournament. It's going to be this exact matchup pretty much is what I would expect. So they really have to dial in and lock in. And if they can refine their strategy, it's like the way I see it is you either have to be the best comp or be the comp that beats the best comp. And maybe Streamer Zone can do it.
Yeah, and I mean, half their team abandoned them. You know, with Tessia and Relza, they're like, we can't beat them. We're gonna join them. So they've abandoned their team and they're trying to join the dark side of the Rogue Mage Priest composition. Whereas StreamerZone.gg, they're sticking to their guns. They are staying on that composition. They're gonna try and find a way to overcome it and not succumb to the Rogue Mage menace here in the first cup. And they've got a really good stylistic play here in map number 1. And I guess another advantage of everyone else being RMP and you being jungle is that you get a lot of practice into RMP, and not a lot of people get practice into you, so you're going to get to figure out the matchup a lot faster, and perhaps that's going to accelerate StreamerZone.gg into a position where they shift other teams into different comps if they can manage to adapt and overcome.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. I'm here for it. StreamerZone.gg looking good in that game number 1, but there was a few close calls. I like what Dear Mama, I mean, we've talked about Dear Mama, some of the things I liked. I think they had some really good ice walls. The smoke bomb from Nala on the angel form of Lanat to deny those heals. I think that was an interesting play I really haven't seen too much of. So, Dear Mama, they did a good job. The one thing, obviously, that didn't work out for them is I think both ice blocks, the one ice block he didn't use, and then actually the first ice block he did use wasn't really necessary. So I think if Dear Mama cleans it up a little bit, they definitely have the tools to win this match.
Frozen Orb just trying to grab someone out of stealth here, but Cassio and Tony are on the outskirts. They're not going to get found. Hunter's Mark is up. They're moving fast this time, it looks like. Freezing Trap. Oh, but that Dragon's Breath on Tony. Nice shutdown by Pacifier. Tony got taken out of the fight there. Nala's in a scatter. Cassio setting up aim shots. He blinked through the aim shot. That's a really risky maneuver to make. You time your blink right when aim shot finishes, and then you blink through the Hunter before he can turn his character around so the shot doesn't go off.
Big rapid fires coming in. There's a lot of damage potential, but he gets dismantled on it. Big stun here on Pacifier. Tony looking for a Cyclone. Manages to find it on that Guardian Angel. Well done. Cast Ice on Tony. They're looking for a setup. They're going after Casu. Right now, Scrubx is into a full trap. Both teams landing crowd control. Both teams looking for a setup. It is a race between the Mage and the Hunter. Casu's cheap shot. Grip back to the pillar. Beautiful grip there by Lynette on that smoke bomb. Nolly going to be losing a ton of value on that cooldown.
All right, nice Cyclones here. Oh, but a Polymorph on Lynette. Pacifier, free casting Frostfire bolts, ramping up damage. Scrubx in position here. Is he going to fear? He fears out of the cheap shot. Kidney shot the Priest. Really good crowd control from Dear Mama right now. Another Dragon's Breath out onto Lynette. Casu's critically low. They fortunately do not overlap here. So they're going to hold on to that aspect of the turtle. Now they've got a freezing trap. Pacifier Q is getting blasted. He's got to block right away. But they're chaining it into a Cyclone. If Tony can get maybe 3 Cyclones here, it could still be dicey. Is he going to time an aim shot at the end of this ice block? He's got a scatter shot. He's not going to go for it. Scrubx is lining up some Holy Fires, and Holy Fire got buffed a lot. Holy Fire can do a lot of damage. Too bad it got sheeped off. He's a little bit sad about losing his Holy Fire dot there. Lynette into a Chastise stun around the corner. Double DB, double ring, double fear. Nice little setup, but instantly dispelled. Pacifier's chasing down Lynette, trying to get a Polymorph. Is he going to find it? Doesn't look like he's able to find it at the moment here, and aim shots are coming in quick. He does finally get the Polymorph. Casso could be in trouble, and Pacifier's picking these moments to get aggressive, realizing he's not going to be able to play entirely passive and win this. He's got to pick his moments, but Casso's defense is so good. The communication on Streamer Zone must be just top-notch to not overlap in a lot of these situations.
And that's what you really need. You can't have those defensive cooldown overlaps on both sides. That is just a complete disaster. Ray of Hope is going to be landing once again. Tony's going to be looking to find a Cyclone. Cassie might just go down, though, into a cheap shot. Full Polymorph lands on Lynette, and this could be the aspect of the turtle. Ice Ball comes in. Cassie can't mess around. He goes for the Feigned Death. And going for aim shots. He's so greedy. Oh, my goodness. That could have... I mean, the greed is good in this situation, but that was a very close call on Casu.
Oh, Cyclone on Nala. Casso has True Shot. If he gets an aim shot here, he gets a rapid fire. He's spamming Polymorph on the Hunter. I think he has to. Oh, no, he got stunned. Is he going to get an aim shot? Pacifier blinks through the aim shot again. Trying to take that risky gamble. Rapid fire gets kidney shot. Nala's doing a good job. Pacifier fakes an interrupt. Cheap shot on the healer. Pacifier blinks over. Full polymorph, no trinket. Casu needs to
ring.
get ready. He's isolated right now. This is an excellent setup by the side of Dear Mama. They sap off the polymorph. Do they have more crowd control? Killing spree comes through. Casu turtles it and trades it effectively. And now when we look at defense, Streamer Zone basically have nothing. And they're actually doing a lot of damage just randomly here on Tony. Really keeping Streamer Zone on their toes. Whereas Pacifier, he's still up 1 ice block. They still have Guardian Spirit. So at the moment, as Casu, you have a tough decision. Do you stay in the middle and keep trying to stay aggressive and risk your life here in game number 2? Or do you try and pull away? Kidney Shot engages the fight here. Can Pacifier get there? He gets a Dragon's Breath around the corner. Polymorph, he lands it. Cheap Shot comes in. Casu Trinket Feign Death. Now Nala in trouble. Out of nowhere. A Hail Mary swap onto the Rogue, and they catch him and blast him. StreamerZone.gg completely flipped that moment on its head. Dear Mama, we're thinking they have the game in the bag. We just need to get one more polymorph. We're going to take this Hunter out. And StreamerZone.gg saw an opening, and they just took it there onto Nala.
This is something that I feel like is really worth talking about, and I think it's one of the things that separates the good teams from the great teams. And a lot of the good teams, they'll go into a game with a strategy, and they'll kind of just stick to it very rigidly. You know, they'll have their target, you know, they'll have who they want to crowd control. But what a great team does is they'll look for these kind of openings. They don't hit the Rogue the entire game, but he plays it a little bit greedy with his evasion, plays it greedy with his Cloak of Shadows, plays it greedy with his vanishes and his trinket. Nala just trying to create pressure for his team with his defensive cooldowns because he's not the target. But they realize this Rogue has nothing. Like, we can just go after him. We can take him down. This is an amazing swap by Streamer Zone, really just flipping the script and taking advantage of the situation.
Yep, really good opportunists here. And it was really Casu's Medallion coming up and being available and realizing that, like, hey, we can actually make them think they're about to win and then flip it on their head at the last second and close it out. So it was a nice little bait. You know, when you are weak, appear strong. When you are strong, appear weak. And so it worked for them in the mind games here in game number 2. And now they're on match point. They're looking more and more confident. They've got a lot of stylistic plays. They got good damage output. I really like the Vortex usage from Tony as well, which we haven't talked about, which is an ability that pins a target. If they try and blink, they get pulled back. And using that Vortex to hold the mage in place for the hunter. That type of teamwork is something that's super important, because otherwise a mage is just slipping away from every single aim shot. So it seems like StreamerZone.gg, despite being abandoned by Tessia and Relza, have formed a really good substitute roster here in this first round of the tournament.
I mean, Casu and Tony, they're just a duo, though. Like, they're, you know, I think that's a really good base for a team, and that's why these guys still can call themselves StreamerZone.gg, because the foundation is definitely strong with this roster. Lynette, I think I've been very impressed with him so far. So happy to see him join, you know, Casu and Tony and be able to pull off some wins here in the lower bracket. Keep in mind, this is an elimination series. Dear Mama, they're one away from being sent out of the tournament, but honestly, a great start. This year is just so competitive. Even making it into the top 8 is quite impressive. Like, if you actually do make it to a Friday, Saturday broadcast in either region, it is very impressive, and it means you're probably pretty good at this game. So Dear Mama looking good. They're locking in the Rogue Mage Priest once again for kind of their last shot here.
All right, let's see if they can get her done. I think that Nala made some good adaptations as far as, you know, dismantle usage. I feel like in the first game, he kind of just sent his cooldowns to peel the hunter really early. It wasn't timing them around rapid fire, timing them around true shot, whereas this last game, he was stunned and died, so he couldn't do it. But other than that, I felt like he had really good control of the hunter for most of that match. So a larger map should give them more time to play around and react to the setups of Casu, have the priest play further back. Maybe they make some swaps as well to the Feral Druid at some points. I could see that being a win condition, because we haven't really seen, like, Smoke Bomb get a huge amount of value yet in this series.
I want to see more, like, gouge smoke bombs. I feel like that's one thing a lot of, like, I think it's a very safe play. Like, if you want to go on the hunter and do a smoke bomb play, you just gouge him. And gouge doesn't break on damage anymore, so you can actually still, like, pre-rupture. That's one of the changes we haven't seen play out. One of the changes specific to Season 2 here is some crowd controls, like gouge, as an example, don't break on just little ticks of damage. You actually need, like, a certain amount of damage to break the threshold. So you can do things like, you know, get the target lined up with a rupture, and then gouge, smoke bomb, shadow dance, and get the stun. And then there's no way. It's going to be way harder for the healer to predict, and it's also way harder for Casu to react to that situation. So I think I'd like to see the smoke bomb plays just a little bit cleaner from some of these rogues, and that might be able to, you know, force out some more cooldowns.
All right, here we go. It's match point. Dear Mama, are they going to be writing home a letter of defeat, asking to move back in with Mama? Are they going to be sent out of the tournament sent packing is the question here. I think they've got moves. They got plays. They were very impressive in the open bracket, but it seems like StreamerZone.gg, they've been training in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber against Echo. They've been getting the best practice you could get as a team into Rogue Mage Priest. So, dear mama, they're going to have to step it up here if they want to stay alive in the tournament. And there's only so many cups now. There's only 3 cups, so every single cup is way more important as far as earning points to qualify to the top 4 or to the gauntlet as well. So, a lot of pressure here for them. Blizzard down. No one's getting found out of stealth this time around. Are they going to start with a sap? I think they're going to hold back. They're in combat now. They're not going to get a sap. Tony might just open up here with Pacifier in the middle. They're going to go for Freezing Trap from stealth. Lynette, actually, they open on Lynette. Almost blast him out, but now Pacifier in trouble. Pops that ice barrier with that overpowered barrier talent. It's really important to time that at critical moments when the Hunter is blasting damage. Lynette pre-grips, anticipating a smoke bomb, but it looks like Nala's going to hold on to that. Dismantle now at the end of that stun chain. It's just really all about Nala controlling the Hunter and then not overextending, I guess, in the spot when he doesn't have a trinket, which is actually right now he doesn't have a medallion. Cheap shot. Pacifier gets polymorph. They're setting up on Kasu, but he's trading effectively. They may still need to trinket. Vortex is down. Pacifier trinkets the stun. Kasu's rapid firing through. Not finding enough damage. Cheap shot, smoke bomb. Big play on Kasu, and he almost goes out in a cheap shot as he trades at the last second to stay in it.
Yeah, nicely done there. Kasu gets the turtle off, so those defense cooldowns will trade, but they basically get everything. Kasu has nothing left. Luckily, Lynette still has some cooldowns to trade, so he's got the trinket, he's got the void shift if he needs it. Ask Pacifier right now, in a lot of trouble. Might have to go into the ice block. This maim stun, overpowered barrier will trade that really beefy shield, but they just shred through it with the full trap. Pacifier into the ice block, and all of a sudden, Streamer Zone is back in the game, but still, Kasu is quite vulnerable in this position.
Cyclone on the mage. Nice life grip pulling Kasu to the pillar here. Tony can get cyclones. He gets chastised into a fear probably. Double Dragon's Breath. Does he get the polymorph? He gets the polymorph. Kasu could be in trouble. Tony sits the fear. Is that going to end up being a mistake? Kasu gets blasted. Lynette's being greedy as Trinket Void Shift. He trades it out with the Desperate Prayer. Really nice move there, Lynette, by baiting Pacifier to stay in that long and then Void Shifting. And now they grip Pacifier away, but Pacifier's in the middle of the map. He's out in the open field here in this entrance area. So if Kasu can at all stabilize, he could blast, but he doesn't want to. He's staying at the pillar. He doesn't want to get caught in a stun out in the open. They're just cycloning mage, trying to slow down damage. They swap to Feral Druid as he's the only member they can attack. They managed to get his bark skin, but nothing major. Scattershot on the rogue, buying time. They need to buy 40 seconds. Kasu has Medallion in 40 seconds. Can they keep stalling? Pacifier's trying to move in. Power Infusion is up. They're going to make a play. Frost Nova with the Pet Nova to hold him in place. Big Shatter combo with the blind, but Pacifier's taking a lot of damage in exchange. He gets caught into a maim stun. Scrub manages to stabilize them, and it looks like he will recover. Nice cyclones from Tony, preventing damage on this push, and they're buying time. Every second is so important here. 20 seconds now for Kasu's Medallion. He's leaping over, but Scrub immunes the freezing trap with Angel Form. Really well timed there, but it's still going to be a block, I think. He's struggling to heal the damage. Kasu is posting up for aim shots. Ice Wall comes down. Line of sighting Lynette, but he's got Divine Hymn to heal around that wall, at least for a moment. And now Scrub's in a trap. Pacifier's in trouble. Will he drop? Kasu gets a rapid fire. Nala's not there. He's in a scatter shot. Aim shot. Is it going to crit? Any one of these aim shots could be game over if he's not careful. And he already died once without blocking.
Yeah, been there on that one. Pacifier, no! Definitely been there. Unlucky. But that's the problem when you're in the open. Like, if you have any experience on Mage, like I mentioned, you're quite tanky right now. But if there's one thing that just is super happy to hit a Mage, that is going to be a Marks Hunter. It is the Mage Slayer, and Pacifier ends up falling. There was a moment in this game, it's near the end, where Tony actually gets a nice Cyclone on Pacifier. Pacifier decides to trinket out of the Cyclone so he gets the Ray of Hope value, but doesn't really get any value. Like, it would have been better to save the trinket and just have the immunity of the Cyclone, because then you take no damage whatsoever. We'll see it here, and we'll see if it ended up mattering whatsoever, but I feel like it was basically a waste of the trinket, which is kind of a scary position to be in as a mage against a Marks Hunter Feral.
Okay. Yeah, I think they maybe just got a little overconfident, right? Like, they were so far ahead on setups. They had like a checkmate position. They're kind of eager to try and just get in and close the game out, but Tony and Kasu Lynette just made it so difficult to actually finish the game. And Tony with this fake kick as a clone on the rogue, switches clone. So this is where he trinkets, right? He could have just sat the clone. Yeah, he trinkets like right at the last second.
It's like he just immediately dead again, you know?
Yeah.
It would have been better to just be immune in a Cyclone while you're in a trap.
Yeah, I guess maybe he was afraid it was a clone on his healer. Like, I don't know if we play it again. Because if that's a clone on the healer, then it makes sense that he wants to kick it.
So sad. Look at his health. It's just a yo-yo. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Kasu just putting out devastating amounts of damage on that marksmanship hunter. And I mean, this is kind of one of the reasons why I gave the edge to Streamer Zone here, because even when they played against Echo, the games were really close. Like, yeah, Raikou was under a lot of pressure, and I mean, we all know Echo is just completely dialed in matchups like these, and they have a lot of experience against Streamer Zone, this kind of jungle RMP matchup, and those games were close. So if you're a lesser RMP than Echo, I think you're going to struggle with this team.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the teams that are trying to be the Mage Destroyers. They're both
That
in the
aim
lower
shot.
bracket. They're both in the lower bracket. What was it?
4.2 million.
That's not even big, dude. I got hit for a 6.5 last night.
That's so big, man. What are we talking about?
That's like average. That's not even.
Okay.
I mean, still.
4.2 mil is average. There's nothing.
Yeah, well, it's
that's
still
not a big
scary.
deal.
Damn. Am I good to move on, or do we want to keep tashing this out?
No, it's good. We're good.
All right. I mean, either way, it was Streamer Zone GG that did walk away with that victory. Dear Mama, that is going to be the end for them for this week, but hopefully we see them return to Cup number 2, because the standings are going to be real tough to get into. I mean, there's only 3 chances this time around, not 4. So these early stages in the AWC are absolutely crucial to get as high of a placement as you can, to get as high of points as you can to get into that gauntlet or the grand finals in May. So Streamer Zone GG, they're going to be moving on into the lower bracket. We're going to see them towards the end of the day, along with CHIBAKU TENSEI, and we are still determining who they will be playing against. We can look at the bracket and how it's kind of shaping up so far. And as we can see, we've got Overload versus Forged RMPCHKO coming up next after this break. Before we do head to the break, though, we have a new game that we're going to be playing on broadcast. I also enjoy games, and this one in particular I am very excited for. It is called Picture This, and we are going to be challenged to figure out the name based on the emojis that we're seeing. The production asked us to sort of translate some words into emojis, and we're going to try and guess them right here. You guys ready for the first one?
I am. I'm absolutely ready.
All right.
I actually. Oh, okay. Here we go. AWC personalities. Oh, this is. I already know immediately. I don't want
volcanoes and a sad cat. Who is a sad cat in the AWC?
I mean, can I just say it because I know
it's
it?
Tony.
Like, it's Tony. Bazooka, lava. Like, this is 100% Tony Farrell.
That's so
I want
good.
you guys to know I made this one. Okay, I made this one.
Oh.
So this
a
means
good
I'm
one.
good at the game. This means I'm good at
You're-
the game because you guys
You're
go.
very
"Oh,
good.
it's
You're very
It
good.
ruins the
Instantly do
game
that.
because you guys don't get to play the game very long. Maybe we should have let it
Also,
run for
I
the
like
chat.
how
No,
you
that
were
was
put-
very good.
We might have to.
Wait, can we
pretend
also
for a
just
little bit.
acknowledge that Sid was trying to bait us? He made this one. He just like,
Right.
I wonder what this one
wonder what
is.
this
It's like
could
leading
be.
us on.
I
What
don't-
is
I'm
that
trying
about?
To make the game interesting.
That's fair. That's fair.
AWC teams. Oh, is this the move? Because they're second.
I'll give you
All
a
the
hint.
time.
I made this one. I submitted this one.
Okay, so it's not the.
What is that? A
move.
planet or a globe?
What geography
world.
is that? It's
a world.
picture of NA though. NA
It's not. No,
You
just
gr-
it's a world. Just think of it as a world.
world second. Who got world second in the race to world first? Is it Echo?
Yeah.
Yes. It's not. No,
You
just
gr-
it's a world. Just think of it as a world.
World second. Who got world second in the race to world first? Is it Echo?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It is. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry,
okay.
it was a little toxic, but it felt.
I
I
mean,
didn't know how else to do it.
Good
Okay.
way to describe it, I guess. I mean, we got it.
Yeah.
It works. So.
Yeah.
Echo.
Echo.
All right. Here's the last one. Oh yeah, this is the one we got stuck on yesterday for the practice round. None of us know it.
Well, I made this one first
Oh,
of all.
okay.
No, this is the one. This is the one
Two
where we didn't
people
spoil it.
guessed
We don't
it
know
right.
what it
When-
is.
When we were practicing yesterday, 2 people got this one right, and it wasn't either of you. So,
Okay.
good luck. It is solvable. Let's just say that.
It is solvable. There's a net, there's a rain cloud, and there's a me. So who's
And to me,
why is there a bald guy?
I'm-
And
okay,
why
oh,
is
it's
there
a
walk you
net. Oh, so
It's a net.
wait,
It's a
is it like a
specialization.
bald
so just remember,
hunter
it's a
that we
specialization.
know?
So
It was a specialization.
it's a spec in the game.
Oh, a specialization.
So like mage, frost mage has blizzard, but I don't know why they're bald or have a net. So is it like a hunter maybe because they trap and it's a net? They trap in a net. So
Okay,
is it? Is it? What else has a net or a goal?
I'll explain the reasoning to you if you want. But you guys can go on for
Yes,
a little bit.
please.
Tell me when you tap
I need
out.
help.
Is the chat giving any hints? I want to like.
I actually wonder if the chat knows what it is.
What is
chat
with
even
the
trying?
bald thing?
Okay, I'm gonna explain it. Let me just explain it.
Okay.
So the cloud is like mist. Okay, the net is like weave. It's a weave, and
Oh
then the
my God,
last
that's a
one.
reach. That's a stretch. That's a stretch. That's a stretch. That's a stretch.
How does it
stretching
stretch?
this right
Two
now.
people got
You're
it.
stretching that so far. You're stretching this way too far.
That's
You're stretching-
wild. That's
You're
wild.
I bet
This
people in
way
chat
too
got
far.
it.
This is horrible. We're so toxic. Miss
Wait,
Weaver
why?
Monk. Okay. Dude, did you see what they did to Peekaboo? Or to Peekaboo? To Supatees?
I mean,
Made
I
him
don't think-
bald.
Hey, Peekaboo might be getting
He
that
is bald.
widow's. What is it called with the hair?
You
Where
said
it turns- the widow's peak. Is that
Receding?
what he might. I don't know. Peekaboo might be there one day. I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, luckily that is it for now. There's only 3 of them, but we might have more later, so more opportunities to make ourselves look bad some more. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, we're going to have some more gameplay up next. We're heading into the upper bracket is Overload versus Forged RMP. We'll stick around. Stick around. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in the upper bracket. It is now Overload versus Forged RMP. These are some new-ish teams. You know, some returning players, sort of newly formed rosters. Zico, do we want to give like a breakdown of maybe what we could be seeing as we take a look at the predictions that we had here on the casting desk?
I'm thinking we're gonna see RMP mirror most likely, but I had a chance to actually talk a little bit with Waz just about the meta in general, and he said that FMP is also really good into RMP. The Feral is always gonna pull ahead on damage. RMP is gonna pull ahead a little bit on setup, so it could go either way. So we might see an FMP versus an RMP as well with TJ Feral. So yeah, I think compositionally it's going to be some kind of mage priest melee.
Okay, all right, that's fair enough. All right, it looks like the predictions are going to be revealed shortly. Zico, you said that you knew the emoji game. You were offline and you were the only one that knew the emoji for the last one.
I was one of the two, yeah.
One of the two?
Me,
Wow.
me and Matt, the producer.
Very cool.
We figured that
Yeah,
out.
well, maybe we'll get you in the next
Mistweaver.
round. But speaking of predictions, we've got the predictions here for this series. Looks like we're a little bit split up. Also, Ven, Super Tees, you guys have the same one, 3-2 for this.
Yep, going in favor of Overload for this one. And I was just really impressed last season with JT in general. I feel like their whole roster is just stacked with all-stars. They got TJ Farrell, Oscar, Brunhilde, JT. I mean, you put a team together, you know, they are all experts at their class. And I feel like if they actually come together and have good synergy, they can go toe-to-toe with anyone, especially if it's going to be, you know, Rogue Mage Priest and Feral Mage Priest as the meta. This team is deadly.
Okay, all right. And then Zico on the other end, you're very much in favor of Forged RMP.
I'm a believer in the Forged RMP, but I don't know. It's hard. I think if it's a straight up RMP mirror, I'm giving it to the Forged RMP.
Okay.
I feel like they have a little bit more spice in them. I feel like they have a little bit better synergy. This is like all they're running more or less. So I feel like this is their, you know, this is it. Like if
Think so?
this is, yeah.
I feel like
think
a head-to-head
so.
on the Rogue Mage Priest, like JT versus Dakara. You're giving it to Dakara?
Probably to JT slightly.
Brunhilde, we're talking outlaw mirrors. We're Acro versus Brunhilde. You're going with Acro?
Yeah, I'm going with Acro.
Okay. You're supporting your boy. I get it.
No, I'm not supporting my boy. I'm objective here, okay? I am unbiased commentator here. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes,
and Mage,
we all
I don't
are,
know.
yes, yes.
I feel like Oscar is really good and P-Make is really good, but I would have to slightly go in favor of P-Make as well.
He's got that young man
I don't
reaction,
know.
right?
Yeah, he's got. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard. It's really hard to call. But I think RMP Mirror, I would put them slightly ahead. However, if TJ Farrell is in there, on the side of Overload, that's where I can see them getting a lead in the series.
Okay, why do you say that?
Depends. Because TJ Farrell last season, in my opinion, was the most impressive Feral Druid. He was gapping everyone on damage. It wasn't even close. Like he was like doubling the second best Ferals on damage.
right.
So I feel like going up against TJ Farrell and that kind of playstyle, that like very offensive playstyle that he has, is tough as a mage.
All right, well, let's see if they can do it. Game number 1 kicking off here in the upper bracket. It is Overload versus Forged RMP. We are split here on the casting desk in terms of who is gonna win this series. Looks like chat might be as well once that prediction goes up, but we're gonna find out very shortly. Game number 1 starting now.
What?
Whoa, you didn't expect this
What?
one. We got Forged RMP bringing a bit of a wild card here. It's going to be Swapsy on Feral. Now, this is like, when I look at this matchup, the fact that Swapsy's playing Feral Druid here makes me feel like they think Feral is better in the matchup. Swapsy is always the player that wants to get the edge in the matchup. He doesn't want to go for a mirror match. He'd rather be favored in the matchup. I mean, this is a direct quote from him. So we'll see. I mean, is Feral going to pull ahead against the Rogue Mage Priest?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't even know Swapsy's been practicing this Feral Druid, so that's it's interesting that he would be willing to even do an FMP mirror against TJ. So we'll see.
We got
It's
pulled.
gonna be Oh, we got Swapsy. Yeah, Swapsy's out of stealth here. Brunhilde's going to get an opener. Zap onto P-Make. Swapsy is going to go in immediately here. They're actually getting a cheap shot into a sheep onto the Kara, and they're going after P-Make here in this opener. Pretty bad opener for the Forged RMP so far. Full blind connects onto the Kara. Big damage connecting here onto P-Make. He's trying to hold on to his cooldowns. Ice Wall is not going to be able to get any work done in that position, and it looks like they are going to survive the opener here on the side of the FMP.
Oh, nice ice wall. That forces JT to get out of angel form, but he's going to immediately do so. No hesitation whatsoever. P-Make on the back foot right now. Oscar taking a huge hit of damage. Smoke bomb comes down. That's one of the tools Rogue has over Feral is that smoke bomb, but unfortunately they're not able to accomplish too much there. Oscar gets interrupted on a little bit of the back foot right now, taking some pressure. JT not in any crowd control, throwing out holy fires, and it might be P-Make that ends up falling. He needs to be very careful. Brunhilde and Oscar are just all over him right now. It's so back and forth on these mages here, Zico.
Yeah, and we can see Oscar now getting the shifting power out, resetting some of his cooldowns, taking actually a decent chunk of damage here. Swapsy looking for the Cyclones, and Swapsy is starting to get ahead here on the damage, even though he had a pretty bad opener. This is why the Feral Druid is very, very strong, and compared to the Rogue, you're going to have way more damage. But P-Make getting gripped here on the Smoke Bomb. Ring of Frost is going to connect from Oscar. P-Make could be forced into the Ice Block here, but he's trying to hold on to it for now. Half sheep coming out there as well onto the Kara. P-Make dropping very, very low in that position, but manages to hold on to the ice block. They force out the Kara's trinket instead in that exchange. So good push here coming out from Overload, and now Forged RMP need to find their footing here. They need to find some way to get back into the game here, because so far it's been all about Overload. Oscar is taking a little bit of damage there, dropping to about half HP. Swaps is going to try to reconnect, and Brunhilde once again looking to launch the next attack here, managing to go over to the Kara. I think he actually, there is the kidney shot finally landing. Ring of Frost gets interrupted there. Beautifully done there by the side of the Forged RMP, but the ring will connect and the ice block is forced.
Very interesting. Full blind now onto the Kara. P-Make in a little bit of trouble. He's going for a snowdrift play here on Brunhilde. Did he pre-feint it though? I think he did. That's one of the problems. Unless you kind of chain the snowdrift out of a Dragon's Breath, Brunhilde's going to be able to feint it and basically take no damage with a lot of new talents. Oscar getting hit right now, might be into his first ice block. He's got the overpowered barrier available if he needs it, and with no crowd control on JT, big frost wall is going to be dropped down here. Swapsy quickly moves into position to try to get in line ahead of his teammate. Oscar looking for polymorphs, unable to find it. Ice wall comes down. P-Make immediately gets counterspelled on it. Nicely done there by Oscar, slowing down that offense and not allowing P-Make to get too much going.
Yeah, P-Make now trying to stop the setup, but it is going to connect there once again onto the Kara. Half sheep is going to happen, and they are forced into angel form. Swapsy with Incarnation active wants to get aggressive here, but forced to just sit in bear form. So far, Swapsy really hasn't been doing that much more damage than the mage of Oscar, but he is pulling ahead a little bit here in terms of Brunhilde, actually pulling ahead quite a bit. And that is going to be the win condition here. The Kara with that big mana lead, but still cooldowns are not looking too good so far on the side of the Forged RMP. Overload still with both of these ice blocks left, kind of falling behind a little bit on the mage race. A nice snowdrift coming out there for P-Make. He's going to reset his cooldowns with the shifting power, and Brunhilde just trying to stay on target. Oscar is taking a lot of damage here. JT actually sitting down for a drink there behind the pillar, not going to be able to get too much mana. I think he may have gotten one tick there in that position. Ice wall coming out here for P-Make. They're pushing for the ice block, but doesn't look like they're going to be able to force it. Oscar on the right side of that ice wall now. Smoke bomb attempt coming out from Brunhilde onto P-Make, but they are going to be able to stop that attack with a nice cyclone there from Swapsy. Oscar looking for the sheep. The Kara once again is going to be able to duck away from that CC attempt. Now gets caught up in the kidney shot, but still no follow-up there. Thanks to Swapsy, just doing a great job cycloning the mage, cycloning the rogue, stopping their setups, and just keeping up the damage. But still, P-Make under some heavy fire here, and they do manage to snipe a sheep there. That's going to be the ice block for sure. P-Make could get Master Spell here as well, as they get the Master Spell right there, following it up with the Dragon's Breath. P-Make down to his last ice block there.
Oh no,
and
Oscar!
Now, what a huge counterattack onto Oscar is just going to take him down. He had everything.
Yeah, that is a nightmare. We'll have to see. He got interrupted, and I think he choked a little bit. I think he got interrupted. He had the greater invisibility available, I do think. So, Forged RMP, I'm not going to lie. The game was not looking good for them. Like, they were losing that game, but they barely managed to pull ahead with a beautiful final setup. And unfortunately, Oscar kind of fumbled there. We'll have to see exactly how it played out in the replay. Maybe I'm not noticing something, but I think what happened is Oscar got interrupted on Frost, and Unfortunately, didn't use the greater invisibility and just went down to a huge swell of damage there by Swapsy and PMake. But for Forge RMP, you're going to be happy to steal that one.
Yeah, I think it was PI Veins that came out there onto PMake, but yeah, he might have gotten interrupted there. So
greater invisibility is up in 3. So he gets kicked and he gets counterspelled on Frost. But this is like, this is where he needs to invis, you know?
Yeah. Definitely could have invis there. I mean, it's just a lot of damage as well, though, with the PI Veins, but still, he definitely could have just lived that with invis. He was casting Poly, so he was completely free casting there as well. Maybe he just didn't notice that it came back up. He like rotated back up like 2 seconds before that, so maybe he just didn't notice that it was back.
Yeah, it's just like that's one of the really interesting things about this meta and a matchup like this as well, is like sometimes the games do go on long, but the only reason they're going on long is because the teams are making good trades. Like if you're trading out your greater invisibility, your overpowered barriers, you know, all the cooldowns the priests have, like if you're making the trades, you will live. But if you don't, you kind of just instantly die. So damage is actually quite spiky right now, and the only way to kind of deal with that is by making the efficient defensive cooldown trades. If you don't, then you can get taken out really quick. And one of the reasons I mentioned it is just you can kind of fall into a false sense of security in matchups like this, where it's like, okay, I'm kind of fine, we're living. Oh, I'm dead, you know? And that was the moment that you had to really react and be on the point.
Yeah, no, it is a lot of damage to take into consideration, and that's why, you know, like when I queue up on ladder, my games are like 1 minute long, you know, but these guys are sometimes going the distance. We saw some of the games in the open bracket go to like 50-60% dampening, and that's just because you know, they're always like just on point, right? They're not overlapping anything. They're always you know, coordinating. When to get aggressive, when to go defensive, but they're gonna lock in the Feral Druid again on the side of the forged FMP, and Overload. I was gonna say, what are they going to do? Are they gonna bring in the Feral Druid of TJ, or they're gonna keep the Rogue of Brunhilde? And we have our answer. So it is interesting because, like you said, Swapsy is very much a player that would prefer to play bad and win, I think was the exact quote that he said at one point. He wants to have the comp advantage. Like, he doesn't want to go into a matchup where it's 50-50. Yeah. Whoever plays better wins. He wants to go into a matchup having the comp advantage. So I wonder why they're going with the FMP and Overload, having a way more experienced Feral Druid on their team, are still choosing the RMP.
Yeah, that was actually, we had a chance to walk around with Swapsy and ask him some questions while we were in Ohio. So kind of a cool experience. And that was one of the things he said that really stood out to me, at least, and apparently you as well, is like that idea that he wants to go into matchups where he can play bad and still win, which, I mean, it's smart, yep. Right? I mean, that's definitely ideal. And that's where a lot of the prep work comes in, a lot of that preparation. So Forge RMP, although I don't think the game was looking good, they still managed to pull off a win. Let's see if they can do it again.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. And I wonder how the series is going to evolve here. I feel like one of these teams might budge eventually, because we have Acro on the bench, we have TJ on the bench. One of them is likely to come in if one of these teams, you know, is on match point. But we'll see how it plays out. PMake is going to get sapped here. Opener, once again, it's going to be Swapsy charging in bear form, just in case he gets open on, doesn't want to be in cat. But that polymorph actually instantly breaks there, and a Guardian Angel gets snuck through. And I think the car is going to be able to sit through this blind as well as a result of that. PMake doing a great job with the kiting. Nice displacement there right before the ice wall comes out to make sure that he's on the right side of the wall and avoiding those wildlings on the other side. Now Oscar is going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Swapsy is going to start ramping up his damage as that RMP opener has now faded.
Nice ice wall comes down, splitting up his team, but JT gets there. Really quick reflexes. JT is just on point, dealing with those ice walls, always just quickly getting in line of sight, canceling his angel form, does not want to lose a game to that cheeky line of sight. Triple setup coming in here. We got Polymorph, Chastise, stuns going out onto Forge RMP. Overload doing a really good job making these setups clean. Another polymorph here under the Kara, but PMake, I will say to his credit, he's done a great job so far navigating the damage. Now a big setup here onto Oscar. He's caught into a maim. Swapsy landing a Cyclone on Brunhilde. Both these teams playing out of their mind here in this second game.
Yeah, so very nice grip there as well on the kidney shot. Kara trying to just deflect the attacks here. Swapsy actually getting swapped to a little bit right there for a second. Mass barrier did come out there from PMake as they get another sheep onto the Kara. PMake on the back foot. But he's doing a good job here just pressuring Oscar and staying away from Brunhilde. Brunhilde now caught up in a bash into a Cyclone. And you can start to see the damage difference here between Swapsy and Brunhilde. It's starting to really add up. He's up 30 million damage up to the 40 million, away from 40 million on to Brunhilde. And Oscar taking a big chunk of damage here once again. And it looks like the strategy is just going to be to kind of run the war of attrition, get defensive Cyclones onto the Rogue and a Mage, and just try to stay alive here. We'll see if it works out. Meanwhile, the RMP securing yet another setup here, another full CC, nice counterspell, and a nice Cyclone there onto Oscar as well, shutting him down in that position. But I feel like if they keep playing like this on the side of the Forged RMP, they could easily find a drink on the side of Overload and kind of shut that down. Ice Wall coming out there, but not going to get too much work done. Brunhilde getting swapped to here for just a split second as PMake looks to get another attempt here onto Oscar. They shut down the first setup here. Nice CC coming out, though, from Oscar, getting that big Ring of Frost onto the Kara, and they're trying to push for that first ice block, but so far, PMake is holding on.
Yeah, definitely holding on for now. Is he going to be able to last? Looks like he will maybe get topped off here by Dakara. Finally, the crowd control will fade, and I do like this strategy. I mean, it is worth noting the one advantage the Feral Druid has in this matchup is the fact that you can't be polymorphed. So you're just immune to polymorph in this game as long as you're in cat form. So if PMake just goes for full-on control in Brunhilde, maybe they can win the late game that way. I think it's a bit of a risky strategy, especially with how much longevity both priests seem to have. They both have a lot of mana. So, yeah, eventually it seems like you will be caught into the crowd-controlled chains, and they will be able to force out the ice blocks. But for now, it is working. Oscar might have to go into ice block. He's gotten to a stun. Full Cyclone on Brunhilde. Brunhilde just trinkets out. Wants to get the counter pressure going. This could easily be the first ice block he makes. It looks like he will use it. Hold Snap traded out as well. Dakar right now with a Divine Hymn. Nice ice wall there by Oscar, trying to keep the chain going. But slowly but surely, Overload is pulling ahead in this mage race.
Yeah, they're pulling ahead in the mage race, but at the same time, I think the longer the game goes on, the worse it's going to be for the side of Overload, just because that Feral Druid damage is just absolutely ridiculous at this point. Just kind of getting so far ahead of Brunhilde on that Rogue, but Oscar right now going to be taking some damage. Angel form, or the Guardian Angel comes out, the Kara could be getting thrown into some crowd control here shortly. Oscar and Brunhilde are moving up there. Symbols of Hope coming out there from the car in the back line. He wants to just line of sight there on that little pillar and try to buy himself as much time as possible out of crowd control, but Brunhilde is moving towards him. Nice Snowdrift coming out from PMake. PMake now trying to go for the shifting power, but here comes the setup. There's a kidney shot. There's the full sheep connecting as well. Big damage coming out here. Frost Fireballs being spammed out by Oscar, but a nice interrupt coming out there, and now a stun coming out there from Swapsy as well, and they're just playing defense. They're just shutting down these setups here so far on the side of the Forge RMP, and they've only had to use one ice block at this position, so I don't think it's too bad of a situation to be in to kind of trade that for deep dampening. Here comes the ice wall. Big swap on the Brunhilde. Can they take him down? He's got no trinket. Stun into stun. Oh my god, he's so low. The Cloak of Shadows and the evasion coming out there in the nick of time, but that was a great push here, and all of a sudden the Forged RMP are kind of hitting that critical mass point in the game where the damage just becomes too much to deal with.
Yeah, good setup here once again. JT trades out the Will of Forsaken. Oscar could be in some trouble. He's down to 50% health. He got completely smoked in that game number one, so he needs to be very careful here. No greater invisibility going to be available, but he still has both of his ice blocks. Making a play, looking for Frostfire Bolts, follows up the Polymorph onto Dakara, but it looks like PMake does manage to weather the storm. Pushing forward, they get a stun on JT. That will be the Guardian that connects on Oscar. Both mages down to 50% health. PMake gets topped off, and now it's Oscar that is in trouble. Meteor drops down. Big Frostfire Bolts. Oscar ducks to the pillar to line of sight and try to survive, and does manage to. Great defensive plays there by Overload, and they manage to hold on to that ice block.
Big setup here coming out. Nice ice wall onto the mage of PMake right there, isolating him for a second. But Dragon's Breath Sheep coming out there onto Brunhilde. He's got no cloak and no evasion for about a minute. I would love to see them just try to attack Brunhilde, even if it's outside of a stun. Just try to butter him up a little bit there. They're going for a sheep onto JT, but it does get shut down. And Brunhilde, once again, is just all over this mage. But at the same time, Oscar is taking a tremendous amount of damage here from Swapsy. This could be the first ice block. He goes for a Ring of Frost aggressively, manages to land it, and this could be PMake now in huge trouble. The Guardian is doing some work there, but still a lot of heals here that needs to be casted from the Kara as he manages to get a big heal there onto PMake and stabilize him with that Guardian. And now at the same time, we're going to see Brunhilde taking a little bit of damage, but he's ducking around the corner. He's got the bleeds rolling here from Swapsy. Both mages with Icy Veins active. This is a very scary situation. Now the Kara popping the Power Infusion as well onto PMake. He's going to be a very scary target. Ooh, nice grip there on the ice wall, but they're just going to swap to Oscar instead and almost take him down immediately. Unfortunately, the Kara not having that Master Spell available there in that position, but mana-wise, this is also looking good for the Forged RMP, and this is going to be how the matchup plays out. All of a sudden, PMake, he's got 2 minutes left on his second ice block rotating back up. Meanwhile, Oscar, he's not seeing that second ice block the way the game is going.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, just look at damage done. Swapsy has almost doubled the damage of Brunhilde. So this is what you were talking about. Eventually, in dampening the Feral Druid damage, is going to start really paying dividends here, especially if they keep this control out onto Brunhilde. He's got no trinket. If he gets caught into a Cyclone, a Polymorph, it's going to be sticking around. Swapsy right now going for an Interrupt, another Cyclone. Can they get the damage rolling here onto Oscar? Just a defensive Cyclone. Maybe even a regrowth to make a swap on Brunhilde. He's got no trinket. JT gets stunned. Nice stun there by Jakara, and it looks like Brunhilde could easily fall. Oscar blinks over and manages to get the triple Dragon's Breath to keep his team alive and keep them in the fight. But I really like that setup there on Brunhilde, keeping Overload guessing.
Yeah, that was a beautiful stun too from the Kara, but now he's caught up in the cheap shot. Oscar's looking for the Polymorph. He finds it. PMake could be in big trouble here. Surely that's going to be the ice block. JT doesn't have enough mana here maybe to go for that Master Spell. He could go for it, but it's going to be a risky gamble. But I think PMake for sure is going to get a second ice block. It's only 5 seconds left. He's got it in his back pocket basically after that hypothermia, and that is going to be another additional layer of defense that they're going to have to deal with. JT though doing great with his mana, but meanwhile PMake almost going down here, dropping to 10% HP. They still have the Void. Actually, they had to use the Void Chip. He's almost dying through it. Meanwhile, Oscar is getting blasted as well. He's got another ice block that he might need to pull the trigger on. Beautiful life grip coming out there from JT. They just need to get some kind of crowd control. Brunhilde, meanwhile, in a stun, trinkets out, gets aggressive onto PMake. That is going to be the second and last ice block here. The RMP is really pushing the gas right now onto the Feral Mage Priest. PMake could just go down right now. So much damage coming in. The Guardian Angel is going to deflect it for just a moment. PMake, though, on his last line of defense. Meanwhile, Oscar also falling further and further behind. He could swap to Brunhilde here. He's got nothing left to drop the ice wall. Here comes the damage as well onto Brunhilde. He maneuvers around it, and they're going to cancel the wall, go after Oscar once again. Full Cyclone connects onto JT, and PMake and the Kara, they need to do it somehow. Brunhilde in a stun, taking so much damage, but the Cloak of Shadows is going to keep him alive for now, Ben.
It will. This is so back and forth. Almost 50% dampening at this point of the game. Oscar has Icy Veins coming up in 20 seconds. That will end the game, if not sooner. PMake right now going for a Ring of Frost. Gets a Polymorph on Brunhilde. Nicely done there, controlling the team. Now it's Oscar kind of all alone. JT doing what he can with the Divine Hymn, but dampening is just so high. A big setup here on Brunhilde. Can they get the stun into the Snowdrift? Nice job there by PMake, really trying to set up his team. JT gets over and manages to keep him alive, but Brunhilde still just nothing left defensively. Oscar gets interrupted. Forge RMP right now, they are pushing the gas pedal to the floor and really putting it to overload. Oscar first into the ice block, but I don't know if JT is going to be able to recover here, Zico.
Yeah, I don't know if he will. Brunhilde is taking a lot of damage, and so is Oscar. But in the meantime, they're trying to find that setup. They get the sheep onto the Kara. This could be the one-hit miracle onto PMake. He's so low here. They get the CC chain. They get the smoke bomb. The Guardian procs, but it's not going to be enough. A beautiful turnaround there when things were looking so grim here for Overload. They find the win condition. They isolate their target, and they take him down.
Wow, I mean, just such a back and forth matchup here that we have between these two teams. I'm not sure. It seems like they're quite evenly matched. I mean, that was incredible. So a couple things to note in this game. For Forged RMP, Swapsy obviously doing a devastating amount of damage on that Pharaoh Druid. It's something you mentioned time and time again in this matchup. However, Oscar was also able to completely outdamage PMake, and I feel like a big part of the reason why Oscar is able to do that is just from some of the control and lockdown that the Outlaw Rogue really helps. So it's like It's an interesting matchup because the Outlaw Rogue enables the Mage a little bit more in the match, but the Feral Druid's able to put out just more raw pressure by himself.
Yeah, no, 100%. I was thinking about the same thing. Oscar at some point was actually, when the game ended here, was top damage. He did the most damage out of everybody, and that is because, you know, anytime you have Sheeps on your healer as PMake, then you have to play defensive, right? You have to keep running, you have to keep kiting, you have to sheep the enemy rogue. You can't just sit there and free cast, and you don't have the same amount of lockdown with a Feral Druid on your side as with a Rogue on your side, and just those smoke bombs as well, just doing a lot of work here. The Kara just completely, you know, in crowd controlled, smoke bomb being dropped, and even though they had the Guardian there, it just procs, and at this point in dampening, it's not going to be enough to save him. Meanwhile, Oscar still holding on to that ice block, and I feel like the strategy that the Forged RMP picked wouldn't be bad on maybe like a medium-sized map. I feel like on Hook Point, the RMP can just be in your face too much. It's like really hard to actually do something. So it could be a map thing, but also I think JT just did a really good job with the mana management. I don't know how, but at 50% dampening, and he's healing through this feral damage that's coming out from Swapsy, he's still managing to keep up his mana. So it is really impressive to see what JT can do on that Holy Priest. Yeah, also adding in a decent amount of damage there at the end with the Holy Priest. I've been queuing a little bit with Zenlin, and Holy Priest, Holy Fire is a crazy ability right now. It does so much damage. I feel like I'm getting out damaged every game I play with him on that Holy Priest. So it's really nice to have that in your back pocket as well with the RMP when you can isolate a target, just having your healer being able to add in so much damage.
This is finally Zenlin's patch. You know, he's been invested, fully invested. I think Zenlin actually has 25 Holy Priests or something like that. So it's literally all that he plays, and finally that's paying off. So unfortunately, they weren't able to make the top 8 this week, but I'm excited to see what their team does next week. So shout out to Zenlin and this Holy Priest. Overload. Yeah. What are they going to do? We're going to a map that doesn't get picked that much. We're going to Nakodan Proving Ground. So an interesting map pick here, to say the least.
Yeah, it's fun to see because every time we get these new maps, teams are very hesitant to picking the new maps.
I like them.
It's like, for sure, me too. But it's always like, we kind of see our standard picks. We have like, okay, if we want a large map, we'll go to Tolvir. We might go to Asha Mains. Maybe Maldraxxus, but that one is a little bit, you know, less picked than the other two. If we want a neutral map, we're going to go to Tigers, we're going to go to Nagrand. And, you know, if you want an aggressive map, it's either Hook Point or Ruins. Like, those are, I would say, the maps that are picked in, like, the large majority of the games. But every now and then, you got some teams that is picking out Mugambala or Nokudon Proving Grounds. And with Nokudon, we've seen it. I think the strategy that comes to mind for me is when people just use a kite composition and just run in a circle around that mid pillar and just basically make the entire map like a big circle. You know that kind of that strategy that we used to see on Dalaran, just running around at the bottom? It's kind of similar to that. So I feel like that has been one strategy that we've seen on Nokudon. But usually it's like Warlocks and like dot-based classes, like Warlock Shadow Priest, that do that strategy when we see Nokudon. So we'll see what they decide to do here. I'm guessing we're going to see the same composition from Forged RMP. So I wonder how they're going to utilize the map. And I also wonder if we're going to see the Crucible picked this weekend. Because that is another one of these maps where you could, if you figure out how to abuse it, and in like a specific comp, you can really do some damage.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that too. I feel like if there's any, I don't know if we'll see any Windwalker Monks. That's more of like NA tech. I feel like we might see some crazy. If we see the new map, it's going to be an NA. I think, you know, we're a little bit more chaotic over in that region. Europe's a little bit more calculated. You know, they're studied up. They want to stick to the script, stick to the book. And he's a little bit more zug. So yeah, when we will see it, who knows though? Nakodan, that wasn't something I would have predicted. It's like you said, a lot of these teams, it's like, okay, if we're going to have a big map, it's Asha Mains, it's going to be Tolvaron Arena, it's going to be Maldraxxus, you know, Nagrand, obviously, we're always going to have in that game number 1. So these teams seem to be very, very comfortable on these certain maps. But I do think there's interesting strategies you can implement. So I always like it when a team picks an unconventional map. And Swapsy's going to be one of those people to do it, you know? That's where all that experience comes in.
What do you think? Okay, here's a question for you. Do you think if the Forged RMP loses another long game here, like if they play another game, it's like 40-50% dampener, and they lose that game on the side of the Forged RMP, do you think we will see Acro tagged in?
No.
On the Rogue? You don't think that? You think this is what we're seeing from both teams all the way through?
I think the games have been close enough so far that they're probably still feeling good in the matchup, where it's like we could have... I feel like Swapsy's the type of player to like... Especially in close matchups like this, he's the type of player to analyze like the little things that they could have done better to turn the match in their favor than completely abandon the matchup. Especially because you're kind of... You're warmed up as this composition. Like every single game you play, you're getting more and more warm as the Feral Mage Priest. And then when you tag in the Rogue and you bring in Acro a little bit cold, I mean, these are things that people don't really think about, but I think it can change your mindset in the matchup. Like what strategies you want to implement, how you have to play, even as the Mage with having a Rogue on your team versus a Feral on your team. I'm sure P makes up to the challenge, but there are little things that don't work towards your favor.
100%. Okay, what do you think? Okay, so if we see the Feral Druid come out ahead, do you think we see Overload bring in TJ?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Reverse question.
All right, the reverse question. All right, maybe just because they don't have Swapsy. I feel like Swapsy, he's got that experience to just not make a play like that. Although I don't know, it's hard to say. I kind of just feel like both teams at this point lock in the composition. Like when both teams have the exact same compositions, both teams in the blind pick, it's kind of telling, especially going into game number 2 and game number 3, it's kind of telling to me, at least, you know, what composition they think is favored here. So if they haven't changed at this point, I think it's very unlikely that they will, because if there's one thing we know for sure in Europe, it's that there's a lot of Mage Priest, Rogue, and Feral mirror matches going on. That's like all the ladder is Rogue Mage Priest and Rogue Mage Feral. So I feel like both these teams probably played this out many times, and they're leading with their comfort picks.
Yeah. Oh, it's interesting. We got, you know, like we mentioned earlier, the Forged RMP is a team of old veterans and new blood, and I think the old veterans, you know, they bring a lot of experience, especially when it comes to like picks and things like that. But having the kind of young guns perspective as well is what makes this team exciting. You know, PMIC is 20 years young on that Mage. And also, I think his first competitive appearance was in 2022. So he started competing in AWC when he was 17 years old. I feel like that is the exact kind of perspective that can really kind of spice things up in your team, and kind of if you're like one of these like older veterans with 10 plus years experience playing competitive, I feel like these new players can kind of see the game a little bit differently than you do. It's easy to get stuck in your ways. You can't teach an old dog how to sit, right?
I mean, apparently you could teach. Swapsy taught himself Feral, so he's still learning new tricks every step of the way. He's not looking bad on it either. So I don't know. Some of these players, they are very well rounded. He started when he was 17. It's the same age I started, Zico. I started competing back in the day.
Your first tournament was when you were 17?
Yep. Many years
back
ago.
in the MLG days, right?
Yep, exactly. The olden days.
I remember that.
We've moved on since then, and now we've got these young men playing here. Overload versus Forge RMP going into game number 3, Nakudan. Let's see how this one plays out. Can Forge RMP pull ahead? Their name is a bit deceptive because they're actually not playing RMP, just for the record.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're going to call them the Forged FMP. Yeah, that's crazy, man. You competed half a lifetime ago. That's wild. Anyway, swing match time. Overload versus Forged FMP. Let's see who brings it out, who comes out ahead. I feel like if PMake can somehow... Ooh, big opener onto PMake, actually. Looks like he is going to survive that one so far. Actually blinks away. They're isolating Swapsy there with a nice ice wall, forcing his trinket as well. I feel like the Overload RMP is just getting better and better in this matchup here. And the Forged FMP, they're going to need to play that solid defense to try to find that late game win, maybe, as we saw the strategy in that previous matchup. JT caught up in a Dragon's Breath. They're looking for the crowd control. Not able to find the polymorphs just yet. PMake getting shut down. But look at Oscar taking a tremendous amount of damage while Dakara is sitting through that CC chain. And so far, the extra aggression that we're seeing here from the Forged FMP is paying out here for them.
Ooh, Oscar gets caught into a full stun, and I do like, it seems like Overload wants to play more aggressively in the matchup. Making a swap here onto Swapsy as well, so Brunhilde's there to follow up the stun lock combo. Oscar getting a big Meteor Comet Storm, but Swapsy easily able to shrug off that attack, and now they're making their way over onto PMake. And I do get the feeling that Overload, if they play aggressive in the early game, it is a good thing for them. Forge, they want to bring it a little bit into the late game where that feral damage is really going to start paying dividends for their team, but we'll see how it plays out. Both teams looking unafraid in this matchup so far. Oscar pushing forward, wants to get crowd control out. Is he going to be able to find it? Looking for a polymorph. He fakes the interrupt and does manage to snag it. Who are they going after? PMake could be in trouble. Doesn't have an ice barrier available, so he is very susceptible to damage, but a nice alter time.
Yeah, beautifully done there. Swapsy actually getting swapped here a little bit in that kidney shot, but he is going to be able to survive that one. Now getting aggressive back onto Oscar. Oscar is once again pulling ahead of PMake a little bit on damage, but the gap is not as large as it was last game. The Kara caught up in a cheap shot, and they find the follow-up. It doesn't look like it. Oscar is looking for the polymorphs. Chastise is going to connect there onto the Kara, but they're not going to find the half polymorph. They're not going to find the CC chain with the fear there either. And now it is going to be PMake once again getting aggressive back onto Oscar. Brunhilde caught up in a Chastise stun. Swapsy in that Dragon's Breath, just trying to slow him down for a second. PMake trying to move forward towards JT here, looking for some polymorphs, but still nice damage here coming out. And a beautiful Cyclone here on the Angel form while Oscar was kind of low. Swapsy just pausing the damage there for a second, and then they ice wall the Angel form. The Divine Hymn is not going to be enough here. Potentially, Oscar needs to be very careful there. That was a huge heal that came through, though, from JT, and Oscar is going to be able to survive that situation. Now Oscar and Brunhilde making their way forward here, looking for the setup.
No!
Look at Oscar. It's going to be the ice block here. Nice defense and also really good micro CCs coming out here onto Oscar. That ice wall, that low Cyclone, actually really opening things up for them on the side of the Forged FMP.
Yeah, PMake faking out the interrupts, getting some work done with this Icy Vein, just absolutely crushing, but now finally slowed down with this kidney shot into a cheap shot. He is playing Orc, so the stun durations are going to be a bit shorter. So both majors are playing Orc here. Oscar gets interrupted and feared away. JT having to use the Void Shift right now. Pressure heavily in favor of Forge RMP. Their Feral Mage Priest is looking good here in game number 3. Let's see if they can keep it going and force out another ice block. Finally, PMake's ahead, but he's taking a huge amount of damage, blinking back to the pillar. And I feel like PMake has had really good positioning so far in this game, kind of baiting Overload into this aggressive positioning.
Yeah, I really like what they've been doing, and they haven't been able to secure those CC chains that we were kind of seeing a lot of in that last game. And I think a big reason for that is the fact that we're seeing this game play out on Nokudon Arena. The car is making it very difficult for Oscar to finally land some crowd control. But now, as I say that, they are going to be able to sneak in with the polymorph. They're going for Swapsy. Is he ready? Renewal gets popped. He pops the trinket there as well. And Brunhilde is going to be able to have an opportunity maybe to take Swapsy down later in a stun, but not right now. It is going to be PMake here on the back foot. Nice snowdrift coming out. There's the ice wall. Swapsy's in a kidney shot. This could be it. Swapsy is going to go down. No, the Kara saves the day with the Angel, but I do think it actually procs right there. That was a beautiful save. PMake forced into the ice block, and as I say this, Overload now is finally starting to show some signs of life in this matchup, starting to pull ahead. Oscar is doing a lot of work right now on that mage as well. Beautiful vortex there onto the blink of Oscar as he enters that invisibility. Nice read right there. They wanted to isolate Brunhilde, and he just hooks himself back to safety, completely avoids that ice wall setup. Brunhilde now in a stun here. Swapsy looking to get aggressive onto the rogue a little bit, but Brunhilde, he doesn't take too much damage. He goes for the kidney shot. If they can find the follow-up CC chain, it's going to be good, but instead it's going to be JT put into the CC chain and forced to use his trinket. So far, both teams very evenly matched in terms of cooldown, but Oscar, once again, is going to drop very, very low right there. Nice counterspell onto PMake, denying the CC setup, and both of these teams just neck and neck at this point.
Yeah, very back and forth between these two teams right now. Brunhilde is he going to do? He's pushing forward, keeping up the pressure. I like that he's using a little bit of range there on the outlaw attacks. See if he can land the kidney shot. He does. Dakara now into crowd control. P-Make gets gouged up. Can Oscar find the polymorph? I think he's going to be able to. Dakara's unable to find the Shadow or Death, and P-Make is getting completely destroyed. He's got one ice block left. If they can force it, it would be massive. Master Spell? Are we going to see it? JT manages to find it, but P-Make is completely fine on health, and maybe Oscar has overstayed his welcome at this point of the game, down to 30% health, taking a huge hit of damage. That will be the second ice block. Both mages have nothing left, and this is going to be dangerous.
Yeah, this is going to be very dangerous. JT also has no trinket. They could win the game if they can just push in on the side of the Forged FMP and actually get a CC chain. I think they can win the game right here and now. We'll see if they can do it. They still have trinket on the Kara, so they are one major defensive ahead, but there's only a 20-second window here to do it. Can they do it on the side of Forged FMP? JT is trying to buy time for his trinket to come back up here. Oscar is taking a tremendous amount of damage, dropping down to half HP, trying to move away. Actually, fake has to interrupt. Looking for the polymorph, looking to get aggressive here in this position when they don't have anything. That is very scary, but JT is going to respond here with the Guardian Angel, and I think they've done it. They've bought enough time here for JT to at least get his trinket back up, but still, it's not looking too hot here. They're trying to get aggressive onto P-Make. Mana is not looking good for JT. The car gets caught up in a long CC chain. P-Make just spamming out the Frost Firebolts, doing tons of damage, but it is going to be JT ducking into Angel form. He's going to have access to free healing here. Nice kick coming out there onto Oscar's Ring of Frost as he pushes forward, looking for the crowd control onto the Kara, but he needs to be careful. They don't have a lot of healing here in the back pocket, and Oscar is still down to 50%. He manages to snipe the full sheep. He's getting aggressive here with the frozen orb. Good positioning on that orb, but it's going to be Swapsy. Nice vortex there onto the grip there as well. Oscar down so low. No defensives left, dropping to 10% HP. Can they take him down? There's the DR stun coming in. Oscar just flailing to stay alive. JT working miracles, but P-Make needs to be careful as well. They still have the Void Shift, though, on the side of the Forge FMP, so they could get aggressive here, honestly, and just try to close it out. Can they do it, though? That is the question.
That really is a question. What a close call. Oscar has his cold snap coming up here in just 1 second, so that defensive cooldown will be available once again. Overload stalling, and JT, although his mana is not good, they have the cooldowns to make the push. Brunhilde has many defensives. They're going after P-Make. He's got no ice block. The Kara blocks the kill. Beautiful void or life grip there, keeping him out of that smoke bomb. What a great defensive play. Brunhilde's going to be mad about that one. Unfortunately, that does steal away the kill from their team, and Force RMP can now make a push. Evasion's down. They're going after Oscar. Icy Veins is available in just a few short seconds for P-Make. That is going to be a massive swell of damage where they could get the ice block, as well as potentially take Brunhilde down. P-Make has been making work with that Veins, and he manages to pop it. Here comes the damage. Here comes the flurry. Forge RMP, they are making a push.
Yeah, can they close it out, though? They forced the last ice block. Swapsy, though, in bear form, taking a lot of damage. He's got the survival instincts to work with. He makes still with no ice blocks here for another minute. But in 1 minute, he will have two, potentially. Here's the ice wall, though. They could go after Swapsy. Pre-walls the stun. Swapsy making some huge plays. They snipe the full sheep onto JT. He trinkets out, and he gets re-sheeped. Actually, he defs the sheep there. Nice read from JT. P-Make now in a full kidney shot. He's going to trinket out the Kara in angel form. Oscar is isolated. Brunhilde is dropping low. Oscar blinks away from his healer right there, manages to get back into his line of sight. JT with the Divine Hymn right now in angel form, using his last little bit of mana to try to spare that last little bit of mana for later. P-Make, though, dropping once again very low. 5 seconds left on the cold snap. He doesn't want a cold snap right away when he gets it, though, but he might be forced to do it. Cold snap ice block is available, but if he waits 15 seconds, he's going to have two ice blocks. JT once again getting Dragon's Breath, stalling the CC setup here with a nice fear onto P-Make. Oscar is dropping so low. He's got no ice blocks left. Meanwhile, P-Make is going to have two ice blocks left. Swapsy is going to be the only target they can go after. The Kara in a cheap shot. Can they take down Swapsy on the side of Overload, or is it just going to be Oscar falling to the damage? JT is so low as well from that Void Shift. Oscar with the Angel manages to recover a little bit. There's the Alta Time as well, but they got no defensives left. They got no mana left. They got nothing left. How are they going to stay alive? JT trying to drink. Fierce Swapsy there on 1% HP. P-Make is pushing for the win. The Kara has a little bit mana left in the tank here as they look to finally try to close this game out, but they're swapping to Dakara. He's got nothing for this one. Beautifully done here by Brunhilde and Oscar, but Dakara manages to stay alive. Once again, it's going to be Oscar now caught up in the MAME, and that is going to be it. Forged RMP takes the map. It's going to be 2-1, and this was such a great game. Both teams just constantly trading perfectly with each other, and that one grip on the smoke bomb, man, that was because we saw the previous match end with that smoke bomb from Brunhilde, but this time around the Kara said nope. got the grip, and Swapsy as well with the pre-survival instinct on that one setup that would have killed him when he had no trinket. I just really good heads-up plays coming out there from Forged RMP.
That was beautiful. When we look at damage, I mean, damage doesn't tell the full story, but it tells a little bit of it, that's for sure. I mean, Swapsy, I'm not going to lie, Swapsy on the Feral Druid, question mark for me, but I feel like he's definitely stepped up in a big way. He's looking good. He's looking like an absolute monster on this class, and I think this is a huge pickup for Forged RMP. The amount of damage he was able to put out, just beautiful setups from both sides. I mean, this is such a close match going deep into dampening. It really came down to the wire, and just these final little decisions. This is a bit earlier in the match where ice blocks are kind of just flying out left, right, and center. This is where JT, in kind of desperation, tries to go for some casts. He manages to find the interrupt, but I mean, dampening is just so high at this 10-minute mark. You've already burned through all your defensive cooldowns. There's really not that much left. JT gets immediately interrupted there by PMake, and they're able to close it out and get the win, get ahead in the series. So this is a fun matchup. I mean, this is, like I said, so back and forth for these teams. But one thing I do want to mention is I feel like PMake was a monster in this one. Like, he was able to get out so much pressure with those icy veins.
Yeah. PMake actually, we said it after that first game, it is going to be tough if you're playing with the Feral Druid to kind of get that same type of damage output, just because your healer is going to be in CC more often throughout the game. But he was actually winning on damage. I mean, not by a much, but he actually beat Oscar on damage. So he just really, really stepped up in this game and was just able to have such good defensive positioning, shutting down the setups, and just managing to keep his distance from Brunhilde. And also in the late game, I really like that he was sheeping the rogue. Anytime the rogue was going to be free, even if he was on like 60% HP, he wasn't afraid to just sheep the rogue, sheep off the bleeds, and just isolate one target and play for that late game advantage. So PMake definitely stepped up in that match. And I think a big reason to why is the map. I feel like Hook Point is a really, really brutal map for Forged RMP because, you know, you're going to constantly have the enemy RMP on you. They're going to constantly look for those sheeps. They're going to constantly look for those setups. The pillars are very small. It's a small distance as well for the Outlaw Rogue to constantly, close. Like, it's very easy for the Outlaw Rogue to hook over to the Priest, get a kidney shot, and then get back onto the Mage and do damage. So having that small map definitely benefit Overload, I would say, in that game number 2. But now they're doing something completely left field here. They are locking in Ashamane's Fall, which I feel really plays into Forged RMP strategy. Like, on Ashamane's Fall, you have these big, like, really large pillars. It's going to be really hard to land CC onto Dakara. It's going to be, a bit more easier for PMake to kind of sit back, PvE, and just kind of shut down a lot of those setups. So I wonder what Overload are going for on this map. If they maybe just want to look for a drink of their own, or maybe they want to isolate Swapsy more. I'm not sure, actually. Why do you think they picked Ashamane's?
I don't know. The way this matchup is playing out is Overload is kind of the team that's pushing in. They're the ones that are getting aggressive, but at the same time, JT isn't often pushing in. He's playing very far back, right? Like, he's sitting at a defensive pillar, a very defensive positioning. And one thing I want to pay attention to in this map is just kind of the differences between Dakara and JT. The benefit for Dakara is he's able to actually get out more consistent chastises and more consistent fears. Even if it's just onto the DPS, it's still a lot of disruption that Brunhilde's having to deal with. Swapsy's almost never on top of JT, so I feel like he's not really getting to fully utilize, his Psychic Scream, that fear, that really powerful crowd control in this match. So even though Dakara is kind of getting swarmed by the Rogue and the Mage, they get to work together much more as a unit than Overload really does, especially with the way they're playing. So I wonder if Overload just completely mixes up the way they play this one. Maybe Oscar doesn't push in as much, but then they kind of fall prey to Swapsy just putting out such a devastating amount of damage on that Feral Druid. But I wonder if targeting could just be different in this match. Maybe they go after Swapsy more, play more defensive, and just stop pushing in so deep.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Also, another difference that I noticed between the Priest was that Dakara is running that Chastise Stun, whereas JT is just running default Chastise, the Incap. So Dakara, for him, it's a lot easier to just throw out a Chastise Stun. They can do it on the Rogue. They can get a bunch of damage onto him. They can do it on the Mage if they don't have a Stun DR there. And sometimes he even threw him out just for fun onto the enemy healer. Whereas JT, he needs to use his Chastise more for a setup. So it always has to be kind of on the guy they're not hitting. Okay, Chastise, Fear, maybe Swapsy, isolate the mage, get a kidney shot on the healer, get a sheep on the healer, and create the 3v1 like that. Whereas if you're just trying to tab target and swap, it just gives you, an additional stun. So maybe that's something that they're going to change, or just maybe they will just try to get more value out of that by in-cap fearing Swapsy more.
I mean, this matchup to me is just really delivering. It's just really back and forth. I think Swapsy playing the Feral Druid, I knew he was practicing it because he's really high rated on the ladder right now, but actually seeing it against the best teams, like I mentioned, I feel like this is such a big pickup for him. Like in the past, he's played some classes that just don't end up working out that great, right? Like, he's very good at that. He's good at a lot of classes, but like often we'll see him on the Warlock, we'll see him on, the Ellie Shaman, sometimes Enhancement Shaman. What else? The Unholy Death Knight, but I feel like the Feral Druid with how strong it is. What was that? Sorry?
We're talking about Boomkin as well.
Oh yeah, Boomkin. Yeah, get off the Boomkin. Like it's Feral Druid. This is what I tell Supatees too. Supatees, why are you playing Boomkin, man? Just get on the Feral Druid. That's the new hotness. So I mean, Sid isn't here to defend himself right now, but we'll be playing like Boomkin Mage, and I'm like, we could just actually go from playing the worst comp in the game to the best. All you have to do is play the Feral, my man. And Swapsy, he's doing it.
Yeah, no, I like that because, I mean, it is different, of course, going from like a caster to a melee, and the playstyle is different as well, but in a lot of ways, there is some similarities. You have the same keybinds for your forms, you have, a lot of the keybinds are very, are just the same, and also like Cyclone works the same way, you just have like a little bit less haste when you're playing the Feral Druid, so there's a lot of similarities, so it's not quite as big of a jump as going from, to a completely different new class. And I think Swapsy's been doing a great job here, and they are going to chastise Swapsy into the full fear there. So they are going to be utilizing that to try to isolate the target. Kara getting caught up in that Ring of Frost, into the half sheep, into the blind right there, which also, I think it broke. I think he was in the Comet Storm, like the meteor effect of the Comet Storm, but Brunhilde now getting isolated here for a second PMake, taking a decent amount of damage as well. Priests are both in angel form, so both of these teams should be pretty sturdy at this point. And it is going to be Oscar getting counterspelled there. Now Ice Wall gets dropped. They're isolating PMake. The Kara ducks around the corner, but gets met with a kidney shot there into the full sheep. Great setup coming out here from Overload, but PMake's not taking too much damage here in that exchange. Nice Angel, but is that going to be enough? No, he catches a big Serenity heal there, and that is going to be enough to keep PMake alive. That was a great push, though, from Overload.
Yeah, so one really interesting difference in this game is Oscar is now playing Blink instead of Shimmer. So he's going to be able to free himself from those stuns. He's also playing the Dark Iron Dwarf, which is very effective against the Feral Druid. Yeah. So realizing he's getting caught in stuns a little bit too much and wanting to have that Dark Iron Dwarf, Oscar makes the adjustment, and we'll see how it works out. I feel like it could be a really smart choice here for this game.
Yeah, it's going to shut down a lot of the damage. And the Dark Iron Dwarf also buffing your stats, so giving you more damage when you cleanse those bleeds. Could be big for Oscar. Right now he's ahead in terms of damage done. PMake is falling a little bit behind, but that's typical when we're seeing these openers play out. Usually the RMP pulls ahead in that opener exchange, and then PMake could potentially catch up here later on in the game. That's what happened in that last series. Swapsy, though, pulling ahead of Brunhilde here, almost doubling his damage already at this point in the game. Things are looking definitely good for him, but now they're pushing in. There's the cheap shot. A nice fake cast by Oscar, proccing the precognition, getting a full sheep. PMake could be in big trouble. Actually, pre-master spells being casted there by JT in the backline. There's the blind connecting as well onto the Kara. No trinket. Master spell could come out here from JT. Looks like he's going to hold on to the mana here for a little bit, and it is going to be that first ice block being forced already here, just 2 minutes into the match. So Overload, I feel like at this point is doing a great job just kind of adapting and landing these setups time and time again. There's another cheap shot, and here comes Oscar, but this time around he does get interrupted there. I think PMake actually trinketed and got the counterspell off there, so nice shutdown there from PMake.
Yeah, nicely done. Oscar getting completely destroyed here in the midfield. Big heals coming in from JT. Looks like he should be okay. This Guardian putting in a lot of work right now. Dakar going to be using the Divine Hymn as well. That will be the Ice Wall. It gets immediately Master Spelled. And I mean, the priests seem like they're much more ready for these Ice Walls, with the Master Spells as well as those Divine Hymns. As long as you rotate them separately, then you kind of always have an answer for the ice wall, or at least most of them. So Priest doing a good job. Oscar right now caught into a stun. Not going to be able to blink out of this one just yet. Maybe using that blink for mobility, but Swaps is really going to punish it. A huge hit of damage. P-Make looking for an ice wall. An immediate kick there by Brunhilde shuts that attempt down.
Yeah, nicely done there. But now there's going to be a couple of seconds here where the healing is not going to be too crazy here on the side of P-Make and Forged RMP. But P-Make actually getting aggressive here, landing a full sheep there onto JT with the mass polymorph, going for the re-sheep there as well. Gets the Dragon's Breath onto Brunhilde as well. But Oscar isolated here on the other side of the map. JT finally coming out of crowd control. P-Make in a full kidney shot. The car is going to trinket and save him with the Guardian Angel. And now Oscar is going to take a little bit of damage here as well, as Swapsy is all over him. He's got the ult time rolling here, and he looks like he wants to just go behind the pillar there for a second, buy some time there, and now they're swapping over to Brunhilde a little bit on the side of Forged RMP, but now back onto Oscar as he did come back from that all the time. And there's that blink stun that we were talking about coming out of that bash, and now looking for the Icy Flow sheeps, but not going to be able to find it. Meanwhile, a smoke bomb onto P-Make, but he is going to be forced into the ice block. Actually, the second ice block already being forced. Oscar though could be in big trouble here as well. Brunhilde getting cleaved down, the Kara in a CC, but finally it does fade. Looks like the car is pushing in here, looking for the chastise stun, manages to find it. There's the full polymorph. Oscar could be in trouble. JT is going to respect the damage here with that Icy Veins and trinket out, and now P-Make caught up in a full kidney. There's the full blind. They're pushing for the win on the side of Overload. Can they find the sheep here? It looks like it. Oscar, no. He's not going to be able to utilize it in time with that precognition. Nice Cyclones coming out from Swapsy, pausing the damage, but things are not looking good right now for the Forged RMP. Beautiful Vortex though. Nice grip though as well from JT to make sure that Oscar comes to the right side of that ice wall. But when it's all said and done, Oscar with 2 ice blocks, the car with no trinket, P-Make with no ice blocks.
Yeah, really scary here for P-Make. Oscar, though, we saw what happened in game number 1. He needs to be very careful so far. I really like this blink choice. The Dark Iron Dwarf racial, that Fireblood is going to be rotating off cooldown, so he's going to have a big answer for this next incarnation from Swapsy. Swapsy pushing forward, putting out a ton of damage here onto Oscar. Still getting low, needs to be careful. JT in no crowd control whatsoever, though. Just moving between LOS on the pillar and in the open field, just trying to avoid crowd control and land as many heals as possible. Stuns coming out from Brunhilde, looking to set up his team. Oscar pushing in. He gets a polymorph on P-Make, but that's going to immediately get damaged through. Oscar taking a huge hit of damage. Goes for a potential Dragon's Breath polymorph. Can he find it? No, nice maim there by Swaps. Just micro CC Oscar into a follow-up stun. Even though he blinked out of it, that maim stun got its job done and really avoided the crowd control. Nice Ring of Frost. P-Make's in so much trouble. Takara is forced to make the trade, but all of a sudden, Forge has basically nothing left.
Yeah, and they have blind coming up in 5 seconds here for Brunhilde. They could send the blind onto Dakara into a sheep here and potentially just close out the match. And they do it is the question. Swapsy sees the opportunity. Cyclones, Brunhilde takes him out of the game a little bit. They need pressure from Swapsy here. He's the only one who can really stop this next incoming attack. It's going to be very scary. And here we go. It looks like they're going to set it up with a kidney shot first, potentially. Brunhilde finds the kidney shot onto P-Make. There's the full blind, and that is going to be good night for P-Make. That was a beautiful setup here from Overload. And I think this was just a result of that previous setup where they got that Ring of Frost and they were able to land that CC chain. Overload makes it look very convincingly, making all the right adaptations in terms of talent choices, and they come out ahead in a big way.
Yeah, beautifully done by Overload, and now all of a sudden we are tied up. And I have to say, Oscar, he didn't use a single ice block in those games. So being able to get out of the stuns, and this is something I actually wanted to mention because last season in the AWC, one of the compositions that really popped off was the Feral Frost Mage Paladin. And mages used to play Blink every single game. Like all the mages were just playing Blink pretty much just to remove themselves from all of the stuns. And you can still play very aggressive and in your face. I feel like abilities like Icy Flows have a really high skill cap to give you that run cast mobility. And it worked out in this game. I mean, just getting out of literally every single stun for free, I think is pretty good value in a matchup where you're stunned so often.
Absolutely. I mean, against these Ferals and Rogues, it's just you're basically always in those stuns. And so nice to have it, but the downside is that it is harder to land those CC chains, but with just good positioning, you can definitely make that happen. And we saw it earlier, Oscar snapping that Ring of Frost and then putting them in this position where they're just really patient with their damage. Brunhilde just waiting, setting up the perfect setup there at the end, getting the kidney shot, getting the blind, and they didn't even need to find a follow-up CC there. They just had an overwhelming amount of damage to take PMake down. So now it's all tied up. We're 2-2, and we're going to game number 5. And what are we thinking here? Both teams going to stick to their comps. I feel like they will at this point. I don't think anyone is going to budge, and probably just going to come down to the map selection.
Getting the map. We're going to see some carnage here, Zico? What do you think? Is Swapsy going to be the one to do it?
I don't think the carnage would be good in this matchup, but if somebody is going to do it, it probably would be Swapsy. I feel like Swapsy started that meta where teams would pick Blade's Edge. Do you remember that meta where they would always pick Blade's Edge on game number 2? I feel like Swapsy used to do that, and that was very annoying for a lot of compositions. But we're going to go to a little bit more of a standard map this time around. No carnage. Going to Tiger's Peak.
Blade's Edge is all but a distant memory at this point. You know, we haven't seen it in such a long time. I miss it. I don't. Picture of it for my wall. Blade's Edge Arena. You know, as a mage, it was so fun. You know, splitting the bridge with ice wall.
Yeah, the blast
waving
waves.
people off the side. Like, it felt like cheating. So maybe that's why it's not in the rotation anymore. But yeah, we are going to be going to Tiger's Peak for this one. Overload once again, locking in the same composition. Now, Swapsy, is he going to tag out? You not liking the blink? Like, what do you think? Nope. All right, not enough time to answer.
Yeah, I think at this point it's the right call. Just both, like we've seen it. FMP can win, RMP can win. Just play what you've brought to the table at this point. Don't change anything up, and may the better team win. It's got to be nerve-wracking for Acro, just sitting on the bench, watching his team, just praying that they win this final game without actually being able to do anything about it. For Overload, TJ in that same position.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, you really, the players on the 4th, they got to do a lot of work. You know, they got to immediately, as soon as you get into the game, pull up the AWC companion, see if there's any, you know, kind of cheeky changes that the teams are doing, calling out cooldowns, things like that. It is very interesting, and it can be very helpful to have a good 4th on your team, especially when they play a good class like Feral and Rogue in this particular case. So we'll see what happens. How are you feeling about your prediction? I was going to say, how are you feeling about your prediction, but unfortunately, not totally right. You can still be half right, though.
It's not looking good.
You think so?
You might get you and Supertees could get a perfect prediction here.
I'm betting on it. I'm banking on it. So.
Yeah, you're feeling good. You're feeling confident. That's why you're looking so zen right now.
Yep.
You
chilling.
You know the perfect prediction is in the back pocket. You know the team that you bet on. They have the momentum heading into this game. They're feeling good. They've made some changes that are looking good. You know it's on the Forged RMP here to answer. Yeah.
I like doing the predictions because we have some skin in the game, you know? It's like I can get excited about Overload on their little comeback here. But either way, you know, I'm just a fan of good World of Warcraft, so we'll see what Forge RMP is able to do. If they pull off a win, I'll be excited for them too. Their roster's looking good. They're in the upper bracket. Keep in mind, this is an upper bracket game, so the loser of this, they're not out of the tournament. They're just going to be going down to the lower bracket, and that's not exactly where you want to be. Some pretty good teams down there right now, but in this upper bracket, it's a lot of Mage Priest Rogue, you know, bringing the Feral Druid. The team that's the best at that, well, that's my prediction for this tournament. The team that plays, you know, Mage, Priest, Rogue, or Feral, the best is the team that's going to win this tournament.
You don't believe in the Streamer Zone?
It's not that I don't believe in them, but I mean, they are really going up against the gauntlet. But that's the thing. If their composition does beat, you know, mages, like if we do see them like figure it out and now all of a sudden they can beat mages, then they're going to win. Like what is anyone going to do? Everyone's a mage.
Yeah. That's true. That is true. Yeah. I don't know.
It's a natural order of things, right? Like Marks Hunters are supposed to take down mages. That's just the way it is. Circle of life.
Yeah. What's your hunter's name again?
Pig Papa.
Wait, I heard your hunter's name was I Eat Mages.
Oh yeah, that my old hunter was Pig Papa, but yeah, this new one, yeah, I Eat Mages is a little goblin, and I get hungry. Yeah,
you get real hungry.
Yeah, I lure the mages to the gingerbread house, and you know, get them nice and prepped for a one shot. I need to.
Yeah,
I haven't actually geared him out this patch. I need to.
Oh, you should. I recently got introduced to the 5 million aim shot crits,
You know-
and that was an eye-opening experience.
You know what the biggest problem I have on I Eat Mages is? Whenever
What?
I queue, I don't fight mages. I fight like warriors and paladins, and they just kill me. And it's like, I didn't make you for this. I want to take down the easy class. You know, I want to take down the mage, but I just get cleaved and just lose because I'm bad. But oh well.
Yeah, that's my problem on Arcade Mage as well. Every time I play Arcade Mage, I'm like, where's the warriors? Where's the Windwalkers at? Like, what's going on here? It's just barrel druids, just on me.
Ellie
the whole game.
shamans,
Hunters,
BM
Ellies.
hunters. You know.
Yeah. It's just the way it goes. All right, game number 5. Forged RMP Overload. FMP or RMP? I think that there's a lot of biased rogues out there right now who are cheering for the FMP. Because then they're like, see, RMP's not OP. But then I think there is some Feral Druids who are feeling the same way on the outside. This is one of those matchups that we could be seeing a decent amount of this weekend. I think a lot of teams have been practicing some versions of this as well. I feel like this could be like even a little bit of a teaser of what we could see from DOBOB and Echo later, because they also have flappers on that Feral Druid, right? And Echo most likely running that RMP themselves. So there is this is a little bit of insight into how this matchup is going to play out, because we could see it more times than not. But game number 5, it's match point. Whoever wins this will stay in that upper bracket. Whoever loses will be dropping down to that lower bracket. Beautiful grip there onto P-Make out of that Comet Storm, making sure that he stays alive. Both priests in angel form, but the car now caught up in a full cheap shot. Oscar not able to find any crowd control. Looking for the sheep now that he did fake cast that one kick, but it's going to be hard. And he is once again playing that Dark Iron Dwarf with the stun blink.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Adrenaline Rush, blind use for Brunhilde, trading out some major offensive cooldowns, trying to get the pressure rolling. Oscar in the middle of the map right now, getting absolutely blasted, but P-Meg gets kidney shot, and he's going to sit that full stun. So he does have his trinket if he needs it, opting not to use it there, wants to pick the right perfect moment for either offense or defense, and that really wasn't the moment at that time. Oscar goes for a shifting power, gets the interrupt there onto Swapsy. Brunhilde getting caught into polymorphs. Great control here by P-Make, just really limiting what Brunhilde is going to be able to do, but the stun comes in. Whoa. Oscar gets really low, playing a bit greedy. JT actually trades out his trinket, so using the trinket, connecting the Serenity, and now it might be P-Make on the back foot.
Uh-oh, P-Make almost going down there. There's just such good communication here between the mages and their priests. Both priests right there making that exact same trade, trading their trinket before those ice blocks. They don't want to give those up. And one of the changes that we saw in the War Within is that the PvP trinket on healers is a 1.5 minute cooldown, down from 2 minutes. So they are going to have those cooldowns rotating back up a little bit earlier. Here comes the kidney shot. There's the ice wall. Dakara looking for the master spell. You see what Dakara did there? He actually tried to fake cast that master spell in case it would get cancelled and he would get counterspelled. So nice heads up play there from Dakara, but it is going to be Swapsy who shut that down with the Cyclone. Oscar moving towards Dakara now, looking for the CC. There's the sheep shot. Oscar should be able to chain this with a polymorph. He is going to be able to connect it. And that is going to be P-Make's first ice block. They master spell it. P-Make could be in big trouble here. He's just dead. What? Dakara had no trinket. P-Make caught behind enemy lines there, and just as I was complimenting the Mage Priest synergy, we see a massive blunder come out there from the Forged RMP, and Overload, all of a sudden, they just turn up the heat, and they take it.
Wow, what a great play, and the perfect prediction does come true. Congratulations to Overload, who takes that one. I think that was the quickest one that we had of the series, so this is what I was talking about. I mentioned it earlier in the series. Like, some of these games are going long, but if the teams mess up, it's over. Like, if they're fighting lesser RMPs, these games are done in 60 seconds. So that really speaks volumes as to how good these players really are at trading and realizing and playing defensive when they need to. But unfortunately for RMP, they are going to go down in this one, and Overload will take the win. So Forge, let's see exactly how this does play out here. Oscar gets interrupted. You mentioned P-Make was kind of behind enemy lines at this point of the game, so he gets interrupted on polymorph, meaning he really isn't going to be able to use his mobility. The ice block comes in, immediate master spell, and it's just an overwhelming amount of damage. Unfortunately, that was just such a good push most of the time you trade the ice block, you're going to survive, but Overload just had such an immense amount of pressure with the adrenaline rush, with the icy veins. They were able to completely overwhelm and just take down in one setup.
Yeah, they were just too isolated there in that position to begin with. I feel like this map selection, I mean, I don't know what they were going for, but it didn't seem that good for them. I guess it's harder to CC the car because you have to kind of push in like that. But Oscar wasn't afraid to do it. He pushed in, he managed to get the CC, and it was at a time where Teammate was already like a little bit low. And he was low because of the fact that they were so split there. So a bit unfortunate. I think it was the ice wall that happened before that kind of split them up a little bit like that. But yeah, either way, it was a beautiful master spell from JT. And also in those last couple of seconds, adding in those 2 holy fires as well. Managed to get a little bit extra damage. And yeah, they're able to take the game. And that's the scary thing about RMP, right? If you're playing FMP and you're going for that late game strategy that, okay, we're going to do more damage. If my mage keeps up with their mage and my Feral Druid just does like 50% more damage than the enemy rogue, which he should, then all of a sudden we're going to have that kind of insane pressure and win the game like that. But the scary thing is in the early game, even in game number 1 that they won, it was all about the RMP, right? Getting the setups and pulling ahead in the cooldown department. So that's the way it goes.
Yep. And Forge RMP, that was an upper bracket game, so they're going to move on to Streamer Zone GG. Do you feel like they'll be a little bit better against them, Zico?
I don't know. Streamer Zone is a tricky one because they are the best jungle. So I think if you play RMP like on the top level, I think RMP probably wins that matchup. I don't know how well FMP would do into it, but yeah, I think it's going to be a tough opponent for sure. I think Forge RMP has the work cut out ahead of them, and Streamer Zone as well. They looked really good against Dear Mama, so I think that's going to be a tough one for sure.
Yeah, certainly a question that is on everyone's mind. We'll be answering that later today. It's actually after this next up series that we've got now. It's DOBOB versus Echo. A little behind the scenes info, Ven. You guys were all kind of fighting over who gets to cast this series. Wonder why?
Wasn't me, actually.
No?
I sat back and I said, I'm not going to fight. You guys do what you want. I'm happy to just accommodate Zico and Super T's. But yeah, they were really going after it. Any comments on that one, Zico?
Well, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I didn't want to cast this. They just put me on this game, just like you. No, I'm just kidding. I wanted to. I like casting Tessia's games. Tessia is like very aggressive mage player. I love his play style, and Flappers as well. You know, I feel like the last time we saw Flappers was in like BlizzCon.
Like used to talk about his bites all the time.
Yeah, we did talk about his bites. He had huge bites, and he had huge biceps as well. So it's like it's a good combination if you're a Feral Druid, right? And just seeing Flappers and Relza back together, you know, these two won the Spring Finals tournament together as jungle, though. So seeing them kind of teamed up once again, they have Tessia, they have Trimaz, they have a solid roster. I'm excited just to see what they can do. I feel like if there is a team that can beat Echo right now, this is probably the team that I would bet on.
Okay, Ven?
I mean, I had them as second on my power rankings. I feel like if you're making a power rankings, you literally can't not choose Echo. Like, it's just, like, that's just not, you know what I mean? Like, you're intentionally being a contrarian at that point. But DOBOB, I feel like they're a very close second. And I think it's a lot of the reasons why Zico mentioned. Tessia in particular, I just believe. I just believe in Tessia. I believe in his playmaking abilities. He's everywhere all at once. Yeah, so I feel like if any mage is going to be able to really put it to Echo, it's going to be him. And I think he is likely going to be playing in this next game.
All right, well, that's definitely always the question. Who can beat Echo? These guys have been on top of the EU region for so long. A few have done it, many have tried. But the question is DOBOB going to be the one to do it this time? We're heading into another upper bracket game up next to a break. DOBOB versus Echo coming up next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're in the upper bracket. It is a big one as well. It is DOBOB versus Echo. Super Tease.
Yeah, and DOBOB, although that might not be recognizable here as a team, they are a stacked roster as far as individual players coming together. This is kind of mixed and matched of the past. It's nice to see Flappers also kind of teaming up with Relza again, because I think they've played together in the past, and now Tessia and Relza have like formed a new duo after leaving Streamer Zone and leaving Tony and Kasu. Now there's going to be some rivalry between those teams should they meet each other in the future of these cups. But DOBOB to me is looking to be the main competitor right now for Echo, even despite that name seeming maybe a little bit strange, and that's because of the players: Tessia, Trimaz, Relza, Flappers. They've got basically legendary players, and they've got the compositions available that are likely the most meta options. So DOBOB, if you're cheering for like the underdog or the anti-Echo, I know a lot of people, they don't like seeing a team win over and over and over. They just eventually become the villain, right? You're the hero, and then until long enough you become the villain. Echo has kind of fallen into that space at the moment for Europe. So DOBOB are looking to be the next hero to try and stand up against their empire.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what these guys are capable of. You know, we've mentioned it a few times, the series that the survey that we put out to the players before heading into the weekend, so we can kind of get them to know them a little bit better. DOBOB they answered a few questions. One of them being, describe your team in 3 words. What would it be? They put DOBOB, DOBOB, DOBOB. And then another one was, if you could have a permanent title floating over your head, what would it be? And they answered DOBOB. So
okay, what's a DOBOB?
I have no idea.
This is so DOBOB is obviously not. Did I offend them by saying DOBOB is random now? Like, obviously DOBOB is very important.
Yeah, it's very important to them. So we don't know much about this team except for DOBOB, and they will be DOBOBing. So we're gonna see how they do against Echo, because I mean that is always the question, Zico, is who is able to challenge themselves against Echo.
I feel like historically it has, well, at least last season, it was Relza, and especially Tessia. He was kind of that big playmaker that we saw on Streamer Zone. We saw like this legendary clip that we had here with the ice wall tech and the blast waves and the knocks, and it's just so beautiful to see kind of how they decided to play out last season with that Feral Mage Priest. And now, sure, they don't have Tony backing them up anymore, but having Flappers, who also is somebody who has won big tournaments for himself in the past, is going to be very, very intriguing to see. Relza as well, just on that Priest, always a staple when it comes to that Priest gameplay. So I feel like Tessia especially is going to be kind of a player to watch. Like, if you're a mage out there and you want to know, okay, like who should I be looking at this game, I would say Tessia. He is definitely up there when it comes to mages. So aggressive, always, making big plays like that one that we just saw, and that's what it's gonna take to beat Echo, I think.
That's totally fair. Definitely a player that we highlighted quite a lot last season, and I expect him to do just as well heading into Season 2. We've got the results also from chat, the prediction of DOBOB versus Echo. It's 11% DOBOB, 89% Echo. I don't know if we've shown the predictions just yet for the casters, but I wonder if we can. I imagine it's similar. It probably will reflect chat a little bit, Sid.
Yeah, I mean, I must have sold at least some people betting on DOBOB, because it's not 100% Echo, which is usually the case, right?
Yeah, it's lower than I thought I'd be, for sure.
People are going for it, so, and they're rooting for the underdog here. And Flappers is coming out of retirement, and we haven't seen him in a few years, so it's gonna be interesting to see if he can step up to the plate. And Venruki is the odd one out. He's trying to get ahead on the leaderboard. That's what he's doing with this one. It's like, this is a bold prediction. I can see his logic too, because sometimes Echo drops rounds early on, and then they figure it out later and they win it. So like, if you were gonna bet against Echo, it's probably better to bet against them early on in a season.
That is a good point. Yeah, I'm surprised also it's 3-1 and not like a 3-2 for Ben. We'll have to pick his brain for that a little bit. Yeah, that's a pretty that is definitely a bold pick, Zico. You're 2-3, so you think that DOBOB could get at least a couple of games here on Echo?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a 3-2 series, and I was really struggling with it. I was like,
yeah,
I could see it going 3-2 for DOBOB, but I could also see it going 3-2 for Echo. I think that just the difference between these teams is going to be the compositions, right? We're going to see FMP, we're going to see RMP. And I think both teams, like we just saw in that previous series, can win. So for me, it's going to come down to kind of individual plays and just really, really minor things. So yeah, I think it's going to be a 3-2 here for Echo. But I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if DOBOB wins it 3-2 as well. Let's see what happens, though. We got the comps locked in, and we are going to see FMP and RMP.
Ooh, Raiko's got that new elite set for Mage. You look like an ice elemental, red ice elemental. It's one of the coolest sets. I definitely need to finish that off on my Mage after the tournament here. Raikou getting opened on, though, by Flappers. Big bleeds, multiple stuns, Vortex pinning him. Really good opener from Flappers onto Raikou, but now he's got that barrier absorbing the hits. And Tessia is blinking around the map as well here, kiting Waz. And that's a main advantage, is that you can just crowd control the rogue for so long. 3 sheeps into a fear, into a chastise. And I think that's what they're going to try and do in this round, is just control Waz, and that leaves Raikou open. And they've actually switched the sheep now onto Meh. Both priests are currently in polymorph, unable to heal for the time being, but Raikou making some good trades, now taking a lot of damage. Pops his greater invis. Nice snowdrift coming through for Tessia. And I feel like Tessia is the mage who likes playing that cheeky tech. He likes running snowdrift, he likes running ice wall, whereas Raikou is more conventional. He likes the Master Shepherd for the extra versatility when he sheeps a target, and he doesn't take like the risky gameplay talents.
Yeah, we did see Raikou in the open bracket though run a lot of ice walls, but we'll see if he's running it in this game right here. And Raikou finding himself in a MAME stun. And one of the big adaptations that we saw earlier was, of course, that we saw Oscar go over for that Dark Iron Dwarf and not play that Shimmer. So we'll see. Raikou currently is playing that Orc, and he is playing with that Shimmer. So we'll see if it works out for him. But right now we got Relza caught up in a CC chain. Nice fear onto Flappers. Nice blind onto Relza. And Tessia is going to be isolated there for a moment, but manages to stay alive there through good kiting, but still taking a lot of damage here. Full Ring of Frost secured there onto Meh. And Meh actually is going to be trinketing that one. So the first major defensive being forced here on the side of Echo. DOBOB trying to pull ahead. Now Raikou looking for the polymorph, trying to fake cast the interrupts. Can he find it? The kidney shot is there. Ring of Frost secures from Raikou and Waz. Nice triple CC coming out there. The gouge into the full fear onto Flappers as they look for the ice block here on Tessia. Can they find it? Relza's out of crowd control. He's got a lot of healing to do here, and he does manage to keep him alive for now, but he gets counterspelled. Tessia, what are you going to do here? Your healer's counterspelled. Nice mind control while he's counterspelled, just using that second school, that shadow school. And once again, it's going to be Raikou now on the back foot. The Guardian Angel comes out there from Meh, and both of these teams just so evenly matched, but this has got to be the ice block. And there it is. Beautiful setup coming out there from Echo, and Raikou is running the ice wall right there, drops it there as they do manage to get that set up and try to keep Tessia low with that ice block, but they are going to recover here with the double angels.
All right, both mages just going toe-to-toe here in the middle of the map. Nice Dragon's Breath on the Shifting Power. Shifting Power is really important for resetting Shimmers, for resetting Alter Time, for resetting your barrier. It gives you a lot of value. So if you can stop the Shifting Powers instantly, you're definitely helping your mage out a lot more in the matchup. You see both priests just posted up defensively in the back line, avoiding this mix in the middle of the map right now between both teams. Defensive Ring of Frost going to hit Waz, instantly dispelled. Ice Wall around the corner. Raikou's in a great position to just avoid it. Not kind of out of character ice wall there for Tessia. It's not going to really get any value, and Raikou's actually securing more crowd control. They could get the second ice block here if they're not careful. Dragon's Breath, they pop the barrier and into a blind. Still no trinket for 10. They get the barrier off. Can they manage to force a block? Rels is free. I doubt that they're going to force it here. Tessia fakes a kick, recasting Frostfire Bolt to the fear on Meh, but not able to get the polymorph. Waz gouges it. Flappers is still just tearing in with his return and debut in the AWC. He's got to face Echo, but Tessia blocking at so low. And is there a Mass Dispel? There is a Mass Dispel. It hits Tessia. He pops the barrier. Is that going to be enough? Rels is finally free, gripping Tessia back, but if they can't get a block from Raikou soon, I think that Echo are running away with this.
Yeah, I think Echo is just doing a great job so far, but Raikou now finds himself in a MAME stun, but he's going to be able to recover through some healing from Meh. Still down to about half HP, but Meh has got it covered there in the healing department. Now Flappers actually getting CC there for just a moment. Tessia now, what is he going to do to respond to his next attack? Relza has his trinket. Tessia has no ice blocks for a long period of time. They get a full sheep there onto Waz, but they're keeping him pinned here. Nice stun there onto Meh as well. Raikou forced into that ice block just with a sheep onto Waz, but look at that. Here's the smoke bomb. Here's the damage. Tessia blinks in, and he is going to be taken down immediately, getting punished for that aggressive play. Beautifully done there by Echo, and yeah, I don't know. They get the sheep on the Waz, they get the stun, they get the maim stun onto Meh. It's looking good offensively, but then TENSEI blinks in, and then he gets instantly punished with the smoke bomb there by Waz.
Nice punish here from Echo. I mean, they're looking polished as ever. I was saying, you know, usually you might be able to bet against Echo early. You know, they might not understand a matchup or a comp early on, and they get caught off guard, because that's happened in a lot of cups, right? Hula Bang comes in, the solo shuffle players last year in Dragonflight, and they take out Echo, and they actually win a cup. And it's like, you're not expecting that. And Echo drops a couple of cups throughout that season. But this time around, you know, if Rogue Mage Priest is a strong comp, I don't know if they're going to be dropping any games here in the tournament. Flapper's getting a decent amount of damage out throughout this match at least, making his first debut on the scene. And I'm sure there's a lot of pressure, right? Because Relza and TENSEI left a roster that has been getting really good results year over year to join Flappers. So Flappers probably has that in the back of his mind. Like, I've got to outperform Tony Farrell. I've got to, you know, make my team feel confident that they made the right decision to switch over to this roster with me.
Yeah, we saw it right there. Flappers actually did a really good setup there. They got a sheep on the Waz, they got the main stun there, and they forced the ice block, but then TENSEI got a little greedy. He wanted to push in and try to find more CC there, and Waz just instantly pulled the trigger, just cheap shot, smoke bomb, boom. So yeah,
you know,
a bit of...
There's a lot of people, you know, that are like praying for the downfall of Echo, and I feel like there's something on the player interviews that might make you want them to lose even more. When we asked them what titles they would want floating above their head if they could IRL, like WoW, Raikou chose God. He chose God as his title, so you could tell there's some confidence there. So yeah, that is a bold title. God Raikou.
Yeah. What did Mercy say? Overlord.
They're just
Star Caller. Matt just wants to like join NASA.
Yeah,
here.
I don't know about that one. That's a little... Waz is Cat Dad. It's such a polar opposite, dude. Cat Dad versus
we got God and we got Cat Dad. Perfect.
I wonder who has the ego on the team. Is it Waz? Is it Raikou? Who's the big ego on the team? We're going to have to find out. This is getting some insight on their roster here for the rest of the series. But yeah, RMP looking good as ever from them. Just a clean game. Like in other esports, you would almost consider this like close to a clean sweep at some points. I guess they did get this ice block right before the end at least. So not completely getting stamped out as far as no blocks in this round. But then we've seen matchups like this take like 10 plus minutes, and this one's not even getting to 5-minute mark. So you can tell that Echo came to play.
Absolutely. And you know, it's funny because referencing those interviews that we asked them, they said that they think their team has gotten worse compared to last season, and that's because they haven't, due to age, playing less and a long break. So we'll see. Obviously, they picked up Mercy as well on the bench, so they kind of have to incorporate that new player. We saw the same thing happen with when they got Lontar. We saw the same thing happen, you know, to any team really who picks up a new player like that. Yeah, they've been playing a little bit less and just enjoying their break. But I don't know, man, if I agree with that. I feel like they don't look worse. They looked pretty solid in that last game. Waz keeping up the damage with a mage as a rogue, and just the setups are looking crispy. They're landing everything. Defensively, they don't have to use anything. I feel like they're looking as on point as ever here on the side of Echo.
Yep. Cat Dad was keeping Flappers in control on the cat right there. He's definitely got experience with cats, I guess, so he's not letting him scratch the walls or do anything or have any fun. He's just perfectly contained here in this series, up 1 point. DOBOB are going to small map, so they really want to make sure the Feral Druid can get a lot of pressure out, likely. I would imagine this type of situation. It just seems like it's so tough to take Raikou down. Like, Raikou is balancing, maxing his damage, while also avoiding all of the important moments, so he's not, you know, panicking his healers, overlapping cooldowns. He just seems almost bulletproof. So I'm starting to lean into why he may have chosen the title God, at least when it comes to Mage at this time and a point in time, because Echo looked like a machine, even though they say they don't. They say they've gotten worse. Maybe they're just trying to be a little bit humble. It's a weird balance of humble and then titled God on their interview, but I think they're looking insane. Like, that was a really good game. They had complete control of it. So it's up to DOBOB to try and create some chaos and make things happen here.
It's interesting that DOBOB selected Hook Point when in the previous FMP RMP matchup that we just saw with Overload, after they lost game 1, they selected Hook Point. So I feel like RMP likes this map, and we'll see what they decide to do here, because it's going to be tough for Relza to stay out of crowd control. And as I say that, he gets caught up in the cheap shot into the full Ring of Frost there. I think they overlapped it though with a blind Matt, also getting caught up in a full sheep here, and Raikou is going to be the one who's taking the brunt of that exchange. Nice ice wall coming out here from TENSEI. They could push for the ice block. Look at Flappers looking for the Cyclone Matt though with the fade. The Raikou 1% HP right there, but he manages to hold on. Complete ice in his veins, and now looking for the polymorph there onto Relza. There's a kidney shot. He's trying to fake cast the interrupts. He gets Dragon's Breath on it. Gets counterspelled. Nice shutdown there from TENSEI, shutting down the attempt. And once again, it's going to be DOBOB in the opener here, who are looking a little bit better in terms of offense, but we'll see if they can actually land any crowd control. There's the stun into the full sheep. So they're playing much more aggressive here with that FMP. Meh is going to trinket it.
Oh, that's a very early trinket from Meh in this position. TENSEI now on the back foot, trying to get back to Relza's line of sight. Waz is chasing him down. Grapple over. Did Relza fade some crowd control there? Bit uncertain. He's polymorphing the Rogue during the cheap shot. I think it's good here. Get control of the Rogue. Booping him away from the Mage as well. Raikou is getting pressure. He's getting punished for pushing in, but if he manages to secure a polymorph, it could be devastating for TENSEI. They crack right through the overpowered barrier, and Relza has to trinket, but he's into another stun. Mez in position. He gets the Psychic Scream. TENSEI could have to block in the near future. He's got a Dragon's Breath on the Rogue, containing him for now, but now Raikou turns it around with the double Dragon's Breath of his own. TENSEI displaces back. He gets away from Waz with the Blizzard snaring him here in the midfield, preventing him from immediately reconnecting. That was really good navigation and kiting by TENSEI, but a blink counter spell from Raikou as he is really turning up the aggression here in game 2.
Yeah, beautiful. Look at Meh. Runs into the Ring of Frost there and just Shadow Word deaths himself just to break that and put himself onto diminishing returns. But he gets caught up in a nice Cyclone there by Flappers, realizing that Meh is a little bit out of position from that play. But here comes the blind. There's the Ring of Frost. Chastise onto Flappers. TENSEI is isolated. Ice block will be forced on TENSEI there. So now down a major defensive. Raiku's looking for that ice wall too. Look at Relza. He's still not out of the woods just yet. Had to trade out his Will of the Forsaken to get out of that CC chain right there. Meh, meanwhile, in angel form, spamming out the heals. Raikou with the power infusion actually gets spell stolen and then spell steals it back from TENSEI. It's a bit of a war here between the mages trying to spell steal that one, and it's going to be Raikou actually who manages to keep the pressure, but at the same time Meh in a full Ring of Frost. He's got no trinket. Raikou into the ice block here. TENSEI trinketing out of the kidney shot, gets the resheep here as Waz is looking to get aggressive. They CC the ice block, but now Raikou gets aggressive. They kick after the cast here, and now Raikou has that premonition. Big damage coming out there onto TENSEI there as well, and both teams just so back and forth. Raikou down to half HP here, trying to stay away. Meh comes in with the Void Shift, manages to stay alive and keep Raikou in the fight here, but now they're up one ice block. TENSEI's got nothing left. Relza's trinket is the last line of defense on the side of DOBOB.
Oh, Raikou got away and got a shifting power behind the pillar. That's really good for him here. Apotheosis up. Mez recovers. They're up one ice block, but Relza has life swap. So in my mind, they're pretty neck and neck at the moment. Waz also has no trinket. They could make a swap, but they're going Raikou with the maim stun. He gets stunned away by Meh at the moment, but Raikou is still rotting. That is a lot of pressure on Raikou. Overpowered barrier. He gets feared on his blink. He can't sheep right away. They cut through the overpowered barrier, and now Meh is trying to pick him back up slowly but surely. Relza in a good position to avoid crowd control there, far off in the distance, while TENSEI is trying to ramp. He's getting control of Waz. Polymorph looking to ice wall the dispel. Gets counterspell, but now he can sheep 3 times. Maybe he was baiting the counterspell on Frost there, so he could spam polymorph and get Waz off of his back for a second. And he's got Icy Veins active at the moment, so he could possibly get some big crits. His main Veins is coming up in about 17 seconds, but Raiku's comes up in 2 seconds, and that could be lights out. Relza needs to get ready. As soon as Raikou is in counterspell, he's probably going to shove his Veins Comet Storm, but he actually gets maimed. Nice maim, but TENSEI is still just dying to Waz. He drops down a wall. Line of sight Meh from Raikou, but TENSEI is on his last legs right now. Will Relza save him in time? He gets a big heal, another big heal, pulling him back from the brink, and now Icy Veins is up for TENSEI. He needs some big crits right now. He's got a time warp proc. He's got to, but he's falling behind. They life swap. They have to gun down Raikou and Master Spell the block. I think if they want to win here, they have the Master Spell from Relza. He's not even going for it. It's such immense pressure from both teams at this moment.
Yeah, both healers now in Angel form. No one with any cooldowns left. How are they going to be able to navigate through this situation? Meh has no trinket. Actually, it has rotated back up. So Meh has a defensive cooldown in his back pocket. Meh, though, it's caught up in the sheep. He defs it, though, but Raikou could die in the DR sheep. He pushes in and gets a counter sheep there onto Relza. Relza has no way out. They have the follow-up fear. He's got Will of the Forsaken for it, though. Instead, they're going to just fear flappers. Big damage coming out there onto Relza. Waz is a little bit too late there with the smoke bomb, and TENSEI manages to get a shifting power. Gets the Ring of Frost there down on the ground. No cooldowns left here on either side, really, in terms of mages at least. Raikou dropping very, very low here. Can they do it? Flappers is pushing for the win. Can they take him down? Meh is still out of crowd control, though, at that pillar with defensive positioning. They knock him away from Meh. Beautifully done. Alter time comes out here for Raikou. Spamming out the spell steals Raikou down to 20% HP. TENSEI in a full kidney shot. He gets gripped back by Relza. Relza finds the fear onto Meh, forcing out the Will of the Forsaken. Still 20 seconds left on Relza's trinket. Still a long time left on these ice blocks. The next setup could be the one that decides the game.
He polys Waz's trinket, then he switches it over to Meh. That was an insane play from TENSEI. They're so close to killing Raikou. Are DOBOB going to become the God Slayers? They don't get the kill. TENSEI is now on the back foot. He's interrupted. Raikou is desperately trying to get a mass poly fake there to blink around the corner, but he has to blink back. He knocks Flappers into the corner. They're playing full defense on the side of Echo. What are they trying to stall for? They've got Meh's trinket at least, but so does Relza. It's a scary moment with no ice blocks. One big crit could be lights out. Ice wall comes down. And dude, they have done it. They have done it. The god is dead. DOBOB show that they can make him bleed here in game number 2.
Wow, what an insane game here. This was so back and forth. I feel like comparatively to the last FMP RMP series that we saw, this one feels way different. I feel like the RMP versus FMP that we saw was way more kind of defensive. Just the FMP being very, very defensive, not really going for a lot of aggressive setups, just trying to win on the damage. But here we see constantly TENSEI is blinking in. He's looking for sheeps. He's looking for crowd control. They're looking for openings, and they managed to find them. And really, really nice plays coming out here. They're here to try to isolate Raikou with that ice wall. Not able to find it, but they still keep looking for it, right? As soon as Raikou pushes in to get aggressive once again, they get the kidney shot onto TENSEI. They look for the ice wall, and then immediately sheep onto Waz, stun onto Raikou, ice wall comes through, and that is enough time there for the game to be decided. And I mean, look at Meh's cooldown. He had nothing really. Sure, he had his trinket, but he had no void shift, he had no guardian, he had no big heal to really combo with that. So Raikou was in a really bad spot there due to, you know, what happened earlier. Meanwhile, on the flip side, TENSEI's got his icy veins just a split second before Raikou, and they still have Relza's trinket. They still have a little bit of cooldowns to work with that Guardian Angel, and they're rotating 2 ice blocks back. I feel like when we've seen this matchup play out, it's almost better to be the mage that gets his block forced early, because you usually get it back. Meanwhile, if you just hold your block the whole game, but then you have to pop it like 3 minutes into the match, 4 minutes into the match, it's very unlikely that you're going to get another one. So DOBOB, good defensive cooldown management, but also just really good setups, actually landing multiple sheeps onto Meh, getting multiple crowd control chains, and just finding windows of opportunity like that.
All right, first game was just a warm-up. First game. Coming into second game, putting a point on the board against Echo, which is already a feat in itself, let alone taking a series here. We're going to Ashamane's Fall, and it's kind of flipped. Yeah, the RMP is preferring the big maps, unlike the last series that we saw where they wanted the small maps, and maybe it's a playstyle difference. Maybe DOBOB, they're more aggressive. They want to be playing to win, whereas Swapsy is kind of known for playing more safe, right? Just do damage, don't die. That's his trademark. When we interviewed him years ago. So maybe that's the logic for the map selection for Swapsy's team versus DOBOB's team. DOBOB is just gas pedal down. Let's bite some people. Flappers with the biggest bites in the AWC is looking to try and make a name for himself again as he's returning to the competitive scene, rejoining with Relza, and now picking up TENSEI and Trimaz as some additional members of the team here. And do you think there's at all a chance of a comp swap? Because in the past, you know, sometimes like a Warlock comp, maybe in this type of matchup, might not be too bad.
You mean from Echo's side?
Yeah, from Echo's side.
We did see some Mage Lock in open bracket, but I really, really highly doubt it. I think that we're just going to see these two same comps. Both of these teams are going to stick to it no matter what. I don't think anyone is swapping anyone in. And I talked to Waz about this matchup, you know. During the open bracket, we were hanging out a little bit, and he told me that, yeah, this is a matchup that really can go either way. He said, I think the exact thing that he said was, a Feral will just always out-damage a Rogue. There's no way a Rogue can ever keep up with a Feral on damage. So it just comes down to Rogue getting more setups, enabling his team more, versus the Feral Druid, just having kind of more potent setups in a way, because you have more damage during that moment. And also, if the game goes really, really late, you should have a damage advantage on the side of the FMP. So it is a matchup that can go either way. And I feel like the team that really set FMP on the map last season was Tessia and Tony. So having Tessia now with Flappers, who is just another massive Feral in the EU region, this is the team. Like, if someone's gonna beat Echo tonight, it's these guys.
I think we're all kind of leaning into it, and Venruki probably more than anybody else, right? With the predictions, he's the only one that's locked in, and apparently 11% of the chat as well. So there, you guys are all taking a big gamble here, but I think it is true. I think DOBOB, I think with Tessia leveling up his abilities last season and rivaling Raikou on that mage, Relza has been a phenomenal priest for, it feels like, eons at this point. So, and Flapper's coming back and doing a great job, coming off of a little bit of a break before coming back to the AWC. So they're looking like a very strong roster on the Feral Mage Priest here in game number 2. They're all warmed up after that game 1, completely demolishing Raikou there in those final seconds with that ice wall. And let's see how Echo will adapt. They brought it to a large map, so if they want to extend this game, they're going to have the space to do so.
Yeah, and just nice to see Flappers back. He's got big shoes to fill in terms of Tony, but he is somebody who has been, competing on the biggest stages together with Relza. So it's just nice to see that duo back. But we'll see what they can do here in the opener. We got another setup coming out here. Relza looking for the fear. Did Meh actually dodge that fear? Yeah, he did. Meh actually dodging that fear there. Beautifully done. Ice wall coming out. He grips. Man, Meh is a beast. He goes into angel form, avoids the fear, then he grips Raikou right before the ice wall lands, just nullifying it. He's already making huge plays as soon as the game starts, but he does get caught up in a cyclone. They get the full sheep there into a full fear onto Relza. Meh gets caught up in a sheep, but he's going to have to trinket out of that one. And already smoke bomb there as well, not doing too much work there for Waz, as we see Tessia manages to get out of that one. So far, a lot of offensive cooldowns being popped here, but not a lot of defense force. But as I say that, they get a DR Ring of Frost into a full cyclone here. Raikou could be in some hot water here if they have any kind of follow-up damage. Raikou dropping very low, but Meh once again is going to be able to deflect the attack, and now here comes Echo.
Yeah, kidney shot. Raikou gets cloned. He can't sheep off the kidney shot. Flappers is doing so good here. They blind instead. And Tessia is backing him up. They're snaring Waz. He can't get over there. Raikou can't get in. That was really good defense to protect Relza from Raikou. Now Relza's getting aggressive. Chastise into a full fear. Will the Forsaken available, and Meh is not trading it. This might be a block if he doesn't. He trades it late. He barely connects the heal in time. As Raikou pops the barrier, Tessia blinks in, looking for a double snowdrift. He gets the double stun. They really want this block, and they're going to get it. Insane play from Tessia into a double ring. It's just double right here, man, from Tessia. Everything's a double. I'm seeing double.
That was absolutely sick. He got the double drift, double DB, double mass sheep, double ring combo right there. Tessia making huge plays. Now Raikou looking for his own mass poly there, but he's going to get stopped once again by Flappers. Now looking for the sheep here. Relza line of sight it. He knows that he wants to connect it, but look at Tessia once again deflecting the situation, knocking Raikou away from his priest, making sure that if he wants to get there, he has to spend a blink there. And now he fake casts the counterspell, and he gets a full sheep. Raikou, what are you going to do in this position? Nice altered time right there. Tessia also dropping kind of low, and now Raikou, the god, coming back in, finding a sheep of his own. Tessia could have to use his ice block there. The killing spree from Waz will secure it. Both of these mages playing out of their minds. There's the ice wall coming out from Raikou, and now he is going to be taking the brunt of that exchange. Matt in angel form manages to recover Raikou. Tessia should be able to recover here as well with Relza in angel form. Both of these teams very, very closely matched here. This could be anyone's game, Sid.
Oh, Tessia taking a huge hit here. Do they have a kidney shot for Relza? Waz gets cloned by Flapper, stalling it for a moment, but Waz is still going forward. There's cheap shot, sets up Raikou. He blinks in. Is he going to get it? Cheap shot on Flappers. He trinkets and interrupts him. So as the third DPS, when you're not the target, you can use your medallion to break a CC chain, but they continue it anyways. Into the blind, into the ring. Oh, another clone from Flappers, just buying any second that he can to reduce damage on Tessia here, but Raikou gets another polymorph with the ring. Tessia on the back foot. Is he on hypothermia right now? It's a little bit uncertain. He's got Icy Veins rolling. He's trying to ramp up, but he gets put into a gouge, and Waz is shutting that Icy Veins down really effectively here, now interrupting him, but here comes the Meteor Comet combo as Raikou is forced to get grip back to the pillar, but Flappers is in pursuit. They're unrelenting. It's all-out aggression from DOBOB right now to get that second block.
Nice to get the full sheep though onto Relza. They're looking to try to reverse the pressure back onto Tessia. He's caught up in a cheap shot. Chastise coming out there onto Flatbush. Tessia is dropping quite low here. Beautiful healing coming out though from Relza. They didn't have enough follow-up there to actually push for that second ice block from Tessia. Ice wall though being casted. There's the stun. Big damage connecting here onto Raikou, but Matt manages to duck around the corner and keep Raikou alive in that exchange. Beautifully done there by Matt. Now a bash stun onto Matt, but Tessia not going to be able to find the crowd control there, as Raikou did manage to snipe that counter spell. Now Raikou sniping a sheep onto Relza behind the corner. What is he going to do here? Tessia, how are you going to stay alive on this one? He polymorphs Waz there, and he manages to stay alive, manages to duck around the corner. Frozen Orb comes out. They're going after Flappers. Flappers gets gripped back to safety. Meanwhile, Raikou almost going down in that exchange. I can't believe there's an ice block there. Just complete faith there that Meh will save the day. Meanwhile, Waz also taking a tremendous amount of damage, but he does have the Cloak of Shadows there. Waz could get stunned if he overextends here. He could get stunned behind the pillar. There's the stun. They're going after Waz. They knock him out of line of sight. They are going to go for the kill here, but Meh cancels the Angel form. He manages to keep Waz alive. Nice cloak, nice evasion there from Waz. That was a beautiful play there coming out from Flappers. Now a counterplay coming out here from Echo, getting that kidney shot and the ice wall there, but Relza manages to deflect the situation. Both of these teams looking for opportunities now onto the melee. Waz is a very exposed target. If he continues to push in too hard like that, he's got no trinket, he's got no personal defensives. He could be a juicy target. Raikou gets interrupted there on the sheep, but he manages to find the Ring of Frost. Tessia could be in trouble here, Sid.
Yeah, Flappers looking for a clone. Relza gets knocked away in the sheep, but Waz isn't a clone. I feel like Flappers clones have been so good. Every time they get CC on Relza and he can't heal, Flappers clone somebody. Here comes another ice wall. He's trying to get in line of sight of Raikou. He pops down some barriers. Big heal comes through, but now he's chastised. Tessia, return fire. Big damage out from Waz. Huge heal comes in from Relza as he uses his medallion to break crowd control. But now Met is into another polymorph. Raikou's getting chomped, and Flappers, man, these bites are as big as they used to be so many years ago when he was competing, and he's tearing Echo to pieces right now. Both players critically low, and he swaps back to Raikou with a skull bash, but Meh gets an emergency recovery. He tops the team, buying them another opportunity to push it on Tessia, and they could mass dispel his ice block and still win the game off of that pretty rapidly if Tessia is not careful.
Yeah, they need to be very careful here. There's still no cooldowns left now on Raikou for a couple of seconds. No ice block, that could be it. And that is going to be it. Beautifully done here, DOBOB. They are taking the lead in the series. They took Raikou down. It was like 10, 15 seconds left on that cold snap. So he didn't have an ice block there. It was that perfect moment to find the window of opportunity there, and Flappers once again just manages to do so much damage in these situations. And this time around, also Tessia keeping up, actually was a little bit ahead, I think, on damage. Yeah, he was actually slightly ahead of Raikou. So with the Feral Druid, you just have so much damage, and you're still landing the crowd controls. I gotta say, though, Tessia in this match played absolutely insane. He landed so much crowd control. He just played such a beautiful matchup here. But we can see exactly what happened here towards the last couple of moments here. Waz even dropped a smoke bomb at the very, very end to try to shut down the damage, but Tessia fake casts the interrupt. He lands the interrupt onto Raikou. Then they snipe the Cyclone here onto Meh, and then they connect onto Raikou. No cooldowns available, and look at Waz. He drops the gouge onto Tessia and the smoke bomb as well, just to try to keep him. But yeah, he already had the Comet Storm in the air when the gouge connected, and the Comet Storm is just a huge amount of damage when you're just isolated like that, plus Flappers, you know. So that's all it takes, really. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Wait, is this replay thing new, by the way? The thing in the corner
with the goblin text?
Yeah,
is that a text
package?
Like, what is that? How does it?
Does
that asset exist in the game somewhere? Is there a sign that says replay in the game, and we got that from there? Is that custom made? Is that like Goblin engineering on the production side here with the little replay pop-up? I like that. Okay, so Raikou comes to this tournament, wants the title God IRL, and DOBOB are becoming the God Slayers right now. They only need to win one more game to send Echo to the lower bracket, and some of Echo's biggest competition throughout history is in the lower bracket also. So I don't know if it's actually going to happen, but is it like, could Echo possibly be out of the tournament on day number 1? Because I feel like DOBOB are just on point right now.
DOBOB is looking, dude. This is such an interesting series because we're seeing the exact same thing that we saw earlier, but all the maps that the FMP was picking in the previous series, the RMP is picking. So it's very interesting to see. We saw a hook point getting selected by the FMP and them winning on that, versus in the previous series we saw the RMP pick that and win on that. And now we're seeing Tiger's Peak locked in, and that was locked in game number 5 by the FMP of Forged RMP. And now we're seeing Echo pick Tiger's Peak here on match point. So it's very interesting to see kind of what the teams are doing and how they utilize the maps. I feel like it just comes down to your own personal strategy and just like your team's own personal preference. And it just seems like a really even matchup that both of these comps can win. And it is nice to see the amount of aggression coming out from DOBOB too. Like, I mean, if you're on Swapsy's team right now, you're like, huh? Yeah, we didn't.
How do we
didn't
replicate that?
Yeah. E-Make, is there any chance you could just do what Tessia's doing right here? Just out damage the enemy mage, which he was doing, to be fair, and just land like all of these crazy CC chains, just land double ring, double mass polys, double snowdrift, and just be in their face way more. And P-Make's like, Swaps, is there any way you can just one-shot the enemy mage like that? Like Flappers is doing. So it's they're probably taking some lessons from what DOBOB is doing here, because they're also up against Echo, right? I would say most people agree that Echo is the best RMP. So being able to produce these kind of results into Echo is very impressive, especially with Flapper's first AWC back in as long as I can remember.
Yeah, I mean, we had TJ Farrell and Tony, I want to say, with a couple of other ones possibly, but I feel like those were the two main culprits for trying to vie for the #1 Farrell spot in Europe. And now Flappers just comes out of retirement and is looking to take out Echo and take that throne for Europe as Europe's best Farrell possibly in the region. And it's such a stylistic difference between DOBOB and Overload. It's just DOBOB is just setup based, all out aggression, make efficient trades, get in, get it done. Whereas I feel like Overload and Swapsy's team is much more defense, like survive, out damage them, and attrition. And right now aggression is beating attrition.
Oh, 100%. It seems like if you can utilize that Feral Druid damage when you have CC and you can consistently land the CC, it just seems so good. Like the rogue damage is kind of scary when you have adrenaline rush, when you have your killing spree, when you have like your cooldowns popped. But it's way more about enabling the mage and setting up the mage burst. Whereas for DOBOB, they have that mage burst, but they also have the Feral Druid just packing a massive punch. So it's gonna be interesting to see here. I wanna know what year it was that Relza and Flappers actually won the spring finals. I want to say it was like 2017. They won that huge tournament together. So these guys, they've been playing together for a long time, but it was in 2018 even. But yeah, they have a lot of synergy from back then. But Flappers kind of been hiding a little bit in the sandbox. But we'll see him coming out now and just making it look good. Meanwhile, Tessia, though, is taking a lot of damage here in this opener so far. No trinkets have been popped, just personal defensives. Elsa, though, caught up in a full polymorph. This could be potential here to use some defensive cooldowns. Ice wall coming out, potentially from Raikou. Beautiful isolation. And they're going to force the ice block there with that opener. Nicely done here by Echo. Now swapping over to Flappers as well. Tessia looking for the mass poly. Not able to find it there. Meh ducks around the corner. Triple fear coming out. Nice sheep on the will of forsake. Oh, he deft, though. So he will deft. And he dodged that resheep at least, but still a lot of crowd control coming out. Raikou on 1%. And just as Echo is getting compliments on their opener, DOBOB strikes back.
I was going to say, Raikou is parsing, like he's doubling everyone's damage, but he actually loses the first ice block of the game on match point. That's going to put a lot of pressure to get some ice blocks from Tessia as well. Will Echo match aggression with aggression? We see Waz grappling over. Cheap shot swap onto Flappers. Big swap onto Feraldr, and he is going to flop. We're renaming him Floppers here in game number 4. We're going to game 5. They came back hard on it. They did not expect Flappers to explode like that.
Yeah, what like, what is going on? I feel like these guys are just every game that goes, it like everyone is playing even more aggressive. It's like each game is like 10% more aggression, 10% more aggression, 10% more damage. And this time around, it's Echo winning in under 2 minutes. And this is, you know, it just goes to show as well how well some of these teams have been playing, right? Because we have seen this matchup go to 40, 50% dampening, but we've also seen it just end in under 2 minutes. And that is just if you make one mistake, if you under-respond to one trade, if you're playing a little bit too aggressive, if you find yourself out of position, all of a sudden, one team can just pull ahead and just instantly punish that. And we are seeing Echo come out ahead. So it's going to be match point this time around now, 2-2 apiece. Between these two teams, but let's take a look at exactly how they were able to secure that kill. I feel like if you blink, you missed it, and I may have blinked in that moment, actually. So Flappers got feared to a really bad spot, and then they just cheap shot him out of the fear. He had no bark skin. This had to be a trinket, survival instinct or something. They had to pop something there to just respond and respect that. I feel like Meh did a lot of damage in that setup. I think Meh actually was the one who set it up. He was a chastise out of form into a full fear, and then Meh is probably saying the Feral Druid, he's feared to Narnia, he's out of form. Wes like, oh, that looks good. And then he just jumps on that, pops the tricks, pops the cheap shot. Raikou gets, I think it was a Comet Storm there as well. And they're just able to 100-0 him like that. Don't have bark skin. I think Flappers had to respect that. That was a bit of a bit of greed coming out there from Flappers for sure.
Maybe Relz is not CC'd here, and he's telling him he actually Guardian Spirit Tessia. So he thought Tessia was going to be the target there. Like he literally just activated. So that was they completely didn't see that coming. They really thought that was on Tessia. They're going to the cage. They're going to. I didn't think this was going to happen. I didn't think it was going to happen.
No way.
This is the move against Echo. You pick a wild card map. You pick the map that nobody's really played. This is what you do if you're DOBOB. You create chaos. You create unexpected situations. You take it to the cage of carnage.
Oh my god, the Game 5 Cage of Carnage. I didn't think we'd see this in Europe.
I didn't
think we would see this.
A lot of people are a lot of people don't prefer this because there's tons of line of sight and it can be difficult to play around it. So I was really expecting no one to lock it in, but I low-key think this is good for DOBOB because they're not going to have a lot of experience because nobody wants to play on it because of the line of sight. So now they might be able to get an edge, and Ice Wall on this map is insane. You literally just like cut the whole map in half. So okay, this is gonna be a wild conclusion. Like if you've got friends that aren't here seeing this series, like Echo does not often get taken to a game 5 on match point. First cup, first series of the day for Europe, and DOBOB, okay, they got to keep their wits about them because they really did not see that swap coming onto Flappers. So now they've seen that. So it's like, okay, we know that that's an option. We're gonna get prepared for that. Let's create some chaos. Cage of Carnage. I mean, let the chaos begin, I guess, here, because this is going to be a wild one. I think this is a wild map. I swear, I've never seen it at this level of play. You know, you see solo shuffle where people aren't in comms and they run out of line and they die. But like when you're in comms, how does this map play out?
I mean, we're about to find out. Most of my games on this map are very short. I can tell you that. It's usually people just getting absolutely blasted in the opener, but the fact that we get to see it here, you know what? I'm proud over my European brothers here. I was expecting NA because usually NA has a little bit more Zug in them.
Look at the graphics. I've never seen this map on this angle. Yeah,
no, me neither, actually. I mean, look how small it is.
Shout out to the camera. Shout out to the camera person.
Yeah, we're going to see it here. The Cage of Carnage. There is nowhere to run. There is nowhere to hide. DOBOB is locking it in. Game 5 versus Echo. This is just a huge, huge statement as well for these players to win against Echo after, you know, playing together for such a long time. We're going to see it now, though. Echo going for that opener. Both priests in angel form here. And we're going to see Raikou actually already getting a very defensive position here. You can use these like little hills here to line of sight. Beautiful knock there. Already creating pressure. pressure. Look at Flappers taking a lot of damage. Ice Wall gets counterspelled, though. Beautifully done there by Tessia, shutting down that position immediately. Tessia now looking for the Ring of Frost. Not able to find it either. He gets counterspelled. Now Relza looking to potentially get some crowd control of his own. Relza gets caught up in a full sheep here. This map could be backfiring. Relza trinkets out of the sheep here, looking for the heals on the Tessia. Gets the Guardian, and I think Tessia is going to be able to survive with that. Matt now in a Cyclone. Waz is in a sheep. Raikou 3 versus 1 situation. Counterspells Tessia on the follow-up, and it looks like they are going to be able to shut it down for now.
Relza's repositioning, but Tessia's taking so much damage. He gets a polymorph on Meh. They Cyclone Waz. Excellent setup on Raikou. Can they get a block? Chastise around the corner. They blink on top of him. They're really trying to force it. They get Meh's medallion, but now Tessia's in a smoke bomb. Relza's using Sanctify to heal through it, but it doesn't heal for a lot. As Tessia displaces out of the bomb, Relza can pick him up. Now Raikou's pushing towards him, knocks Tessia off the side. And this is where things can get hectic, is when you start getting knocked off that top platform. It can take a while to get back up into the middle. They're switching to Flappers. Killing Spree coming through, but Waz gets polymorphed. Ice Wall comes down. Line of sighting half of the map away from Raikou, but Relza gets counterspelled. This could be dangerous for Tessia. He pops out his barrier. He's going on top of Meh. He's still just getting aggressive. Another polymorph with no trinket with a fear on the rogue. This is an excellent setup. They just need damage right now. Where's the damage? They get the block. Master Spell. He's in a kidney shot. He can't go for it, but there's still more crowd control on Meh. He's in a bash. Relza's now in a polymorph. They're turning it around, and Tessia has to block. Master Spell gets interrupted by Flappers, and they're so evenly matched in Game 5.
Yeah, so far both mages down an ice block, both healers down a trinket. Who is going to fall first? Flappers looking for the Cyclone. He finds it onto Meh. They drop a Ring of Frost out of the Cyclone. Is that going to connect? They get the Void Shift in time. Meh has to Will of the Forsaken. Goes into Angel form. Goes for the big heals onto Raikou. He could just fall to the damage of Flappers. They're pushing for the win. Can they take down Echo in the first series on broadcast here in the AWC? Raikou's going to hold on. Tessia's looking for the counter looking for the sheep, but he gets counterspelled. Relza now in a full sheep. Meh knows if he goes for that fear, he's gonna get counter CC'd. He gets stunned. Relza, he could do it. Can they do it? If they get the Master Spell here, they might just end the game. They get the full Cyclone. They're shutting down the Master Spell. Beautifully done. But meanwhile, Tessia dropping dangerously low here as well. Doesn't want to use that ice block for no reason here, with Relza being out of crowd control, and they are gonna be able to hold on. But things are looking absolutely chaotic here on the Cage of Carnage.
Oh, Goblin engineering right here, creating chaos in the arena as well in the AWC. The best team in Europe for such a long period of time. Echo, they name themselves the gods. Is DOBOB about to slay them? They are so close. They're really far ahead. One clean setup and they win this game, but Raikou is disrupting them, knocking them off the side. He gets interrupted on his polymorph. Here comes the Comet Storm. Raikou gets a Frost Nova. Relza dispels. He's trying to Shadow Death this polymorph. He fears it. Mez into a Cyclone. Big opportunity. Into a polymorph. Can they finish it? Raikou's still aggressive. He has to get... Oh, he gets gripped right before the wall. Could have sealed his fate right there in Game 5. Met with ice in his veins, keeping Raikou alive.
Yeah, that was a beautiful grip right there. But now Relza caught up in a full blind here. Tessia, what is he going to do? Waz is all over him. Killing Spree connects here. Nice kick there on the polymorph as well. He's looking for the Snowdrift. He Novas Waz, but Waz is just going to be able to walk away from that Snowdrift, shutting it down. Nice Ring of Frost defensively there onto Waz. Meh knows he needs to stay away here from the crowd control. He doesn't have too much to work with. Raikou caught up in the stun. He's going to be able to get away from that one. All the time connects Flappers in a Dragon's Breath. Raikou looking for the polymorph. Nice fake cast there. Gets the precognition. Looking for the follow-up here onto Relza. Gets a full sheep here onto Relza, but look at Tessia moving in aggressively, finds the Dragon's Breath, finds the full sheep. This could be it. Mech trinkets out there to save Raikou from one more setup.
All right, Relza has Angel, but there's a wall down. Master Spell, he's going to Angel, and then Master Spell, so he can't be interrupted by a cancel wall kick or something like that. You've seen that play before, but Mez out of Angel form. He's into the rake stun. Flappers is going for the kill. It's Fate! They've done it! DOBOB, take it! 3-2. The gods bleed down to the lower bracket.
The Cage of Carnage is the counter for Echo. They've been holding on to this map in their back pocket, and they made it work. They made it look so good, and this is exactly what you need to do. If you want to take down the team that is #1 in our power rankings, this is what it takes. You need to have an unconventional composition, and you need to make it work. You need to find the unconventional map picks, and look at Flappers' damage here. We got Tessia and Raikou basically tied on the mages, but Flappers, man, this guy is doing so much work. Just 200 mil damage, basically doubling Waz has his damage, that is going to be the difference maker. TENSEI finding the CC there at the end as well, going for the Dragon's Breath Sheeps, finding the Snow Drifts, finding the Blast Waves, just really using the map. You can see it right there, the Dragon's Breath Sheep onto Matt connects. They get the Trinket from Matt with that one, and then there's the Angel Forms coming out for both healers here. Relza's going to activate his there in a second, and you can see at this point, as soon as Matt comes out of this one, Raikou is going to be in big trouble. They're all pushing in. There's the stun coming out. There's the Snow Drift as well. They're just all dogpiling onto Raikou, and he's got nowhere to go from this pain train that is Flappers.
Oh my god, dude. Okay. Flappers is looking to take that title for best feral in Europe as he just comes back in his first tournament debut, reunited with Relza. You know, they've been able to win championships in the past, but that's like almost a decade ago, I feel like, since we've really seen Flappers to any significance. So to have him come back and play at this level and pull off the impossible that only Venruki and 11% of the chat apparently saw as a possible outcome on the first day of the season has been epic. This is a legendary moment here that you've all got to witness, and now this means that Echo are a shark. They're a shark in that lower bracket. They already beat Streamer Zone 3-0, but Streamer Zone went 3-0 against another RMP, and it seems like they're getting more comfortable with the matchup, and they're just going to get more and more comfortable with the matchup. Also, Swapsy's team in this lower bracket could be a menace for them, given that they've got the Feral Mage composition, and I'm sure that they watched this and saw, like, okay, we need to be aggressive, guys. It's time to push the gas pedal down. We got to get some crowd control. We got to get some big bites, and we got to close the game off here. But this is an epic return for Flappers.
Definitely. I mean, he wanted to make an impression as he came back into AWC for the first time in quite a while, and he definitely did that today. Echo, they are down in that lower bracket. This team, DOBOB, just committed chaos on the entire bracket for the EU region. We can take a look at that in just a sec, but I mean, the sky is the limit for this team, but you guys kind of already mentioned it a little bit already. Echo is a team, Zico, that is so good at adapting. If somebody finds out a way to beat them, they come back the second time and just immediately 180 that situation. Do you think DOBOB is going to be able to handle that?
I think there's more room in the cage. I think, yeah, as long as they lock it in, I think I mean, like I said at the beginning of the series, I think this is going to be a 3-2 either way. I could see both teams taking it. It just depends on how it plays out. And this time around, it was DOBOB coming out ahead. I feel like TENSEI's aggressive playstyle has been so good to watch. And we saw it, you know, time and time again. Now he's backed up by Flappers. Flappers and Relza, I mean, these guys have won big tournaments, international tournaments together before. So it's really cool to see those guys back at it again. And it's got to feel really good as well for Flappers and Relza to join forces again and just instantly start delivering these results. So I think they got a lot of momentum, and they got some time as well to keep sharpening their skills. I think they could be the team to beat here. DOBOB, they might not even get the rematch, because look at that lower bracket. I mean, you got Forged RMP, you got CHIBAKU, you got Streamer Zone. These are also all big names down there that Echo is going to have to battle through to even get a potential rematch.
I don't think you like being called floppers very much, Sid. He's like, hold my drink. Give me 1 second.
He comes back in a vengeance. Like, yeah,
I'll show you
fooled me
floppers.
once, shame on me, but I'm gonna just absolutely destroy them in this next game and double their damage. Do the entire team of Echo combined in one game. Okay.
He's going to remember that. All right. Well, we've got to look at the bracket right now and how it is shaping up for the rest of today, and also a little bit for Championship Sunday as well. And it's shaping up to be very exciting indeed. We've got Forged RMP versus Streamer Zone GG coming up next in an elimination series. And then the last series of the day is Echo versus CHIBAKU TENSEI. We've seen this before. CHIBAKU TENSEI, about half the roster that they were last time we saw this, though. So definitely curious to see how they're going to be doing facing off against Echo once again. But we're going to go to a break. It's Forged RMP and Streamer Zone. Before we do that, though, we have another game ready to go. Are you guys ready for this?
This is the hard one.
Ooh.
This is the hard one. This is the one where we look dumb, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we're about to look a little stupid.
This is the one where Flappers gets to come up with a name for us, I'm pretty sure.
There you go. Yeah, we'll get him on the desk and play with us. But King of the Jumble is what we're going to be calling it. And we're going to take some words and scramble them up. And production is going to challenge us to see if we can unscramble them. So chat, play along with us, and let's take a look at the words.
Ice block middle.
Okay.
That's an easy one.
Okay, Sid. You go ahead and do one then.
They have a theme also
they
as
have
a,
a
as a
theme, so
reminder.
ma-
So,
ma-
abilities.
Alter time is the bottom one.
Ooh.
Oh, nice. Yeah, all the time. Okay, and the top one is.
I'm so bad at this.
I want to say
It's got an F.
when I'm reading
Brilef. Brilef. That's a huge cooldown. Brilef.
I'm trying to think here, guys. You guys are sidetracking me here.
I need to distract you. Don't figure it out. Don't figure it out.
Life grip. No.
Oh, ooh.
That would have been good. Could be life something.
There's no G. There's no G.
Life.
There's no G. It's gotta be a mage spell.
Life.
I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, you think? Oh, yeah.
For freezing.
Uh.
Frail. Blizzard? No, there's an F.
Yeah. Oh, that one is tough.
For Lee. What mage abilities have L in them?
And B.
Yeah, I don't know.
B is easier, like Blizzard, but it's not Blizzard. So, like, what L? Alter, Blink. It can't be Blink.
Is it? Wait.
Maybe a talent.
Is it Fireball?
It could.
Fire.
Fire.
No, there's no.
Yeah, it's Fireball.
Fireball. It's Fireball.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, it's Fireball.
It's an ability we
Fireball.
don't see ever, so it's hard to remember.
Nice.
It's an ability no one uses.
They have Frostfire Bolt now. They don't. What's Fireball?
Hey, we didn't look stupid.
I
Yo.
did. You guys figured that out. I just sat here confused.
Oh, that was a team effort. Come
I'm
on,
bad at this. I'm just here for emotional support on this one. All right. Well, maybe I can redeem myself for the next one. But thanks for playing along with us, chat. We've got more games coming up, as well as more AWC games coming up as well. We're gonna head to a break. We're gonna come to more gameplay coming up next. So stick around after this break. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are now in the lower bracket. If you're just now tuning in, you missed a huge series. DOBOB ended up beating Echo, sending them down to the lower bracket. Now we are back with Forged RMP versus Streamer Zone GG. Then, first off, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that last series because you predicted DOBOB to win that one. You were the only one amongst us.
It's Tessia, I told you. It is what it is. I said we had to look at them. We had to watch out for the plays. We were kind of talking about it on the break, actually, and it's like, just Tessia is one of those players where the aggressive favor, or when the meta favors aggression and making plays, he's just able to set up his team in so many ways. And I feel like being backed up by not only Flappers, but also Relza, they're a really strong team. So I was giving them the edge there, and I'm glad it paid off.
Okay, all right, well, that's fair since you're doing probably the best amongst us in terms of predictions. Ven, what is your prediction for this series?
I went with Streamer Zone. I really feel like Streamer Zone, their mage slaying abilities are going to pay off in a lot of these series. The only team that kind of barely pulled ahead of them in a series was Echo, and they're really good. Like Echo surviving, Raikou playing defensive with Meh, and also Waz playing defense. They're one of the best teams in the game at that particular playstyle. And I feel like a lesser team, they might really struggle here into this Marksmanship Hunter.
Okay, all right. Ven, Zico, they are the same. Let's see if
We're going slowly on this.
yeah, we're really making some tension here. Ooh, okay. I think. Oh no.
Sometimes it pays off.
Yeah, maybe.
Don't second guess yourself.
I'm not.
Don't
I won't.
second-guess yourself.
I will
Don't,
not.
you know.
I'm holding strong. I think
Yeah.
they could do it. You know, I know they're. I'm going purely based off of comps with this one. To be fair with you, you know, I know Streamers on GG, they're incapable of incredible things, but I'll stay true to my prediction here. So let us know in chat who you think is going to win this one. But I think it's going to be difficult either way. We've seen some really close matchups here. But it seems like, Sid, you at least think it's going to be 2-3, so pretty close series nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Swap's going to play Feral. I think like Feral Mage could be disruptive. Although Rogue is really good at shutting down the Hunter. But I feel like Swapsy's team is a team that's really focused around defense, survivability also. And they've got that expertise, which is what you need against a Marksmanship Hunter, is kind of more of a dampening play style. So I think it's going to likely be a lot better for them. So that's why I think they could take some games, but I'm kind of on this side of the fence with Ven, where like, I don't know, man. Casu and Tony are really synergized so far this tournament.
Pew pew.
Pew pew.
Oh, pew pew. I'm looking for those 5 million aim shots. Yeah.
I was like, QQ, what are we crying about? That's just starting it. All right, well, here we go. It is Forged RMP versus Streamer Zone GG. First match of this elimination series.
Okay,
Right.
Rogue is just sitting in the back room, doesn't want to get flared, so he's just playing really safe. They're not going to get sapped. Is Tony going to find... They're right next to each other. Oh my god, the Rogue's behind him. Oh, he doesn't see him. Volley around the corner. Is he running the pew-pews through the pillar? I don't think he is. I kind of think he should. That could have been an insane opener if he was able to get an aim shot through the wall right there.
Casu gets shut down, though, in the opener. He doesn't commit with his true shot aura just yet, eating some of those initial stun DRs. But now that PMake's in the middle of the map, it might be a good opportunity to pull the trigger with that. Looking for a few aim shots here. Rapid fire is coming in. Immediately, PMake's just going to be going back to the pillar. Tony pushing in, playing a little bit unafraid right now. And it looks like he will get Dragon's Breath. Potential stun to follow it up. Acro trying to get there, but he gets caught into a stun. Great job by Casu, really slowing down their offense. The Gouge comes in. Acro moves over. Good setup. Smoke bomb. Do they have the damage to follow it up? PMake is there, but it seems like there just really isn't much damage to follow it up. A really nice heroic sacrifice by Casu, slows down any critical strikes, and now it's going to be up to Streamer Zone to play aggressive.
Oh, aim shot. Does he get another one here? Is he loaded? Rapid fire. Not really a lot of damage. And PMake and Takara, they are just hugging each other on the pillar as a duo to line of sight this Hunter. And I think that's exactly what you need to do in this matchup, is kind of just drag it out, try and expose someone in a bad position, let the Rogue kind of be the front line, getting control and engaging. We see a Vortex on the Priest. This is a bit different here from Tony. Trying to Vortex him for a Maim clone, for a Maim trap, it looks like. PMake blinks over to try and eat it, but he can't get there in time. He pops his barrier, and that barrier actually redirects damage back to the attacker, so it can actually be dangerous to attack into it, but they break through it. They force Takara to trinket. They might even force a block on top of it. An aim shot is going to crack PMake here. Nice disengage out of the Comet Storm by Casu, repositioning. PMake blinks through his aim shot, gets a polymorph. Kasu's now out of crowd control. No, now into a cheap shot. Polymorph swapped over to Lynette. Dakar is getting in position for a Psychic Scream on his Trinket or out of it. There's a Psychic Scream. He needs to will immediately. And he will, as he gets a big heal here and stabilizes the team.
No, PMake. Rapid fire as an aim shots. They are a scary place to be. PMake does not want to be in the middle of the map, but they're making a swap. They're going after Tony. Good crowd control coming out, getting Polymorphs there onto Kasu, and PMake just not overstaying his welcome. He's going to be rotating back to the pillar as quickly as possible. We did see Streamer Zone make rogue swaps, so that could be something that we see in the future. Kasu forced into the aspect of the turtle, but I think switching around the targets, especially if Acro is going to be using things like Vanish offensively, could really mix things up and create some openings for their team. But Kasu is in some trouble right now. About 50% health, finally landing a full trap, but Kasu and Tony are just not able to connect at the same time. PMake doing a really good job here, kind of navigating this fight.
Well, let's see what they can get done here. PMake holding out in the back line, now kicked. He's still just line of sighting really well. I think that's the name of the game in this matchup is the mage, is knowing when to be in the middle and when to be out of line of sight. And if you pick the wrong time and the wrong moment, you just die. Wall comes down. It's line of sight in Lynette. Oh my god, that was a crazy wall. We got the trinket though from Lynette. He doesn't panic. And now we see PMake's back on the pillar, avoiding Kasu. Actually, I don't know if I agree about that gripping PMake back in line of sight of Kasu. If he gets an aim shot here, I guess Acro is there. He's just going to kidney shot the aim shot, and really just anytime aim shot's about to go off, he's going to gouge him, cheap shot him, disarm him right before it goes off. Now he's cheap shot, big pressure, and Forged RMP, I would say, look amazing right now. They're so close to a kill. Big heal comes through from Lynette once again, but now he doesn't have Medallion. Kasu doesn't have Turtle. And it's just going to get more intimidating. It just seems like they can't get their footing. You see aim shot here. Actually, big swap on the Rogue. Massive swap right there. They punish him. They get his trinket. They get his cloak. He panics, and Acro is out.
Yeah, Acro is out of there really quickly. No defensive cooldowns whatsoever, but they're making a play. PMake at the same time in the middle of the map. Kasu really creating a lot of pressure for his team. He gets out of the smoke bomb. Nicely done. Tony and Kasu, they just have to connect on the same target. Kasu needs to live a little bit longer. Really dangerous situation. Can he survive? 1 second on the blind. No. Right at the finish line. Lynette is unable to get off the void shift. A great push there by Forge, but I get that feeling like if they were able to get off that void shift, they were in a really good spot. So, Forge RMP doing a great job pulling off that win, but that was a close game.
Were they really in that good of a spot? I mean, I need to see this on the replay. I feel like they just...
Well, the Rogue was in danger a little bit, at least.
Yeah, but he's kind of like... I mean, like, that's if he's like... He's got trinket and cooldowns. He's going to basically not care where he is in the map. But after he doesn't, I think he'll be a bit more careful about where he's maneuvering. So... I don't know if I think the Rogue is really in like too much trouble in this matchup because they didn't get a block the whole game, so I don't know if I would agree. But look how close this is. PMake fakes an interrupt. That was crucial because it gets the polymorph connected, which then chains into the blind, and then he just can't swap. And he's 1 second away. Tony's trying to off heal. Look at these regrowths. He's just regrowth. Please don't die. This is 1 second.
With a nice lance.
Not enough.
Yeah. Let's take a look. Maybe, was it close? Let's see. All right. So, Lynette, he's got the Void Shift. Trinket's coming up in about 40 seconds. Kasu uses the Feigned Death. What are we looking at here? Acro has no cooldowns. Was there any openings? Dakar has no Trinket. I mean, I don't think they were that far off a potential win. Maybe it's, a little hopium. Me hoping on the situation, but...
Hopium, copium.
Yeah. I honestly, I think the best thing of this game for me was just PMake. I think PMake had a really good game. It's not easy to navigate that kind of pressure on you.
Did you see him move into the bomb here so he doesn't get aim shot or anything? Like that little micro precision on positioning. If we manage to watch this again, I swear that was insane. Realizing like, hey, I might get skull bash. I'm going to go in this bomb so he can't skull bash me and get a frostfire bolt off. Right in those couple of final seconds of calculation, I think PMake is playing a very impressive game here. He understands the matchup, and he's kind of the new kid around the block. You know, I think one of the youngest players at least in the tournament right now, and he's picked up by like Big Brother Swapsy, Big Brother Acro, who have been competing for so long at this point, right? So this is a fused roster of old school legends with new blood, and it's cool to see that because I feel like it's not often you see that. Usually it's kind of like a clique, you know, the players have been playing for a really long time, they keep playing with each other, so these guys are bringing in new blood and seeing if that can kind of mix things up in the competition for them.
This is really interesting. I didn't realize, I knew PMake was kind of newer to the scene, but he actually started playing WoW in 2020. That's pretty recent. Most people have been playing WoW for a really long time. He picked it up in 2020, first started competing in 2022, and now he's on a roster with Swapsy. He's playing with Takara, Acro, Swapsy, and they're making a deep run in this tournament so far. It's a scary place to be in the lower bracket, but I feel like for this Cup 1, this is a great place for this team to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good fusion of just like quick young reflexes and like ability to adapt to change versus like experience and that type of deal from more the older players on the roster. So this is definitely a very interesting team as far as that's concerned. We're not seeing any composition changes. We're going to a large map, so Streamer Zone can kite the rogue, I think, a little more effectively. They can see when the rogue's grappling over, engaging in crowd control. They can also pull the rogue and swap to the rogue. But Forged RMP, they seem to understand this matchup really well. They've got great positioning throughout the game. PMake's not, compromising his positioning during points where he shouldn't. No blocks, right, against a marksmanship hunter. Beating a marksmanship hunter and having both your blocks at the end, I think is like a pretty good statement of your ability at mage.
Feat of strength.
Yeah.
Especially because, the game it wasn't like a super short game. But I think his positioning was just good. Like, for me, one of the big issues in this game was the fact that Tony and Casu never really connected at the same time. It just felt like Acro with his peels, the stuns, the gouges, the dismantles, and then PMake with his positioning just did a really good job to make it difficult for Streamer Zone to really have that super punchy connection at the same time. So that's one thing I want to see them do a little bit more in this game if they can. But yeah, Forged RMP, specifically PMake, I think just had a really good game.
All right, let's see if they can keep it going here against... Streamer Zone also are bringing on some new players as well. Both these teams, the veterans, maybe not as new, I think, for the side of Streamer Zone, or as young, but definitely, Limps is on the younger side too, only 22 years old. I feel like that's young in WoW years, like I feel most of us are late 20s or mid 30s. So to me, that's a pretty young player. So both sides are bringing in new blood to experienced players as well, side by side, and competing in a fusion like that, which is really cool to see. And now let's see how this one's going to go. They're positioned behind the pillar, spamming some AoE with Blizzard, trying to find the Hunter or the Feral. It's such a big map, it's going to be really tough. But Acro's actually right on that wall next to Casu, and they could meet each other. Casu's just scanning the outside perimeter of the map, and Tony's moving in towards the left. Double rake stun volley around the corner. And is he playing shoot around the corner? It doesn't look like he is. Rapid fire. He's spreading that across with the trick shots. And I really just wanted him to play it. I swear, we saw Seat, the Goblito Hunter, in the open bracket. We gave him one of the top 5 plays. He was playing that talent so he could shoot around corners. I swear, this type of situation, it could be really good for Casu.
Cheap shots going out onto Casu right now. Good push. Lynette actually in a full blind, so just extending the chain. Lynette gets polymorphed, greedy, stunned into blind into polymorph. He's just going to sit it all. But that's going to be the survival instincts, the roar of sacrifice, the exhilaration. Casu makes some massive trades, so his healer doesn't have to, and we'll see if it pays off. Casu getting really low, big heal connecting. PMake in the middle of the map. He needs to get to a pillar, which is what we saw in the last game. This is a dangerous spot to be. Big Comet Storm Meteor coming in. PMake just shimmering around the middle of the map, but Casu coming with the rapid fire. Here comes the aim shot. Those can crit huge. PMake trying to shimmer through, but Casu turns his character. It's just a little bit of a mini game here. Try to slow down the aim shots if you can. Finally, one connects, but PMake easily shrugs it off.
Turtle very early from Casu here. Lynette's in a full polymorph, and PMake's dropping an ice wall. Oh, this could be dangerous for Casu. He's trying to just get... Oh, there's a gap in the wall, and Casu is able to escape behind the pillar. Tony's intercepting PMake with stuns and looking for cyclones. Trying to get the counter spell, I think, from PMake here, but he's really not finding it, so he's just going to get bleeds going up onto PMake. Set him up for Casu for a big aim shot. He's running around the corner, rapid fire. PMake blinks in the middle of the map. He's trying to set up a go. Casu's dismantled. He can't counter-aggress. PMake's looking for polys. Is he going to find it here? Does he get death? He's trying to fake shatter a death. Lynette line of sight sit. Tony actually gets polymorphed. Caught out of form here for a moment. Freezing trap on the priest, though, and PMake is immediately retreating away from the hunter, but he's almost going down, and it really only takes one good connection from a hunter to be able to close this game out. They survive, and PMake gets aggressive again. Full polymorph on Lynette. Casu with no turtle. He's standing on the poly to try and break crowd control with area of effect damage, but they're not finding the threshold to be able to break that chain. They do at least survive, but maybe not to the full kidney shot. Comet Storm is coming in. They soak some of the meteor damage, at least, by being stacked, and they managed to actually get through that. It was a polymorph and a blind, basically using next to nothing to survive it.
I love this. As soon as the diminishing returns are done, PMake's just out of there. Look at him across the map. He gets the polymorphs, the stuns, everything he can, gets the cooldowns, makes the trades, and then he's just not in a position where he's actually going to take any damage. Smoke bomb comes down. Casu gets caught. Oh, no! He gets destroyed. A beautiful setup there by Forged, pulling away, forcing him into the open, and going for a massive setup in that smoke bomb. Now, it looked like he had Trinket, so I'm wondering how he actually got stuck there in that smoke bomb, because I think he actually had his Trinket up. I don't know if it was just like underutilization of defenses, but I want to see that again.
I think they just panicked. I mean, he probably would have got cheap shot on his Trinket. I think he had Angel Divine him too, but maybe he was worried it wouldn't be enough healing to get through the bomb. I feel like there were a couple options there. They just weren't anticipating it. And then that second of hesitation when they were trying to figure out what the move should be is where Forged RMP was able to close out the game when we do ultimately get the replay here. And it just looks like Forged RMP are like a completely different level of RMP than we saw in the first round of the bracket, because Streamer Zone was able to take that series pretty convincingly. But Forged RMP, they're a different animal. They fully understand the limitations of the matchup. They're not feeding them any opportunities, and it looks really tough for Streamer Zone to be able to get through this. And you know, it's like going to be a top 6 finish if Streamer Zone are out here with only 3 cups. You know, at that point, like, what are your aims going to be? Obviously, things could change. You know, if there are class changes, maybe the meta shifts a little bit more in your favor. But it seems like right now, if you've got this type of playstyle on Rogue Mage Priest against them, I don't know how you get through it.
Yeah, Forge is looking really good. So this is what I was talking about. This is right after the setup. P-Make's just behind the pillar. Casu has to move forward. They want to get the damage. Let's see how they set this up exactly. Casu does have his Trinket. So he's got Trinket and Survival Instincts, and they just go for it. This is the Icy Veins. Casu gets gouged into the Smoke Bomb. Cheap Shot comes in, and Lynette tried to get there to save him, but it was just too much damage. It could easily be one of those things where Lynette's like, I'm going to shift you. Like, I got the Void Shift. And just a miscommunication. They, you know, under appreciated how much damage was going to come, but that Icy Veins is just absolutely horrifying. And also Adrenaline Rush is up right now. So this is basically the entire offensive arsenal here by Forged RMP. And that's another one of those things I was talking about earlier. It's the gouge into the Smoke Bomb just makes that setup so clean. So I really like what Acro did there. Any of you guys are up-and-coming rogues, I think that's a play you definitely got to be looking for here to just really solidify that Cassie's not going to be getting out of the bomb before you drop it.
P-Make's also getting these clutch polymorphs on Tony. Like, whenever Tony's trying to clone, he literally polys him. Yeah, he got this twice. Yeah. Like, you don't really see a Pharaoh get polyed.
That's insane, yeah.
He's actually catching him multiple times. Instead of counterspelling the clone, he literally just casts Sheep faster than clone and sheeps him on his
he pre-sheeps him. He knows. So basically, P-Make has a read. Like, he's going to go for a Cyclone on this attempt. So he literally reads his mind and pre-sheeps it. Like, watch. I think
it's insane. He literally he wasn't out of caster. He was in cat. He blinked around the corner knowing he was going to start a clone and sheeped his clone before even Tony knew he was going to clone.
A young Finnish mage.
I'm telling you, there is something about age. There's a little bit, like, when you're young, you got like these. Look at this, is insane. He's literally reading Tony's mind. He's like, P-Make's like, Tony's going to clone somebody. So I'm going to start a sheep before I'm even around the pillar, and I'm going to sheep him on his clone cast, and then we're going to gouge the hunter so he can't get away, and we're just going to global him.
That was nice. That's going... Oh, I mean, if there's a top 5 video, that's probably this play is going.
Like, what?
Spoiler alert.
It was crazy right there.
So what does that mean? They're up 2-0, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
They're up to 2-0. Okay, dude. I mean... Raiku's got the title of self-proclaimed god, but there are a lot of mages in this tournament that are wild mages. Like, I think I can see why. Like, there's a lot of the mage priest in this region. It's just, mage is obviously strong, but like these mages are also insane.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. I mean, honestly, mage is one of those classes where, you know, if you really do commit to it, chances are you're going to be in a pretty good spot for tournaments. But yeah, P-Make obviously been putting in a lot of effort, a lot of work. He's been grinding out solo shuffle as well. I swear a lot of these up-and-coming players, like, how much time and effort they put into solo shuffle really, like, helps them practice. I think that's one thing that solo shuffle is good for. It's a good resource for people to just get reps in. Game after game after game, you can just practice your class, rotating your defenses, setting up offensive kills, and putting it all together in these games. I love that P-Make has such a solid team, because I feel like last season he was also a really good player, but finally on a roster that really lets him shine.
Right, MVP P-Make, dude. Streamer Zone just came off a 3-0 against an RMP, and they're absolutely destroying at the moment. We're going to Empyrean Domain, really big map with small pillars for that marksmanship hunter to guarantee that Casu can get some aimed shots, because that's all it's going to come down to. He has to connect aim shots, and if he can, they can definitely decimate a mage. Tony and Acro are pretty close to each other, but they don't see. I think Tony's going to double rake stun, volley, rapid fire cleave. That's been their opener the past couple of games. Look at that pressure, but Dakar was ready for the hit. He recovers P-Make, wraps around the corner. Casu's moving in. Now Acro is engaging. Cheap shot, double blink. Polymorph connects. Casu takes a huge hit. Meteor comes in through the Roar Sacrifice. He feigned death as well for some more damage reduction, but there's the full blind Trinket Angel right off the rip. I think this is a great start for Forged RMP, getting the Priest Medallion out of the way.
Yeah, nicely done there. Really aggressive plays. We got to give a big highlight to Dakara too. I mean, he just started competing this year, and I feel like he's been such good backup for his team, having a phenomenal series so far. Casu in some trouble. Cheap shots going out onto Lynette. Acro really setting up his team here with the stuns. P-Make looking for a polymorph. Can he find it? He fakes out the death. Can he find it? He gets the full polymorph. Goes through everything, the interrupts, the Shadow Word Death, everything he can. And now it's going to be Casu in trouble. Do they have follow-up crowd control? Another polymorph lands into a DR kidney shot. And finally, that crowd control will subside, and Casu will finally start getting some heals here, recover his health. Tony at the same time getting swapped to. A great push here, and Forged is just looking better and better every single game that goes by.
All right, nice moves here, nice plays. Let's see what Casu can get done. He's just dismantled. Oh, he got Frost Nova on his disengage by P-Make mid-air. So he can't escape. They silence the mage, but Casu's just dying. It's so much pressure. Lynette grips him, but he grips him to a double Dragon's Breath. P-Make does get bashed by Tony, stalling their assault, but Acro's there for a kidney shot. He might still get the poly. He gets stunned again by Tony. Tony's doing a good job protecting Lynette here. And now they're going to double fear. There's the freezing trap, but it's on diminishing return from the scatter. Big aim shot. He has to connect this. Oh, he blinked through it, I think. Maybe not. It looks like he took a bit of the damage at least there. Rapid fire around the corner. He's line of sighting, looking for a pre-poly on the clone, it looks like, again, onto Tony. He's not going to find it. And he's back behind the pillar. Another Comet Storm. Nice feigned death from Casu. That's a really good timing during the Comet Storm to reduce all of its damage. They catch P making a stun, but he pre-barriers the stun here. So they can't do any damage. So it's a really nice ice barrier from P-Make. Now P-Make's moving into the midfield. He wants to get aggressive. They're getting on top of Lynette. Lynette sees it coming, but the polymorph lands regardless, and P-Make is just making play after play, and he fakes the kick. He gets another poly. They go for the blind. They get the trinket. He DBs the trinket. He walls him off on the trinket, and Casu is getting destroyed. That's going to be a turtle force there, and P-Make can just flip like a switch, flip on a dime, and immediately get major cooldowns from his opponents.
Yeah, really good job.
It's over.
Yeah, this maybe Lynette going with the Divine Hymn. I think Casu should be able to hold on to this one, but really not too many defensive cooldowns left. Streamer Zone tournament life on the line right now. They're trying to make a play. Casu moving forward with the rapid fire, but this is really dangerous for the side of Streamer Zone. This is their last chance. If they don't win this, they are out of this cup number 1. Forge RMP really pushing the pace of this match, but a full trap lands onto Takara. P-Make finally in a little trouble. They haven't forced a single ice block yet. Can they get it in this game? Not yet, but Casu with the rapid fires, it is looking convincing. Big bursts of damage. Once again, the overpowered barrier allows P-Make to just shrug off that attack and continue fighting.
All right, can they get a block? Imagine being a mage against a Martian Hunter. You don't have to block the entire series. This is going to be a crazy impressive series for P-Make in his debut on this roster with legendary names like Swapsy. And maybe I just jinxed him. All right, they are going to get a block. First block of the series here from Streamer Zone. And they've actually rotated into a decent spot where Casu still has a trinket. There's no smoke bomb. P-Make might just die. It's massive damage from Casu. Acro needs to get there quick. Another aim shot is coming. Can P-Make avoid it? He polymorphs it, but now he skullbash the kidney shot the hunter. But Tony jumps over to stun the healer. They have to grip Casu away. He can't trap. But now Tony is left behind, but he fakes the kick. Nice fake there, and he cyclones the mage. Aim shot on the rogue. Casu looking to line up. P-Make's playing in the back line. Tony's just taking some hits at the moment. Maybe they swap back to him. They're holding both players at half health. Pre-wall from Casu here on the blind, anticipating damage. It's a nice move from Casu. He's still got another one. Goes for an aim shot. Feign death. Trying to pull back so that P-Make has to come deeper here and away from the pillar so he can get more aim shots off. Counterspell on the Cyclone. So now Lynette doesn't have to worry about it. Here comes another Comet Storm. Looks like Lynette's ready for it. Flash heals. He disengages over, looking for a trap. Stun around the corner. Full trap. No trinket. Big opportunity for Streamer Zone right here. Can they kill him? Second block. Master Spell. Lynette's not going for it. Acro vanished to try and kick him from stealth, I think, with the grappling hook there. So Lynette did not cast and open up his school and they keep P-Make alive. And this is the best Streamer Zone I've looked in the series and possibly very close to getting a kill now.
Oh, P-Make's in trouble. He goes for the altar time. Dakar grips him back to the pillar. Dragon's Breath into a full Ring of Frost here. gives PMake just a moment to breathe. He goes for the shifting power, but Tony's going to be able to break that. Full kidney shot now, and Tony. Ice Wall drops down. He's completely isolated. He goes into bear form. He pre-bear formed the stun, and that was probably the only reason why he's going to survive that setup. Great read there by Tony to survive. Now make the push. PMake in the middle of the map. This is a dangerous spot to be as a mage against Tony and Kasu. I mean, definitely questionable choices here for PMake, but he is unafraid in this match despite having no ice blocks. This is a very back and forth game, and I feel like either one of these teams could win this at this point.
I feel like you have to swap Tony right now. Kasu has all of his cooldowns. That's what they're doing. They're swapping Tony. They're cracking him behind the pillar. Massive swap on Tony. He barely survives. Literally here as he's in bear form with survival instincts up, and he makes it through. Oh my god, I thought that was it. They found the one-shot wonder there to be able to just close the series out, because really you don't want to keep giving streamers more opportunities to learn the matchup. You just want to close this out, move on to Championship Sunday, and get out of here, because these aim shots are still threatening possible lethal as Kasu disengages around the corner. He gets pet Nova mid-disengage. It's crazy. He's consistently doing that. He's just Novaing every single disengage. He's got crazy reaction times on that mage. He pre-barriers the stun on this here as well in this position. He just knows exactly what they're going to do before they even know what they're going to do. But an aim shot around the corner could be scary. He blinks through the aim shot to avoid getting hit by it. Now Tony charges over, but then he displaces back to the pillar. Tony fakes a kick. Nice clones from Tony. Acro's going to evasion right away. He just wants to tank damage, stay on target, keep pressure going, because Tony's really the only target at the moment. He's back into bear form. Rapid fire around the side. Not enough damage to drop PMake. Tony's going to jump out of the fight. Catch Acro behind the pillar. Acro trinkets to go for the win. There's the polymorph. It's match point for Streamer Zone. Can they close it out? PMake is there, but Tony is on the run. He's kiting it out, trying to get combo points for a stun, but forced back into a bear. Lynette just can't play. He's finally able to connect the Guardian Spirit, but he's almost out of mana. Another Comet Storm comes through, and Void Shift is likely going to have to be used here very soon for Lynette. Nope, they're going to both go into Angel form and try and recover, but an Ice Wall on the Angel form separates them. Master Spell hits, but do they have the healing to deal with the damage? It's so much pressure onto Kasu now. He gets dismantled. He has no trinket. Lynette's in a stun. 0 mana on match point. And the stress doesn't get higher than this for Streamer Zone to close out the game. They have to kill PMake, I think, here and now. Can they finish PMake? He's in the middle of the map. He pops the barriers. He's redirecting damage. Tony's getting left behind. He gets kicked on his clone. Acro's going for the kill on Tony. And if you're Lynette, man, he's got Apotheosis for a couple more seconds of healing. But after that, it's basically nothing.
This Void Shift, he really has to make the Void Shift count. He wants to make sure he's topped on health, maybe throwing a Renew on himself so we can get a full HP bar on the swap. Tony, though, getting caught in a cheap shot. There comes the Void Shift. That is the last line of defense, and I am very afraid for Streamer Zone right now. Forge RMP, they are making the push. Tony is on the back foot. Lynette has no mana left whatsoever, and this could easily be GG. Tony down to 10% health. He gets the Cyclone, but he trinkets out. Tony continuing to just do what he can to survive. The Guardian Spirit connects. He gets the Cyclone, and somehow, some way, they're turning this around on PMake.
He used Adaptive Swarm to boost his healing on himself. He rebuffed to get more versatility. He's trying to just drag any single damage reduction that he can towards himself so that they can close the game out. Veins. Because every time they're attacking Tony, Kasu's been left open. And if he can connect a couple aim shots, it could be game over. Here comes a big hit, but a massive swap on Lynette. And Forged RMP drop him so quickly there. And they are looking like a real threatening team. PMake, the new blood of the tournament scene, is really making teams work here. I don't know. He is so consistent with these micro plays where he's getting these tiny advantages that maybe a lot of other players don't try and maximize. It's really making the difference.
Oh, it definitely does. And I mean, just one thing to kind of highlight that PMake is doing in these games is like, it's very easy as a mage to just be afraid of hunters. Like, oh no, I'm being, rapid fire or aim shot. I'm getting one shot, and all you do is run away. But you can also do what PMake's doing, which is like you use a shimmer offensively to go through them. Play on their face. They're going to cast an aim shot, you blast wave it. They're going to cast an aim shot, you dragon's breath it. They're going to cast an aim shot, you displace it. You shadow meld it. You greater invisit. Like, mages actually have quite a few tools to be disruptive to hunters, and sometimes it's actually better to play on top of them and try to play around them and through them and just disrupt their cast instead of just running back to the pillar. And I think PMake really highlighted that playstyle here.
He's keeping his damage high too against the hunter. Like, look at this swap that we see onto Lynette. They're just like, okay, we're done chasing the cat around. We're done trying to go after the hunter. Look at this priest. He's just nice and juicy. He's half health. Like, we'll attack Tony for now, but there's already a frozen orb pinning him. And it's like, he's on the pillars. This is a great time to just attack the priest.
P-Make just solo him? Like, I
I
swear
think
he does.
He actually does.
Yeah, literally completely
P-Make
solo
is
him.
literally insane. Wait, what? Oh my god, he literally just
Acro did
solo.
0 damage.
He just like, here's a nice lance, Lynette, have a nice trip out of the tournament, just boop, boop, and knocks him out by himself around the corner. While he's still pre-altering, pre-barriering every stun, and like pre-sheeping the clone from the Feral Druid, and then blinking through every aimed shot at the same time. I don't know, man. Like, if he doesn't have a stream, I feel like he's gonna have to make a stream.
He does have one. Yeah. We'll get the details on that for a little bit later on, but yeah. Yeah, he definitely does. Yeah, P-Make having a great game. But I feel like it's worth highlighting Dakara as well, because Dakara just started competing this year as well. So it's really interesting to see these kind of new players to the scene team up with Acro and Swapsy, who honestly, Acro had a phenomenal series as well. We didn't talk about him that much, but at this point, Acro is just one of those players you really expect to be super consistent on that rogue, and he definitely was. So the entire team had a phenomenal series. But yeah, P-Make making plays, Dakara backing them up. A great series, and I feel like the sky's the limit for this team.
0 damage meteor was fully absorbed. Fully absorbed. I've never seen an ability fully absorbed like that to hit exactly 0.
Sheesh. Also, his I looked it up. Twitch is P-Make WoW.
Also,
Wow. Yes, what's
I
up?
do think it's worth noting. See, you should have believed in yourself from the start.
You know what? You're right. I doubted myself, and I'm really glad that I did stick with my prediction. So thanks for your faith in me, Vin.
No problem.
Thanks for the encouragement. But yeah, I mean, the 3-0, there's not really much more you can say. That was an incredible series. Very one-sided. I think not a lot of people expected that. If you look at the predictions from chat, actually, it was only 34% into for RMP versus Streamer Zone 66%. So definitely a bit of an upset there, and they will be surviving to Championship Sunday. And unfortunately, that is the end of the line for Streamer Zone GG, which means we only have one series left. It's only Cup number 1 for Season 2, and we're already seeing Echo down in the lower bracket, Sid.
Yep, that is. I mean, actually, in a Cup 1 position, this is actually kind of normal. You know, you don't normally see them in the lower bracket, but for Cup 1s, I feel like we have to get the history on this. How many Cup 1s they've been knocked to the lower bracket, and they're going to be going up against CHIBAKU. And CHIBAKU has some not mage comps, right? They're the only team, I think, and they were bragging about it being like one of the only non-mage teams to make it into the top 8. So they have some curveballs. They have some interesting compositions to try and bring into the mix. And I feel like Lontar has been really making really good plays on the Resto Druid. So I'm excited to see how he matches now against Echo, because he used to be on Echo until Mech came out of retirement to get back on that roster. So he's going to have something to prove for himself in this series.
Yeah, that was certainly a difficult season for him, so we'll see if he can find that success with CHIBAKU Tensei. We're going to head into this next series. It's going to be a difficult one, but Echo has bled a little bit today already from DOBOB. Are they going to bleed yet again? We're going to find out very, very soon. We're coming up on a break, but it's Echo versus CHIBAKU Tensei up next. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we just saw Forged RMP versus Streamer Zone GG, and it was Streamer Zone who fell. Now we are on our very last series of the day. It is yet another elimination round as well, Zico. It's Echo versus CHIBAKU TENSEI.
That's right. We got, actually, Lontar used to be on CHIBAKU TENSEI, and now he's facing his former teammates on the side of Echo. Lontar as well.
Yeah, he's got a lot to prove here in this series, I feel like. This is definitely going to be some testing grounds for him and how he can do with his new roster here in this new season against Echo. Echo, they had a bit of a rocky series, a rocky start to the weekend, to the season as well then, earlier, and now they're here facing elimination. So kind of an interesting series. I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, Echo's one of those teams where sometimes they start a little slow, but I have to say, like, I do think Echo played well. Like, I think it was like well-fought series from them. It was a very close series, so I mean, you're going to see in my prediction, I think Echo's going to be looking just fine for this one, but what's interesting is these players have played against each other. They're very familiar, like we talked about. I mean, Lontar used to be on Echo. You have Mercy, who used to be, playing with Zipa and Lontar and Houston, so it's like, These players, they have a lot of experience with and against each other. They know each other's tendencies. So I'm curious to see if that ends up mattering, and also what CHIBAKU TENSEI ends up bringing into the blind pick. Because for Echo, I think it's pretty obvious. Spoiler alert, probably going to be RMP. But for CHIBAKU TENSEI, they have options. And Zipai on his Elemental Shaman in particular has been one of those players who's been very disruptive to the Echo dynasty in the past.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe we can take a look here at the predictions at the bottom of our screens. If you're watching from home, let us know in chat who you think is going to win this one. We were wrong last time. Collectively, it was about 11% against Echo winning, and we will see if that holds true again. Ven 3-0, Zico 3-0. I'm not going to lie. I forget what I put. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like they obviously they're a solid team. We've been wrong before on the desk, so we certainly could once again. It kind of feels like this is sort of Echo's game to lose. CHIBAKU TENSEI definitely, like we've been saying, have quite a bit to prove. So we'll head into the series soon enough, and we'll find out what exactly is going to happen. But it was something that we were kind of discussing before we went into break, Zico, is like, this isn't the first time that this has happened to Echo. It seems like it kind of happened a lot, actually, that last season that Echo would end up in the lower bracket, but then they would just work it out that quickly and end up winning the entire tournament, despite them coming from the elimination series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's one of their biggest strengths, is that when they fall, they're very quick to adapt. They're very quick to realize what went wrong and fix it. So that's why they win so many cups. They're just like, even if you make them lose one series, it's really hard to take them down a second time. But we are going to see some comp variety. We were talking about Zipai being kind of the man who historically has been standing in the way between Echo and a lot of these finals. Ooh. But it is going to be Kroto and Houston here with some Windwalker DK, some NA-inspired Zuggage.
Come on, the Europeans have played Windwalker DK too, but this is very fun. The Frost Death Knight, it has an insane one shot. So Kroto basically, when he pops his Icebound, or when he pops his Pillar of Frost, he's going to be putting out a massive amount of damage, but it can be difficult to get full value out of that. We'll see what they end up doing. Kroto right now, popping the Pillar of Frost, trying to get the damage rolling. You can see he's moving incredibly slow. He gets knocked away. That's a rookie mistake there by Kroto. I mean, basically, if you pop your Pillar of Frost and you get knocked away like that, it just means you did not use your Death's Advance, and that is a mistake you definitely can't be making in a matchup like this.
Yeah, and now we're going to see Lontar in some crowd control. Going to see some more setups coming in. There's the Syndragosa. Nice triple stun setup coming out here, but not a lot of damage here. Raikou doing a good job just playing defense, deflecting it, blinking around, teleporting back with the displacement, and making sure that he is staying nice and healthy. There's the anti-magic zone coming out. Keep shot onto Lontar, but Raikou's not going to be able to find the polymorph. He's taking a lot of damage here. Nice grip coming out from Meh onto Raikou, just keeping that defense going. They got the anti-magic zone. They can't really get more cooldowns with that push at this point in time. It's going to be Raikou now on the back foot. Meh is spamming up the heals, and Houston actually getting knocked there on his slicing winds. Lontar fake casting the counterspell of Raikou there. Raikou looking for the mass polymorph, tries to blink on top of Lontar, but he fades it. Ooh, nice anti-magic shell tech coming out there onto Lontar, but the Ring of Frost is going to snipe him through it, and that is going to be the trinket and void shift immediately forced here from Lontar.
Yeah, big damage incoming here from Kroto onto Raikou. It looks like he might manage to get away. So another big thing for Frost Death Knights is the Delirium. We'll see if it ends up mattering. I mean, we can talk about that later. Kroto might just outright die about 2 minutes into the game, making a swap here onto Waz. Both Houston and Kroto putting in a lot of pressure here on the Raikou. And Frost Death Knights are one of the best things at killing mages because of Delirium, which is basically a disease. It's a debuff you put up on a mage or anyone, and it reduces the cooldown or increases the cooldown of their movement abilities. So Shimmer becomes a 30-second cooldown. I have a 30-second Shimmer, and you're getting gripped in chains, and a Windwalker's all over you. You actually barely have time to breathe in a matchup like this. So it could end up working if they can survive. Of course, right now, Lontar has no trinket for about another 30 seconds. We'll see if they can do it. They might be able to win the long game. Met is burning through a lot of mana, as you can see. It is immense pressure from this Windwalker DK.
Yeah, Raikou actually had to use his trinket there. Oh, nice paralyzed onto Raikou during the kidney shot there onto Lontar, but the blind is there to follow it up. Waz could potentially sap that as well. Is he going to go for it? Looks like he will. Yep, there it is. Full sap connecting. Big damage. Matt is in the backline spamming out the smites, looking for the fear as well. But Lontar has the Will of Forsaken. He's going to Will of Forsaken. Ice wall connects. Beautifully done. But the nice Sindragosa from Kroto is going to buy him enough time there for his healer to get there and save him. Beautiful play, but beautiful counterplay there coming out from Kroto as well. But you kind of want to use that Sindragosa offensively. And now he's still just dead through everything. He has nothing for this cheap shot. The full sheep as well for good measures. And Echo, they are just doing quick work out of this DK. Just as soon as he survives that one setup, boom, there comes the next one. And they just never let go of that pressure.
Yeah, it's brutal. I mean, it's just so difficult. If Raikou saves his mobility for the right time, he's rotating with his overpowered barriers, his greater invisibilities, and Waz is there to back him up with stuns, dismantles. It's a tough matchup, but you could kind of see how it was working, right? Like, there was good uptime from Houston and Kroto. Like, if they could somehow survive a little bit longer, like Kroto, I think probably could have dropped a heads up anti-magic zone. He had it available for like 15 seconds during the initial portion of Raikou's Icy Veins. So if that dropped down, maybe survives that setup and they can slowly pull ahead. But I think it's one of those matchups where you're probably not going to win by actually, burning multiple ice blocks and just like one-shotting Raikou. You're actually just going to win by ooming meh. Like, I think it's literally one of those strategies where you have to get Matt out of mana by just slowing down Raikou so much in the match.
We can see it here. This ice wall play was really nice, but Lontar managed to save him and manages to recover his HP there completely. But then it's just the Frozen Orb doing so much damage. Waz connecting the kidney shot. They proc the Guardian. They get the re-cheap shot into the full sheep there. And that's one thing that I really love that Waz does a lot is he will kidney shot, and then if your mage is sheeping, but it's like the sheep is going to connect after the kidney shot ends, he goes for just a half cheap shot just to kind of extend that CC chain. You can see it here. Like, Raikou doesn't have enough time to actually land a sheep there without Lontar getting a gap where he can use his fade, for example, or his death. So it didn't end up mattering now because he just died during the stun anyway, but it's just a nice thing that Waz consistently does when he plays that rogue mage, and it's just so many small things like that that kind of enables this RMP to be as deadly as they are. But it was cool. We got to see Kroto and Houston. I want to say, I think the first team Houston ever competed against was called Windwalker DK Nation, and he was a Windwalker kind of one trick. Obviously, since then, he's played healer in competitive. He's played all kinds of things. But I think that team actually was with Kroto. So if memory serves me right, this is something that they've ran in the past. But with that said, are we going to see a comp swap coming out from CHIBAKU here? They obviously know that Echo most likely is going to be running that Rogue Mage Priest.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just going to a small map. They're going to do the same thing. I think they just got to clean it up a little bit. I don't even know. I'm trying to think of what they could do. I'm looking at his gear, trying to figure out, is there anywhere he can like bolster his defense a little bit more? Like maybe play some more versatility, just really max that out. What meta gem is he playing? Just anything to survive just a little bit longer. Maybe he needs to play the short cooldown anti-magic shell instead of Strangulate. Obviously Strangulate's really, really solid, but just gotta live. And maybe the shell will help him get there. But I think this is possible. Like, if there's any composition, whenever I'm playing my Frost Mage, the thing I hate fighting against the most is actually a Frost DK in a lot of ways, especially in solo shuffle where the match is a little bit more chaotic. It just is so difficult to kite them with Delirium.
Yeah, the Delirium is definitely annoying. But I feel like Raikou did a pretty good job kind of playing around it, and also the grips from Meh kind of helped him a lot as well in the match. I don't think it's the biggest issue for Echo to deal with, but obviously on a smaller map. I think the biggest issue for the Windwalker DK is that usually when you go for your setup, you want to get the Priest into the blender. And if the Priest is just on a big map staying far away, every time you do a setup, pops a fade, he has good positioning, you can always kind of make sure that the team is not getting kind of caught up and cleaved in that blender. You know, with grips and just defensive cooldown usage. So I think on a map like Hook Point, they could maybe run it back one more time to see like if it's going to work out better for them, because they have an easier time hitting triple stuns and including Meh in that and gripping him in, getting you know, setups where the healer is also kind of taken out of the equation. Other than that, I guess their options would be like DH Ella, which I don't think is great, or this Windwalker Ella. Also an interesting, kind of a little bit unconventional comp pick, but this is a comp that has a lot of burst damage, and if you're a mage, this could definitely one-shot you.
Yeah, I was thinking you need a shaman, and whether that's Lontar logging on the Restoration Shaman for Windwalker DK, because it's actually really one thing that's really nice. Maybe it's not as impactful in like the higher rated games, like when you're fighting like the best people in the world, but static field totem can be really nice. So when you pop your, you know, your Pillar of Frost and you're the scariest lich monster in the whole world as that Frost DK, if everyone's staticked up and they can't get away, it just gives you an extra second of 2 or damage, which can be, you know, the thing that decides the match. But that's not going to happen. We're going to have Zeepai tagged in on the Elemental Shaman. We'll see how they do. I mean, this is a composition we've seen from the likes of like F tier in North America try to beat these rogue mages, and it has worked. You know, and has worked in the past. I'm not super convinced of it right now, but we'll see.
Yeah, I feel like there is like large openings in this matchup. Like when the Ellie doesn't have Trinket and the Priest doesn't have Trinket, there is a big window there where the RMP can kind of just capitalize and run away with it. But you do have nice offense. You have a lot of kind of micro defensives, or like short CDs defensives. You know, obviously you can pre-astral wall, you can pre-burrow, you can do a lot of things like that. Stone bulwark totem as well for the Ellie Shaman. I'm assuming that the Ellie Shaman is going to be the target here for the rogue mage. So you can make some preemptive plays like that. And with the holy priest angel form, you can definitely stall out to a point where you get your defenses back. But if you ever get into a situation where Lontar has no trinket, Zeepai has no trinket, that is when it's going to be really, really scary to deal with those setups from Echo. So opener is going to be important here. Let's see what they decide to do. Get a kidney shot onto Lontar, full ring of frost. Zeepai forced you to trade out his trinket astral shift immediately.
We need a replay of that opener. I mean, it's just picture perfect rogue mage priest. All 3 members in instant crowd control, taken out of the game. Zeepai's isolated. They get his trinket. They get the astral shift. I mean, a beautiful opener here for Echo. Let's see how they can keep it going. Lontar trying to stay ahead of the damage right now with the Angel Divine Hymn. And it will be unable to be crowd controlled in that form. Both priests, you can see, just in Angel form, trying to stay ahead of the damage. Disarm now onto Waz as he pops his Adrenaline Rush and he's trying to get aggressive. Houston just all over Raikou right now. Chastise! Zeepai knocks him away. Can he get the fear? The Chastise Fear. Chastise mind control on Houston. Oh no, Zeepai's isolated once again. A full blind here onto Lontar, but he connects the heals onto Zeepai, and that might be enough for him to survive the mass polymorph coming in, and Zeepai is forced to go underground. This is not looking good for Chibaku Tensei.
Yeah, they're even going after Houston a little bit with the leftovers, but now Zeepai comes out. Oh, what a beautiful ice wall there, and that's going to be the stone bulwark totem coming out as well for Zeepai. And already Zeepai has basically no defensives left. He has to pre-astral shift the next setup, or Lontar's going to have to save him. He didn't pre-astral shift. That's the kidney shot. Can they stop Lontar? He trinkets a cheap shot. He gets cheap shot on his trinket. They get the full sheep, and that is going to be it. Surely, there's no way Zeepai is going to survive that. And this was a beautiful setup there. Really, really nice there with the smoke bomb. And then Lontar on his way over gets cheap shot into another cheap shot on his trinket. And then they just catch him with a full sheep. And that's just it. You can't do anything at that point.
I mean, it was literally from start to finish, just perfect setup after perfect setup. I was unsure of the Ellie Shaman, but this absolutely convinces me that you're not going to win with an Ellie Shaman into Echo right now. I mean, every single time, we'll see it in the opener, every single time they were doing a setup, they would just create a 3 versus 1 situation. Meh would just chastise the Windwalker Monk into a fear. At one point, he actually dodged the fear, and he still got mind controlled, so he's just out. And then all of a sudden, you have, a rogue and a mage, 2 versus 1ing an elemental shaman, while the priest is taken out of the game. It's just, they have such good crowd control. Their setups are so perfect that, I mean, you wouldn't expect a matchup like this to go, a minute and 40 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of what I was thinking about as well. Like, when you get to this position where you have no trinkets as well onto Zeepai, it's just, he's such a juicy target that he has to read every go. Like here he has to pre-astral shift, he gets smoke bombed, he gets kidneyed, and then now it's like, it's just so hard for them to do anything. They get the cheap shot, they get another cheap shot, they get the sheep. And this is, did you see the triple DR cheap shot right there? I mean, this is what I was talking about in the previous game where Lontar actually can avoid this sheep, but he trinkets the first stun, then in the second stun will fade before Raikou finishes his sheep cast. So he can actually fade the second or the sheep cast and maybe still save Zeepai, but the third cheap shot just guaranteed secures it right here. Cheap shot, and then look at the sheep. It's going to end before, but then there's another cheap shot there. You don't see it on the tracker, but Waz sneaking in with that Giga DR'd last cheap shot just makes it so Lontar can't do anything. There's just he can never press a button there to actually avoid that, even though he did trinket. So it's just so brutal to go up against Echo because they know exactly these like super tiny windows where they can win the game. And also, I feel like Waz just has like, it's like he has like a second stream on Discord or something open of his mage POV at all times, because he always knows exactly what he's casting and how far away he is from finishing that cast. And that's one of the things that just makes Waz such a great rogue and just such a great player to play with, because he just sets up everything. You just have to press the button when you play with Waz. It's great.
Look at the damage contributed. So Waz really was, he's the CC'er. He's the enabler.
Yep.
Literally, Med did more damage than Waz in that final setup.
Jeez.
Which is crazy to see. I mean, look at the damage breakdown. Meh, 1.1 million Holy Fire, 1.1 million Holy Fire. It's just time after again. Smite, 550,000. Another Holy Fire with a 700,000 overkill. So big pressure coming in from all three members of Echo. Fusion's actually going to mix it up and go on the Demon Hunter instead of the Windwalker Monk. Do we think this is going to go any better? Because I don't know. I'm unconvinced.
I mean, it's the best. It's the best that they have, right? CHIBAKU is just trying out their different comps and seeing what sticks. So I think that the Demon Hunter has some extra tools at least to save the Ele Shaman. Like he can drop a Darkness and the Incaps and the Chaos Novas and stuff is nice to try to just more disruption, but. There's also a big downside, and that is that you can just swap to the DH and just 100-0 him as well.
Yeah, I would say the one other thing I like about the Demon Hunter is that you can kind of read the setups with glimpse. So if you double jump at the air and you get your glimpse off and you extend it once again, you can actually just be immune to crowd control for a solid like 4 seconds, give or take. And that just delays Echo's go. And if you can like preemptively read it, then you can get off all those CCs like you're talking about. But my biggest fear is that Matt is just going to chastise him first. So before they initiate crowd control on anyone else, Matt's just going to chastise Houston. And then you can't do any kind of preemptive plays. You're just taken out of the game. So let's look for that in this one.
Yeah. No, that's a really good point too. With the Windwalker, you can't really preemptively dodge the CCs at all, but if they do send a stun on Zeepai first, then that's Houston's cue to actually use, his glimpse and use his kind of iframes to immune incoming CC. But there it is. There's the chastise. Can't do anything about it. Full kidney. Full cheap shot on Zeepai. Full fear on Houston. Full sheep on Lontar. Zeepai. Is he going to trinket? He trinket burrows. And now you already got that one big defensive out of the checklist. And at this point, you're also going to swap to Houston. You get his blur. And now it's all about the aggression. CHIBAKU has to find offense onto Raikou. They have to find some kind of big pressure because that's what their comp excels at. They have big one-shot potential, but now here's a swap onto Houston. Ooh, nice grip by Lontar there. They wanted to ice wall Houston and isolate him there with the cheap shot ice wall. And if they get his trinket there, then Houston also becomes like a juicy target. But there's the Chastise, Ring of Frost. There's the full fear on the Houston. Somebody's going to have to trinket for Zeepai here. Who's it going to be? Zeepai actually pre-Astro shifted there,
it's Chaos Nova.
And he's able to stay alive.
Yeah, Houston gets a triple Chaos Nova there, so he didn't trade out his trinket, but as soon as that mind control faded, or sorry, the fear faded, he went over, got the triple Chaos Nova, and that keeps him alive. CHIBAKU Tensei still in it, but I do worry these setups are just so clean. Houston right now, did they get crowd control on him? I think they actually messed up this setup. So Houston's there to peel once again, getting the Fel Eruption, putting out a lot of damage. The Demon Hunter is definitely looking better than the Windwalker Monk in this particular matchup so far. But like you said, he's a vulnerability to be swapped to. They go for a kidney shot, but it looks like Houston's easily going to shrug that attack off.
Yeah, and it's really important that when the trinket of Zeepai is down, that the Demon Hunter is making these kind of plays because you're buying time for that trinket to come back. You're buying time for, being able to stay alive in those positions. But now another setup here. Looks like Houston was free, but they get a triple fear. They're not going to break it onto Zeepai. He has Tremor Totem available. They chain it with the Ring of Frost. Will of the Forsaken from Lontar into the Shadow Word Death right there instead of having to trinket the Ring of Frost. So a great exchange there by Lontar. Now to swap into Houston. Can they get his trinket? That is what they want. And Houston is going to be able to hold on to it with no CC onto Lontar. He's going to be able to sit through that stun. So I want to say CHIBAKU Tensei, nice pressure here onto Raikou as well. They're definitely playing this defensive aspect of the game very well. But here comes Chastise. Here comes the fear potentially onto Houston. Here's the 3 versus 1. Zeepai just going to trinket and burrow once again, buying enough time to get that trinket back. And now it's going to be up to Houston again to save the day for about 2 minutes straight, because if he doesn't, Zeepai is going to be in big trouble.
Yeah, here we go. Zeepai takes the damage. He gets gouged. What do they have to follow it up? Double Chaos Nova. Raikou goes into an ice block. Beautifully done. And Lontar just preemptively using the Angel. Met as well just matches it. So we have a bit of a stalemate. All the DPS are just going to be attacking each other while basically immune from infinite heals from both priests. But once that phase, Lontar is immediately put into a polymorph. Raikou, reverse magic comes in. That's another tool we didn't even talk about. The Demon Hunter has a reverse magic. So Houston really making the Demon Hunter look solid here in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And they already got one ice block of Raikou. This could be the second one, actually. He's taking so much damage. Almost going down right there. But the Ray of Hope is going to be able to keep him alive here. I think that's a positive ray for sure. And with that Guardian, Raikou did survive. But that costed a lot of cooldowns. Full Ring of Frost onto Lontar. But look at Houston. He's not in crowd control. They're actually swapping to Houston here. It looks like they got the double fear onto Zeepai and Lontar. There's a kidney shot as well. But Houston is greeting it. He doesn't want to trade out his trinket. And the greed is going to be good here. Still holding on to the Nether Walk as well, just trading out the blur there. So this is actually a really good exchange here for CHIBAKU Tensei. Now they're getting aggressive onto Raikou. No Guardian here for about 30 seconds. Matt is going to have to do without it, and Raikou needs to be very careful. Zeepai is proccing Lava Burst, and Zeepai's got his trinket back up again here in 30 seconds. Houston still has his trinket. This is not looking bad at all for CHIBAKU Tensei. They get the imprisonment there onto Matt just for extra CC. Houston now getting caught up in the polymorph. There's the full kidney shot into the Ring of Frost, into the full fear onto Houston. But again, it was the art on Houston. He's going to come out. He's going to reverse magic the CC onto Lontar. And once again, another setup that's not going to net anything here on the side of CHIBAKU Tensei.
Oh, whoa! Big swap coming in from Mad. That was dangerous on Raikou, but he holds onto the ice block. They get Trinket and the Void Shift. Man, now into a Chastise. This is not looking bad for CHIBAKU Tensei. This is looking good. They're winning this game so far. There's cooldowns that they have available. Zeepai has Trinket. He's got Astral Shift. He's got the Stone Bulwark Totem. This is easily the second ice block here from Raikou. Looking for a Ring of Frost. A bit greedy there, but that is there in line of sight. Raikou will hold on with the overpowered barrier, but Houston's just all over him. This is unrelenting pressure. Great job here by CHIBAKU Tensei. And Raikou, I just can't believe he has an ice block yet. Here comes the big metamorphosis. Raikou just spamming out the polymorphs. Man, it looks like he will be able to keep him alive, but it's a lot. It's a Guardian Spirit. It's the Ray. It's the Spirit of the Redeemer, and it's still going to be an ice block. They just keep pushing forward. Raikou somehow holds on to make a swap on Houston now, but he's continuing to charge forward, keep the pressure up here onto Raikou. Mez mana is way below Lontar. I mean, it's not even close in this match. If CHIBAKU Tensei can keep this up, they could win the long game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at the damage that Fusion and Zeepai are able to put out here. Raikou, surely he's going to have to use his second ice block here. Man, what are you going to do? He grips Raikou back to safety, but he gets caught up in the imprisonment. Nice DR gouge there by Waz, trying to stall the damage there for a second. Raikou has to cancel that altered time as he was very low on HP there as he caught a big heal. But now here's a full fear onto Lontar and Zeepai. Houston is isolated. They're going to Dragon's Breath Houston. No sheep to follow it up, though. I think it's still on diminishing return there for a second. Raikou not able to get away from this Demon Hunter. Now looking for the polymorph. Fake casts the interrupt here. Should be able to find a full polymorph there onto Lontar, but reverse magic once again coming out here from Houston, and now they can just continue this pain train that they're running here onto Raikou. Lontar's pushing in, looking for a crowd control. If he can find a fear, Meh actually has no Will of the Forsaken, so Lontar could look to find that maybe. And now again, the Lightning Lasso coming out onto Raikou. Guardian Angel comes out there as well. They get a fear onto Waz instead. That slice was there onto Zeepai. Double Chaos Nova, and that is going to be the ice block of Raikou. Now, no defensive cooldowns on Raikou, no mana on Meh. I think CHIBAKU Tensei has every tool they need to grab a win here.
Yeah, but Raikou has Icy Veins and Waz has Adrenaline Rush. This is their last moment to win. Echo might be able to completely overwhelm CHIBAKU Tensei. Even though they have nothing left, they might be able to do it. Full Polymorph lands on Lontar. He trinkets out into another Polymorph. Zeepai getting crushed here in the Smoke Bomb, but Lontar saves the day at the expense of most of his cooldowns, and now all of a sudden CHIBAKU Tensei, they have nothing left. Raikou has a minute on his ice block. He could easily fall. Matt doing what he can to keep him alive, but this is dangerous. Ray of Hope, it was negative. Finally positive. Heal after heal coming in. Raikou could fall. Let's see what happens. Houston and Zeepai are just chasing him down relentlessly in this match. A full stun lands on Matt. Raikou gets topped off, but his health is just looking like a yo-yo. It goes down to 10%, back to full, back to 10%. He gets knocked off the side of the map. But at the same time, Echo is trying to make something happen here on Zeepai.
A beautiful Tremor Totem right there on the fear, pre-tremoring from Zeepai there, making sure that Lontar is not going to be in any crowd control. Matt with no Will of the Forsaken here for a couple of seconds. Lontar, I think, wants to take advantage of it. If they can find any stun or any... yeah, there it is. Chastise stun onto Matt. Full fear, potentially. Lontar not able to get there in time. Matt actually avoids it. Zeepai now is taking so much damage from Lontar going for that aggressive play, and the darkness is not going to be enough. Lontar, oh no. I feel like they just had to play it defensively there. He wanted to take advantage of that 10-second window with no Will of the Forsaken, but he just wasn't healing at that point, and the damage is just insane from Echo. They're gonna clean sweep it, but I feel like if CHIBAKU Tensei ran this from the start, this could have really been the comp that they could have put Echo to the test with. They looked so good running this comp. It is going to be Echo taking it 3-0, and I feel like they just got a little bit too excited at the end there for that kill.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really close game. I get the feeling that Dalaran Sewers is probably the best map for Zeepai, Houston, and Lontar with this composition, but it was looking good. And like you said, if they had maybe just played it a little bit patiently, played it a little bit more defensively, they had such a lead in terms of mana. But you got to give a lot of credit to Echo. I can't believe there were so many moments where it looked like Raikou, okay, this has got to be an ice block. This has got to be an ice block. I can't believe an ice block. Like, how are you not using your ice block? But they managed to hold on and then have it when they really need it. They actually rotated back up to another ice block in this match. So Raikou had the defensive cooldowns they needed, and it's just eventually they're able to take down Zeepai. Lontar isn't able to recover. Dampening is getting higher, and all these little CC chains. We see what happens. Lontar pushes forward. He goes for the Chastise. He's looking for a fear, but unfortunately not able to find it. And like you mentioned, that kind of put him behind in fear, behind in heals, as well as positioning. And Raikou is able to really punish that with a polymorph, and they can get the win.
Yeah, tough way to end that one when they played so well defensively the whole time. And they, if you give Echo any opportunity whatsoever to come back in a game like that, they will take it. And it was earlier as well, that smoke bomb from Waz that forced out Lontar's trinket. So unfortunately, they played a really, really solid game of defense, but kind of tripped on the finish line. Echo, though, is going to stay alive in the tournament for Championship Sunday. And this was, Echo, I feel like we all, in our power rankings, put Echo at the top there, but we've seen a lot of these teams kind of put Echo to the test a little bit. We saw DOBOB have a phenomenal performance in that upper bracket earlier. And even though this was a 3-0, I feel like CHIBAKU also kind of showed they went out swinging, I think if they had a better draft and, they cleaned up just the ending of that last game, they easily could have grabbed games here and been able to put up a little bit more competitive score right there.
I agree. And there's still 2 more cups also, so I'm going to assume that they'll return for Cup 2 and 3. So they still certainly have some chances to, make it into the top 8 and get some more points and make it maybe a little bit further into the bracket next time. We can take a look here at the schedule that we're going to be seeing for both NA and EU as they fight their way to the Gauntlet on May 23rd, as well as the grand finals 24th and 25th. So like I said, still quite a few chances, but it's definitely not the finish that they were hoping for, I'm sure. But I see a lot of potential in this team, and I am excited to see them return. But on that note with Echo, Zico, I'm curious how you think they're going to do against RMP, against Forge RMP on Sunday.
I mean, it depends what Forge RMP decides to do. I feel like I like their RMP a lot more than the FMP, so I want to see them go head-to-head, big confidence, RMP mirror it up, and I think that if they believe in themselves and they have that confidence, they could definitely give them a run for their money. So that's what I want to see. The Feral Mage, I think the idea behind it is not bad, but after seeing how DOBOB played it, I think there's just not enough time to kind of perfect that strategy. But that is another line of play that they could do as well.
Yeah, okay, well, we will be tuning in on Sunday to see the rest of EU, but tomorrow's games on Saturday, definitely stick around because we have got North America coming. We have their offline games into the top 8 to talk about as well, and I am just as excited for this region. It's a new season, quite a lot of new things I feel like have sort of happened, a lot of new rosters, new faces as well. Then anything in particular you're looking forward to for North America?
I mean, in North America, similar to Europe, there's been a lot of roster shakeups. Some players kind of stepping down, some really good players joining forces finally. One team comes to mind for me. That's going to be Tiger Toads, where you have Cubsy, Dazed, Kearney, and Calvish really putting all their eggs in the RMP basket, playing the Arcane RMP, the Frost RMP, the Fire RMP. They got the Subtlety Rogue, the Outlaw Rogue, and they're mix and matching the players that they have. So that's one of those teams I think they're really, really deadly right now. Of course, you have Welcome to the Jung, the team that won last year. They're going to be back. So lots of excitement to look forward to in North America. And I'm just curious to see how some of these new rosters really step up and play.
Yeah, I am curious as well. So definitely be tuning into that for tomorrow. But that is going to wrap it up for us for now. So we will see everybody tomorrow, bright and early, 10 a.m. Pacific or 6 p.m. CET. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we will see you tomorrow.